Chapter 1. The otherworldly being in the autumn. Within the morning light kingdom lies the frontier town of Bienju. Perched on the northeastern border, far from the Weishui River, there exists an experimental field cultivated for the planting of new crops. Scattered throughout the field are a few tender green seedlings. The rest either failed to sprout or have succumbed to scorching, withered away. A farmer, clad in tattered garments and wielding a hoe, paces back and forth at the edge of the field, a visage marred by worry. Not far off, a young nobleman, adorned in aristocratic attire, strides hastily toward him, closely followed by an uncommon female knight. This young nobleman possesses a head of distinctive silver curls, and his light red eyes betray a hint of anxiety. His features are finely chiseled, exuding an air of cultured elegance, if not overwhelming beauty that could captivate countless women. The female knight, with her long blue hair tied in a single ponytail that cascades down to her waist, possesses striking azure eyes beneath elegantly arched brows. Her countenance, though fair, is devoid of expression, projecting an aura of aloof beauty. Upon noticing the newcomers, the farmer quickly sets down his hoe and approaches, bowing respectfully, fearful of inadvertently offending the noble. "Good afternoon, my lord Marquis." Casting a glance over the state of the field, the Marquis furrows his brow and turns to the farmer beside him. "Another failure?" "Yes, my lord Marquis." The farmer responds cautiously. "I have tried planting the various wheat seeds and other crops you provided. Yet no amount of watering seems to help. Most of the seeds fail to sprout, and even those that do wither and die within days. How can this be? Is there truly no solution?" The Marquis raises a hand to rub his forehead. Disappointment etched across his face. Aside from the land along the riverbanks, other areas remain unarable, and the cultivable land's area and yield diminish each year. It appears increasingly impossible for Bienju to achieve self-sufficiency in grain. After a moment's hesitation, the female knight behind him steels herself and steps forward, offering reassurance. "Lord Owen, there must be a way. It is too soon to abandon hope." "Thank you, Maple, that I have not given up. I am merely contemplating what the town should do moving forward." Suppressing his disappointment, Owen forces himself to adopt a resolute expression, unwilling to burden his chief knight with his worries. He then places a hand on the farmer's shoulder, expressing gratitude. "I appreciate your hard work over the past 6 months in helping me test these seeds." No. It is no trouble at all, my lord Marquis." The farmer, taken aback by the noble's gratitude, stumbles over his words. "In any case, my family's land is cursed and yields little grain." As soon as he speaks, a thought occurs to him. Having tried so many seeds without success, he wonders if the promised reward will still be honored. Contemplating this, he reveals a troubled expression and cautiously inquires, My lord Marquis, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Will the reward you promised still be valid?" "Of course it is," Owen replies readily, then turns to Maple. "After we return, go find Clive and withdraw 20 silver coins from the treasury to give to him." "Understood," Maple nods. "To clarify, 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 10,000 copper coins." "That's wonderful. Thank you, my lord Marquis." The farmer is overjoyed. With this money, he need not worry about anything for this winter. Just as the farmer prepares to follow Maple to collect his payment, he notices her expression suddenly grave, her right hand resting on the hilt of her sword at her waist. Is she about to silence him? 20 silver coins are insignificant to the Marquis. Surely she wouldn't go that far. Money can be forfeited, but a life cannot. The farmer promptly drops to his knees, nearly pressing his forehead to the ground, pleading loudly, "Lady Knight, please do not kill me. I beg you, I will forego my reward." He has no choice but to plead for mercy. As resistance or escape is futile, the knight, trained in combat since childhood, would easily overpower him, and fleeing would expose his back, leading to a swifter demise. "Lord Owen, please be cautious." However, Maple pays no heed to the farmer, instead drawing her sword and stepping protectively in front of Owen, assuming a defensive posture. What is happening? Confused, the farmer turns to look behind him, only to see a deep, dark void appearing above the experimental field. As if a hole has been punctured in space itself, the void wildly sucks in the surrounding air, rapidly expanding until it reaches the size of a watermelon. A small, egg-sized sphere, radiating a silvery glow, emerges from the black hole. As the void vanishes, the silver sphere hovers momentarily in the air, locking onto Owen as its target before hurtling toward him. "You will not succeed." Maple shouts, stepping forward and swinging her sword at the silver sphere. Just as the sphere is about to collide with the blade, something extraordinary occurs. The silver sphere splits into two smaller spheres, evading the sword's arc and then rejoining seamlessly. Maple's expression shifts from shock to panic. "Get away," she calls back to Owen. If possible, Owen would like to evade, but the silver sphere seems to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. After taking only a few steps, the sphere catches up and strikes him directly in the head. Contrary to his expectations of blood and injury, the silver sphere appears to melt into Owen's mind. Subsequently, his body stiffens, and he collapses to the ground. Lord Owen. In his final moments of consciousness, Owen glimpses the regretful Maple rushing toward him, along with the bewildered farmer still kneeling on the ground. Upon opening his eyes, Owen finds himself in a vast expanse of white, his attire unchanged from the time he inspected the experimental field. And he clearly remembers the events leading to his unconsciousness. Before him stands a table and two chairs, one of which is occupied by a figure. This person possesses black hair and eyes, exuding an air of remarkable presence, with a complexion leaning toward the yellowish hue. Dressed in peculiar clothing, he wears a white shirt beneath a black ensemble, impeccably neat, with a knotted blue silk ribbon adorning his chest. Owen has never encountered such attire, yet it seems appropriately formal, likely reserved for significant occasions. "This is incredible. The experiment has succeeded. I have proven the existence of parallel universes," the individual exclaims, brimming with excitement. Parallel universes? What is he talking about? Owen cannot comprehend. But wait, confused, Owen suddenly realizes he understands the words spoken by this individual, despite them not being in the language of his world. This implies that communication is indeed possible. Regaining his composure, Owen launches a barrage of questions at the stranger. "Who are you? Where is this place?" "You." "Stop," the individual interrupts. "I know you have many questions, and we have plenty of time to discuss them. Please, take a seat." He gestures toward the empty chair across from him. Without hesitation, Owen walks over and sits down. "What would you like to drink?" "Anything will do." "Then let it be black tea." With a snap of his fingers, two small teacups and saucers appear on the table, steam rising from the cups filled with fragrant black tea. Though surprised by the sudden appearance of the tea, Owen maintains a facade of calmness as he reaches for a cup. He is not concerned about being poisoned. The individual before him possesses the means to kill him effortlessly, rendering such a crude method unnecessary. As the tea touches his lips, a spark of brilliance flickers in his eyes. The flavor is rich and profound, leaving a lingering aftertaste, truly exquisite. "Oh," the individual seems slightly taken aback. "In the face of the unknown, you remain remarkably composed. Your mental fortitude is commendable." "Panic would serve no purpose," Owen replies, setting down the teacup. "Now, may I inquire who you truly are?" The stranger takes a sip of his tea, replying leisurely, "Don't rush. Before asking about others, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" "I am Owen Eisen, Marquis of the eastern frontier town of Bienju in the Morning Light Kingdom. A pleasure to meet you." "Lord Eisen." The individual smiles and nods. "I am a citizen of the Earth Alliance, a major shareholder of the Sichuan Group, and a member of the board. Let's use my foreign name, Winston Lee. That is my name." Upon hearing the introduction, Owen is left bewildered. Aside from the name, he understands none of it. Winston can't help but chuckle, then continues, "I anticipated your confusion. Let me rephrase. I am not from your world, but rather an otherworldly being. Surely you comprehend this now." "This?" Owen struggles to swallow the words, "This is impossible," as he recalls his current predicament in an unknown space and the various peculiarities about Winston. The identity of an otherworldly being may indeed be true. "Very well. I shall tentatively accept your claim as an otherworldly being." Owen presses on with his inquiries. "So, where am I now? This cannot be the other world you mentioned." Winston shakes his head. "Certainly not. This is your spiritual realm, or rather, your dream. When you awaken, you will find yourself lying in bed." "Just a dream, is it?" Upon hearing this, Owen breathes a sigh of relief. As long as he remains in his own world, there are still many matters he must address. Fixing his gaze on Winston, Owen poses a crucial question. "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? My experiment has concluded. Dimension 3 has successfully breached the barriers between parallel universes, allowing me to encounter beings from another universe." At this point, Winston shifts his tone. "However, upon witnessing the low level of your development, I suddenly have new ideas. Your Excellency Eisen, when I arrived, I noticed you were facing difficulties, seemingly related to the land. If I were to say that I possess a means to make your land arable for grain cultivation, would you believe it? What are you saying? Is that truly the case? The calm demeanor that had previously enveloped Owen vanished entirely. His emotions surging intensely. It was hardly surprising. The prospect of resolving the food crisis in Bienju town was enough to elicit such fervor. Do not be so agitated. My assistance extends far beyond this. Winston smiled. Let us set this matter aside for now. We shall discuss it when you have regained your senses. For the moment, let us converse about something else. What would you like to discuss? Owen inquired. Everything regarding your world. Of course, I shall also share with you the nature of my world. Chapter 2. Awakening upon opening his eyes. Owen was greeted by the familiar sight of his ceiling, lying comfortably on the soft bedding of his chamber. Ah, my lord, you have awakened. Please wait a moment. I shall summon Steward Ryan at once. A middle-aged maid, carrying a wooden basin, entered just as Owen regained consciousness. She promptly set the basin aside and excused herself to notify the castle's steward. The maid hurried away, and Owen, having only just sat up and raised his hand, was unable to call out to her in time. Never mind. Lowering his hand, Owen shifted his gaze to the upper left corner of his vision, where indeed a red halo glimmered. Winston had mentioned in the dream that the silver orb, known as Dimension 3, had already bound itself to him, allowing it to be regarded as a system. Although Owen was unaware of what a system entailed, he understood that it could facilitate communication with Winston. Having been instructed by Winston, he boldly raised his left hand and tapped the red halo. Before him, a semi-transparent interface unfolded, visible solely to him, displaying only one icon, a pair of green arrows forming a circle. This was the transfer function, capable of relocating items from another world, albeit with complex usage restrictions. The only function available for his personal use was this one. Winston had expressed surprise that the third experiment succeeded, given that the previous two had failed. Thus he held little hope, leading to the system's rudimentary state, which would be gradually refined in the future. Nevertheless, for Owen, this function was a timely boon, as Winston had promised to provide seeds suitable for cultivation in Bienju town. He brimmed with anticipation. This was an opportunity to transform Bienju town. It seems I should click here to close it. Owen tapped the X in the upper right corner, shutting the main interface. Ding! At that moment, a prompt window appeared at the bottom of his vision, displaying a string of unfamiliar characters from another world, accompanied by two icons, one red and one green. The unfamiliarity of the text posed no issue. Owen understood that Winston was attempting to contact him. I recall that green signifies agreement, while red indicates refusal. Reflecting on the dream's contents, Owen reached out and tapped the green icon, connecting with Winston. Once connected, the prompt window vanished, leaving a red icon in the lower right corner, signaling the option to terminate the connection. Oh, so this is your room. Quite nice indeed. The sound of Winston's voice echoed in his mind, and Owen realized that Winston was observing this world through his eyes. Is that so? The Eisen family has been granted a remote territory, and the financial income is rather limited. There are not many resources to adorn the castle. You can communicate with me directly in your mind. No need to vocalize, lest others notice something amiss. Winston advised. Understood. I shall strive to adapt to this mode of communication. This form of mental dialogue was still novel to Owen, requiring time for acclimatization. Ah, someone is approaching. Owen turned his gaze to the doorway, where an elderly man clad in steward attire, his hair a mix of white and gray, hurriedly entered, accompanied by the maid who had just departed. This elder, named Ryan, bore a face etched with worry, deeply concerned for Owen's well-being. My lord, we have eagerly awaited your awakening. Do you feel any discomfort? Is your head aching? How is your body? As he spoke, tears welled up uncontrollably, disregarding his own dignity. I was so worried for you. My lord, if you had encountered misfortune, I would have felt immense guilt towards your father and the Eisen family, who have shown me such kindness. The sight of Ryan, an elder, weeping so freely, tugged at Owen's heartstrings. I apologize for causing you such worry. Ryan. I am perfectly fine, without any discomfort whatsoever. You can see for yourself. With that, Owen nimbly descended from the bed, stretching his limbs to demonstrate his well-being. That is a relief indeed. Ryan wiped away his tears as he spoke. Oh dear, look at the trouble I have caused. I truly am sorry. Winston could not help but feel remorseful. Silence, you. Owen and Winston had engaged in amicable exchanges within the dream, and now they had become friends. Such friendly dialogue would not disrupt their relationship. Oh, by the way, Owen suddenly recalled something he needed to confirm and asked Ryan, "How long have I been asleep?" "In fact, not long at all, just half a day. The fainting occurred yesterday afternoon." Ryan replied, "So that was it." Owen felt reassured. "I told you, the perception of time in dreams differs from reality. Yet, you were still eager to escape the dream, clearly not believing me." Winston seemed somewhat resentful regarding Owen's actions. "I apologize. I had to verify it myself. Otherwise, I would not have been at ease. Next time, I will engage in a more straightforward conversation with you." "That is agreed upon, for I have many questions to pose." In the dream, Owen and Winston had conversed extensively. When the topic of magic in this world arose, Winston displayed considerable interest, expressing a desire to witness what magic entailed, naturally. Owen was equally intrigued by Winston's descriptions of a world devoid of magic, particularly its historical progression. Throughout their discussions, Owen encountered numerous advanced ideologies. For instance, the notion that the feudal aristocracy posed an obstacle to societal development was a particularly captivating perspective, one that he, as an aristocrat, found himself in remarkable agreement with. Suddenly recalling someone, Ryan interjected, "My lord, there is another matter that requires your attention." "Go on." "Due to the unfortunate incident occurring in the experimental fields you had commissioned, the farmer responsible for the trial planting is under significant suspicion. Consequently, your chief knight has incarcerated him in the dungeon for close observation." Alas, it was that unfortunate farmer. Owen felt a pang of sympathy for him, as he bore no connection to the incident whatsoever. Thankfully, he had not been unconscious for too long. He could scarcely imagine how the chief knight would interrogate the farmer. "Ryan, that farmer is entirely innocent. Please release him and take him to Clive to receive 20 silver coins as compensation." After a brief pause, he added, "Additionally, grant him 5 more silver coins as a gesture of goodwill." "As you command." "My lord." Ryan placed his hand over his heart in acquiescence. After Ryan withdrew, Owen quickly washed up and proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast. Having skipped dinner the previous evening, he found himself rather famished. The breakfast consisted of buttered bread, roasted sausages, vegetable salad, and a meat broth. Typically, he did not find these items particularly appetizing, but today, hunger transformed them into a delightful feast, compelling him to indulge more than usual. Throughout the meal, however, Winston incessantly chattered in his mind, creating a cacophony that left Owen feeling quite irritated. Just as he finished breakfast, Maple hurried into the castle, presumably having heard the news of Owen's awakening. Upon seeing him, she immediately knelt on one knee, chastising herself for failing to fulfill her knightly duties, which resulted in harm befalling her lord, and pleaded for Owen to punish her. Owen had no intention of punishing Maple. She was from another world, and the silver orb was an entirely foreign artifact, thus it was impossible to guard against it. However, Maple was remarkably obstinate, resolutely demanding that Owen administer a punishment. Yes, they had been childhood companions. Owen was well aware of Maple's temperament and ultimately decided to impose a penalty of doubling her training for the day, which seemed to appease her somewhat. Chapter 3. Deciphering text after accepting her punishment. Maple began her training in the courtyard while Owen made his way to the study. The study was located on the 3rd floor, in the central position of the castle, modest in size. The door faced a glass window, with a desk and chair placed before it, and bookshelves lining both sides of the room, filled with a myriad of books. "Wow, your collection is quite extensive, indeed, truly a wealthy aristocrat," Winston observed, aware that these tomes were crafted from parchment, each book possessing considerable value, unattainable for common folk. Approaching the bookshelves, Owen extended his right hand, brushing over the spines of the volumes, a nostalgic expression surfacing on his face. "These books are the accumulation of the Eisen family over the years. My father cherished literature and often read to me in my youth. Influenced by him, I too gradually developed a love for reading. I have perused every single book here." "All right, enough sentimentality. Let us proceed with the task at hand," Winston urged. "I understand, no need to rush me." The task at hand entailed Owen swiftly scanning through the books, enabling Winston to acquire and decipher the written language of this world, subsequently storing this information in a database. This endeavor bore numerous advantages. For instance, Winston could directly provide translated texts or blueprints from another world, and in the future, when upgrading Owen's system, The text could be replaced with characters he recognized. Owen casually retrieved a book titled Chronicles of Dawn, cradling it in his hands as he began to flip through its pages from the first. His browsing speed was rapid, for he did not require a word-for-word examination. Even so, Winston persistently urged Owen to hasten his pace, insisting he go quicker still. Was this pace deemed slow? At last, Owen was compelled to press his thumb against the edge of the book, swiftly turning the pages with the aid of the book's curvature, finishing an entire volume in mere seconds. He subsequently employed the same method to peruse several more books until Winslet instructed him to cease. Is this sufficient? Have the words within the books been recorded despite my rapid reading? Owen expressed his skepticism. Indeed, it is sufficient. Not only have they been recorded, but the decryption process is also complete. Ah, it's already finished? Owen was taken aback, astonished that deciphering unfamiliar text could be accomplished in such a brief span. Could this truly be the high-tech prowess Winslet had alluded to? Haha, this is just the beginning. There will be far more astonishing revelations in the future. Oh, then I shall eagerly await them. With the text decryption completed, Owen instructed a guard at the door to summon Ryan. While he seated himself at his desk to address the pile of documents that had accumulated from the previous day, knock, knock. Before entering, Ryan rapped upon the door and then bowed to Owen. Placing his hand upon his chest, "My lord, do you require my assistance?" Upon finishing the final stroke with his quill, Owen looked up at Ryan. "Yes, Ryan, please take a team to clear out the storage room at the far end of the castle's ground floor. Relocate the items to another place, and then hire workers to dig a square pit in the center of the room, approximately 1 meter deep and covering half the area of the room's floor. Finally filling the pit with sand. As you command, my lord." With that, Ryan prepared to depart to fulfill his task. Suddenly, Owen recalled something and called out to him. "Ah, wait. The windows need to be covered with curtains." "Certainly." Ryan nodded. "Are there any other instructions?" "No, that will be all. You may leave." Ryan bowed and exited. While Owen resumed his work on the documents, as the steward of the castle, Ryan was undoubtedly quite competent. Unless the matter was perilous, he never questioned orders and completed the tasks assigned to him with diligence and efficiency. The reason Owen intended to create this sand pit within the castle was to facilitate the future transfer of items from another world as for the necessity of using sand. This pertained to the concept of mass conservation that Winslet had mentioned, a principle Owen did not fully grasp. That it was said that the mass of two parallel universes must remain constant and equal. Transferring items between parallel universes required a reciprocal balance, lest one universe's mass increase unjustly while the other diminished, leading to significant problems. Winslet had patiently explained the principle of transfer to Owen, stating that it involved exchanging an equal mass of sand for items from the other world. Throughout the morning, Owen remained within the castle, attending to various matters. By afternoon, he set out with Maple, who had completed her training, to the experimental field where the incident had occurred the previous day. As soon as they exited the castle, Maple elevated her alertness to the highest level. She walked ahead of Owen, her right hand perpetually resting on the hilt of her sword, her gaze fierce and icy, causing the passing townsfolk to instinctively steer clear of her. "Hey, is your knight planning to commit murder? She looks so fierce." Winslet teased. "This is all you're doing," Owen muttered under his breath. However, Maple's demeanor risked tarnishing Owen's reputation as lord, which was troubling. Reluctantly, he spoke up. "Maple, there is no need for such intensity. The incident from yesterday will not recur." "That is not an option." Maple halted and turned to face him. "Yesterday, I too believed it to be safe, yet an incident still transpired. That it is a knight's duty to protect their lord, and I must ensure that no threats approach you, Owen. So, in the name of my safety, you choose to disregard my words." That, Maple found herself momentarily speechless. To disobey was to be disloyal, and a knight was the embodiment of loyalty. When Maple was appointed as chief knight, she had sworn fealty to Owen. This predicament left her in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. "All right, Maple, that I understand you have never been one to overthink, and I cannot bear to see you in such distress." Owen chuckled, shaking his head before continuing. "Both guardianship and loyalty are essential. You need not choose between them. However, your protective actions have been excessive. Look at that little girl over there. I know she admires you greatly and once gifted you flowers, yet now she dares not approach you." Following Owen's gaze, Maple noticed the small girl who had indeed previously given her flowers. The girl was now keeping her distance, evidently afraid of her. Upon hearing Owen's words, Maple realized her overreaction. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Owen." She expressed her regret. "A knight as dull-witted as I perhaps does not deserve to be your chief knight." "Do not speak so, Maple." Owen's expression grew serious as he corrected her. "You have been my companion since childhood. I know you well and trust you implicitly, and no one else could fulfill the role of my chief knight. Furthermore, last winter, you executed your father's task with exceptional skill, saving many lives, including mine. You are an outstanding knight. This is an undeniable truth, and I will not allow you to undermine yourself." Overwhelmed by Owen's praise, Maple felt her cheeks flush, and she lowered her gaze shyly. "Yes, Lord Owen, I will certainly fulfill my duties as chief knight." "That is well. Let us proceed." This time, Maple dutifully followed behind Owen. As she gazed at his retreating figure, a slight smile crept upon her lips, and warmth filled her heart. What transpired last winter? Along the way, Winslet could not contain his curiosity and inquired of Owen, eager to uncover the details. "Well, I will explain it to you in detail when I have the time. For now, we must attend to pressing matters." "Very well then." Chapter 4. The situation in Bienju town. Upon arriving at the experimental field on the eastern edge of the small town, Owen noted that merely a day had passed, yet several green shoots had withered. Witnessing such results during previous trials had filled Owen with anxiety and helplessness. Now, he returned here bearing the hopes of another world. "Let us proceed as I previously instructed." Winslet communicated within Owen's mind. "Understood." Approaching the edge of the field, Owen crouched down, grasping a handful of soil and rubbing it between his fingers. "What do you observe? Have you gathered any data?" Owen's field of vision revealed no data, as all information had been transmitted to Winslet, the reason being the system's primitive nature. "Data has been collected. The pH exceeds 9.5, and the moisture content is exceedingly low, TSK. This is severely saline alkaline land. Are there suitable seeds available?" What saline alkaline land entailed was of little consequence. Owen's primary concern was whether there existed crops that could thrive in such soil, for this would rescue the increasingly ailing Bienju town. "Humph, of course there are. Do not underestimate our technological capabilities. We possess several strains of super salt alkaline resistant wheat, as well as other crops that can be cultivated in such soil. With the appropriate farming techniques, the yield should be commendable," Winslet proclaimed with pride, exuding confidence as though the land were already sown with the seeds he provided. "Considering our dietary habits, please prioritize the wheat seeds. By next year, this land will yield sufficient grain to liberate Bienju town from its dependence on external food supplies." "Oh, you dare make such bold claims. I thought you would first seek seeds for trial planting." Winslet expressed mild surprise. "There is no need. I trust in your technological prowess." Dusting off his hands, Owen rose to his feet. Surveying the cursed land surrounding him, he mused that come next spring, a dramatic transformation would occur here. Maple had been observing Owen intently and suddenly noticed the confident expression upon his face, his eyes glimmering with hope, as if the troubles that had previously plagued him had found resolution. He must have conceived a new idea. "Regardless, I shall forever stand by his side," Maple silently vowed within her heart. By the way, what led to such a vast expanse of saline alkaline land here? Winslet found it peculiar. Earlier that morning, he had perused the map of Bienju town. On the way to the experimental field, he had taken care to observe the surrounding circumstances of the town. To the west of the town lay the Hongguan mountain range, a continuous stretch of towering peaks, the longest mountain range on this continent, while to the east was the Tianxiong mountain range. Oriented roughly from northwest to southeast, characterized by rugged terrain and steep cliffs, the Weishui River originated from somewhere in the Tianxiong mountains, flowing southward through Bienju town, the southwest of the town. There existed a vast, dense forest known as the Mijing Forest. Given such an environment, it seemed incongruous that much of Bienju town's land had suffered severe salinization, with only the land along the riverbanks suitable for cultivation. "It is the curse of Castu that has wrought this," Owen answered firmly within his mind. He then provided Winslet with a brief history of Bienju town and the origins of the Casta curse. Initially, Bienju town was established to exploit the rich mineral resources in the vicinity. At that time, the circumstances were vastly different, with ample arable land and food production consistently exceeding demand. However, due to unforeseen events, Bienju town was granted to the Eisen family. It was unclear when the land began to deteriorate. leading to diminishing agricultural yields that could no longer meet the town's needs, necessitating the large-scale purchase of food from external sources. Such phenomena were not unique. The Chisha fortress, situated in the northern reaches of the Morning Light Kingdom, had experienced a similar trajectory due to its status as a significant military garrison, managing to sustain itself through supplies from the kingdom. However, Bienju town was not a place of such importance. The root cause of this phenomenon is none other than the rumored undying king. Castu. 2 centuries ago, during the Holy War, Castu was gravely wounded by the church. Unwilling to meet his demise, he summoned a ferocious sandstorm that engulfed both sides of the conflict. When the tempest subsided, the battlefield beneath transformed into a vast desert, and Castu vanished without a trace. In the ensuing 200 years, the land surrounding the desert that emerged from that time seemed cursed, gradually becoming desolate before succumbing to desertification, ultimately transforming the area north of the mountain ranges into an endless expanse of sand, with the curse continuing to spread. This is the origin of Castu's curse. The Church and the Kingdom of Dawn have made numerous attempts to discreetly seek him out. But alas, he remains well hidden, and to this day, no one has discovered his whereabouts. Thus, the quest to locate Castu and defeat him to lift the curse remains an unattainable endeavor. Castu's curse? Is it magic? This delves into my realm of ignorance. This matter indeed pertains to magic, and Winston finds himself utterly helpless regarding it. This realization irks him, prompting a silent resolve to delve into the study of magic. Winston has acquired some understanding of the situation in Bienju town, yet lingering questions compel him to continue his inquiries. If the sole aim is to resolve the food issue, why not expand the arable land southward along the riverbanks? Or develop the forest to the southwest, which appears unaffected by the curse? Upon hearing this question, Owen's expression turned peculiar, but he still provided an answer. To the south lies the territory of Duke Eddie of the East Rising Fortress. I cannot cultivate on someone else's land. So it belongs to someone else. Why then are there no signs of development in the southern lands? The cultivated lands of the East Rising Fortress are primarily concentrated to the south, while the northern territories remain largely undeveloped, Owen explained. Isn't that akin to occupying a latrine without relieving oneself? Winston remarked without reservation. Indeed, but there is little I can do. Owen shrugged, his expression one of resignation. As for the enigmatic forest to the southwest, Owen mentioned that it has long been the aspiration of every king of the Kingdom of Dawn to develop that land. However, the forest is home to numerous magical creatures and various tribes of subhumans, and any attempt to forcibly exploit the forest would undoubtedly provoke fierce resistance from them. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The true issue lies in the fact that the forest's sovereign is a powerful black dragon king, which has previously attacked the Dawn army, inflicting significant losses. Moreover, most of the Kingdom of Dawn's military forces are currently stationed at the border to fend off external threats, rendering them incapable of venturing into the enigmatic forest for development. Upon the mention of dragons, Winston exhibited considerable interest, expressing a desire to seek an opportunity to witness one. At hearing such a ridiculous statement, Owen's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but remind him, do not jest. Even the king's army has failed to subdue the Black Dragon King. Bienju town would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Indeed, at present, Bienju town's overall strength is far too weak. The future, however, remains uncertain. For reasons unknown, Owen felt a faint sense of unease upon hearing Winston's words. The Black Dragon King reigning over the enigmatic forest? He sincerely hoped never to encounter it in his lifetime, silently praying in his heart. Chapter 5. The northern city wall sowing and cultivating land is a matter for next spring and can be set aside for the time being. Currently, there are more pressing matters requiring Owen's attention concerning the survival of Bienju town through the coming winter. Departing from the experimental fields, Owen, accompanied by Maple, headed northward towards the narrowest point between the Hungwan mountain range and the Tianxiong mountain range. There lies a stone wall connecting the two mountain ranges, with the treacherous Mac desert looming just beyond. Upon reaching the destination, Winston beheld the northern city wall, silently guarding Bienju town. This section of the wall stretches over 500 meters in length, stands nearly 5 meters tall, and boasts a 2-meter wide top. The ancient structure bears numerous signs of damage, having withstood multiple assaults from enemies, namely the undead creatures that wander the Mac desert. These creatures disdain the heat and prefer the cold, typically concealing themselves during the day and aimlessly roaming the desert at night. with some occasionally straying near the city wall, where they are swiftly dealt with upon discovery. Come winter, they gather at a designated location under Casta's command, launching wave after wave of assaults southward. Naturally, their primary target is the Red Sand Fortress, while Bienju town faces merely a fraction of their onslaught. Regrettably, a considerable breach of 50 meters exists on the right side of the central bastion of the city wall, while a smaller gap of over 20 meters lies 100 meters further east. Numerous individuals are presently engaged in repairing the central breach, having completed half of the work, with large stones piled beneath the wall. Others are continuously transporting logs, roughly the thickness of a bull's mouth, to the eastern breach. As for the origin of these two gaps, Winston had learned from Owen during their journey. This calamity transpired at the end of last winter when Owen's father, Marquis Balak Eisen, led knights and common soldiers to defend the wall alongside the church's paladin knights against the undead's assault. Perhaps due to insufficient fortification, a significant breach was unexpectedly created in the central section of the wall, allowing a multitude of undead to pour through. Concerned for his son's safety and that of the town, Balak ordered Mapple to flee back to the town and inform its inhabitants to escape if possible, or to hide away and seek refuge in the castle with Owen. Mapple fulfilled this task, hiding in the basement with Owen and all others in the castle until dawn. Ultimately, the Paladin Knights successfully repelled the undead. But Balak sacrificed his life on the battlefield. From a distance, Owen's figure came into view, prompting the stonemason Vilu, responsible for the wall's repairs, to hastily set aside his work and go to greet him. "My lord Marquis, what brings you here?" Vilu was a renowned stonemason in Bienju town, and the northern city wall had been constructed by his ancestors, with a bald head, a robust physique, and sun-kissed skin from years of exposure. He appeared rugged yet was meticulous in his work, allowing no room for carelessness. "I came to see how your progress is faring," Owen remarked, his gaze sweeping over the craftsmen laboring on the wall and the porters hauling large stones beneath it. "Rest assured, my lord Marquis," Vilu reported, "if we maintain this pace, we shall be able to repair the central breach before winter arrives, and simultaneously erect a temporary wooden wall at the eastern breach to fend off the undead." "That is good to hear," Owen nodded. "You may continue your work. I shall observe nearby." "Yes, my lord Marquis." With a bow, Vilu returned to the worksite, urging everyone not to slack off, with the Marquis present to oversee the progress, gazing at the two significant breaches in the wall. Mapple was reminded of the events of last winter, feeling deeply reflective. "I hope Bienju town can safely weather this winter." "It certainly will," Owen replied. That in truth, he was uncertain, but as the lord of Bienju town, he must project an image of courage and fearlessness. Otherwise, the morale of those below would waver. Is the eastern breach secure? If even the sturdy stone wall has been breached, a wooden wall is unlikely to hold. Winston expressed his concerns. "There is no choice. Winter is merely 2 months away. Time is of the essence. The wooden wall is better than having nothing at all. The East Rising Fortress refuses to lend us aid, and Bienju town's financial and manpower resources are severely limited." Upon inheriting his father's title, Owen promptly sought assistance from Duke Eddie of the East Rising Fortress, even if the Duke was unwilling to provide funds. Sending some personnel to assist, with wages paid by Bienju town, should have sufficed to repair the 2 breaches before winter's arrival. However, to Owen's dismay, Duke Eddie proved to be exceedingly miserly, akin to attempting to pluck feathers from a penny-pinching rooster. If this continues, Bienju town's predicament this winter will be perilous. With the town in danger, the safety of all its inhabitants would be jeopardized. Owen served as an essential conduit to the world, and Winston harbored no desire for any misfortune to befall him. "What do you propose then?" Owen inquired. "I am unsure whether you possess the technology to maintain high temperatures here, but I would suggest directly producing cement. With it, the eastern breach could be repaired before winter arrives." Winston envisioned using cement alongside rubble to construct a stone wall to seal the eastern breach, significantly bolstering the security compared to a wooden wall. "Cement, what is that?" Once again confronted with an unfamiliar term, Owen found himself compelled to seek clarification from Winston, who patiently elaborated on the properties and applications of cement. After listening, Owen was taken aback. Even without being involved in the construction industry, he was well aware of cement's remarkable capabilities. It serves not only as an excellent adhesive but also as a material that can be molded into any shape. Can the blacksmith's forge produce it? Eager to enhance Bienju town's defenses, Owen was impatient to commence cement production. No, the temperature is insufficient, and it cannot maintain a stable temperature for extended periods. In that case, perhaps I could try using fire magic? By increasing the magical output, I can raise the flame's temperature, and by maintaining a consistent output of magic, I can ensure the temperature remains stable. Fire magic? Wait, you are a mage? Why didn't you tell me before? Winston exclaimed, astonished, his voice transformed. You never asked me. Upon returning to the castle, Owen hurried to his study, documenting the cement formula and the wet production process as dictated by Winston. Winston preferred the wet method of production due to its simplicity, ease of controlling raw material components, high quality of the fired product, and minimal dust emission. The drawback lies in the high thermal consumption. And it remains uncertain whether Owen's magical prowess can withstand the challenge. The primary constituents of cement are limestone and clay. Abundant limestone can be found amidst the waste piles in the quarry. And clay is equally accessible, with other necessary materials also obtainable. After confirming the accuracy of the cement formula, Owen proceeded to inquire in detail with Winston about the process of cement production via the wet method, seeking to ascertain how he might utilize fire magic effectively. With a plan in place, Owen promptly summoned his loyal guard at the entrance, instructing him to call upon the financial officer, Clive. Chapter 6. 2 Magical Systems Before Long. Clive arrived, panting heavily. The financial officer of the border town. He had been living quite comfortably, his physique having grown considerably, with a slight paunch protruding. His eyes were nearly squinting into slits, adorned with a pair of mustaches resembling the shape of a 8, while his head was notably bald, with hair combed over to conceal the balding spots. Apologies, Your Grace, please allow me to catch my breath, he said, entering the study and taking several moments to recover from his exertion. Evidently having rushed here. After bowing with a hand on his chest, he inquired, Your Grace, what brings me here? You are to issue a new recruitment notice in the square, seeking a number of laborers. Porters, stonebreakers, and construction workers, with a preference for the latter, Owen instructed. Your Grace, may I inquire as to your intentions? Clive dared to ask. We are to manufacture cement for the swift repair of the eastern breach in the northern wall, enhancing its defenses against the undead, Owen replied. Upon hearing the word cement, a look of confusion flickered across Clive's face. Owen had anticipated he would ask what cement was, but he did not. Very well, Your Grace. I shall attend to it immediately, Clive affirmed before taking his leave. Having witnessed many of Owen's peculiar endeavors in the past, Clive was no stranger to the eccentricities of his lord. Previously, Owen had dispatched individuals to gather seeds, hoping to cultivate crops in this cursed land, though the venture had reportedly ended in failure. Now, with this new undertaking, although he remained ignorant of what cement truly was, Clive felt certain it would ultimately fail. So he refrained from pressing further. Nevertheless, Clive proved to be quite efficient, successfully gathering the required laborers by the following day. Owen entrusted the recruited construction workers to Veru, instructing him to take time to renovate a mud brick house located on the outskirts of town, near the quarry, while the others remained on standby. It is worth mentioning that in last night's dream, knowing Owen was a magician, Winston had eagerly asked him to demonstrate his magic in Owen's dreamscape. Recreating the magic from reality was a trivial task. After witnessing the magic, Winston bombarded Owen with numerous inquiries regarding the arcane arts in return for Winston's provision of the cement production methods. Owen generously imparted all the magical knowledge he possessed. This world is divided into 2 magical systems, elemental magic and faith-based magic. Before delving into the specifics, it is essential to note that the vast majority of individuals possess some degree of magical power, albeit in minuscule amounts that are often negligible. Only a select few, endowed with a significant reservoir of magical energy, are deemed worthy of becoming magicians. Typically, an individual's magical power aligns with a single elemental attribute. For instance, Owen's magic is of the fire attribute, allowing him to wield fire magic exclusively. However, there are rare exceptions where individuals possess multiple elemental attributes, marking them as prodigies. The fundamental elemental attributes comprise wind, water, earth, fire, light, and darkness. Elemental magic is relatively straightforward, involving the manipulation of magical energy to transform it into the corresponding elemental attribute, which is then released from the body, a process that constitutes the casting of magic. Chanting can aid beginners in accelerating the conversion of their magical energy. Faith-based magic, on the other hand, is considerably more intricate. The practitioner must possess a devout belief in a deity, establishing a tenuous connection with the divine through their fervor. Due to this specificity, practitioners of faith-based magic are predominantly clergy. Prior to casting spells, the practitioner typically offers prayers to their deity, causing their magical energy to inherently transform into sacred elements, which are subsequently released. It is noteworthy that faith-based magic can disregard the inherent elemental attributes of magical energy, converting it entirely into sacred elements. Having satiated Winston's thirst for knowledge, it was now his turn to share insights about his world. As their conversation progressed, they delved into various academic subjects, igniting a profound interest in Owen, who requested Winston to impart this knowledge. Winston, enthusiastic about sharing, thus transformed the dreamscape into a learning environment for Owen. Over the next 3 days, Owen busied himself with various affairs and practiced magic by day, while at night, he engaged in learning new knowledge from Winston within the dream. Whenever fatigue set in, Owen would detach from the dream, entering a state of slumber. Upon awakening, he would find himself greeted by the dawn of a new day, leading a rather fulfilling existence. This morning, Owen's system underwent its first upgrade. Seated at his desk in the castle's study, he watched as the progress bar gradually ascended from 0 to 50. Throughout this interval, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, as if something were amiss. After some contemplation, he realized that the silence in the world stemmed from the system upgrade, rendering him unable to maintain contact with Winston. With this revelation, a smile crept upon Owen's face. He often found Winston's chatter bothersome. Yet in his absence, the quietude felt unusually pronounced. Speaking of Winston, Owen had long held the impression that this individual was extraordinarily wealthy and possessed ample leisure time. From what Owen had gathered, Winston's corporate entity, the Hindering Group, was a colossal conglomerate, managing numerous resource-rich planets and boasting a fleet of hundreds of spacecraft, excelling in several cutting-edge technological fields. Planets, Owen mused, reflecting on how not long ago he had believed the entire continent and the surrounding seas existed on a single plane. Now, having learned so much from Winston, his understanding of the universe had expanded considerably, significantly broadening his horizons. Of course, this was also a testament to Owen's exceptional capacity for comprehension. Even Winston had remarked that altering one's ingrained perceptions is a formidable challenge. Yet Owen had achieved it with ease. Ding! The progress bar had reached 100, signaling the completion of the system upgrade. The text displayed on the prompt was entirely comprehensible to Owen, indicating that Winston had replaced all system text with the writing of this world. Closing the window, Owen clicked on the red circle in the upper left corner. Before him unfolded a page replete with text, the title reading Upgrade Details. As he scrolled through, Owen gleaned that this upgrade not only optimized the system but also introduced 3 new functionalities. The first was an emergency call feature. Regardless of how leisurely Winston might be, he could not maintain constant communication with Owen. Thus, in urgent situations, this function would allow Owen to summon him. At last, there was a means for proactive communication, as previously, it had been entirely reactive. The second feature was a folder function. The system could now receive documents sent by Winston, storing them for Owen's perusal at any time. These documents could include text, images, and more. Consequently, Winston could send over design blueprints, allowing Owen to manufacture according to those plans. Additionally, various academic texts could be sent, facilitating learning beyond the confines of dreams. The final feature was the visual data function. By selecting the desired metrics, relevant data would be displayed in Owen's field of vision. The Dimension 3 system inherently possessed the ability to detect various data, but previously, all acquired data had been relayed to Winston. Now, Owen could view this data directly. In summary, this upgrade introduced a plethora of practical features, significantly enhancing Owen's ability to receive assistance from Winston. Upon closing the details page, Owen noticed that the main interface now displayed 3 new icons alongside the transfer function. The emergency call icon resembled a red telephone. The folder icon was a yellow file folder, and the visual data icon depicted a white eye, with the numeral 01 at its center. Chapter 7. The first transfer. With the upgrade complete, it was time to test the new features. Owen clicked on the emergency call icon, causing the main interface to fade away and a small window to pop up, indicating calling in progress. Shortly thereafter, the call connected to Winston. It appears your system upgrade is complete. Just in time, as I have something to discuss. Knock, knock. Clive stood at the doorway, holding 2 rolls of parchment. Evidently there to submit a report. We'll talk later, Owen replied mentally, then nodded at Clive. Come in. Upon entering the study, Clive came to a halt in front of the desk, bowing with a hand on his chest. Your Grace. The statistics for this year's wheat yield have been completed. Here is the report detailing this year's yield compared to previous years, along with the financial reports for the first half of this year and past years for the border town. Please review them. With that, he respectfully placed the 2 reports on the desk. The inclusion of past data allowed the Lord to make comparisons and gain insights into recent trends, lifting the wheat yield report. Owen skimmed through it. As expected, this year's wheat yield had decreased once again in comparison to last year, were it not for the plan to plant the alkalinity-resistant wheat provided by Winston on a large scale next spring. Owen anticipated he would be troubled once more. However, having prepared himself mentally for this outcome, he refrained from voicing any complaints. After reviewing the wheat yield report, he set it aside and picked up the financial report. Upon noticing this, Clive's face briefly reflected confusion. Although Owen had only recently inherited his father's title, he had previously managed some of his father's affairs. Given past circumstances, Owen would typically express dissatisfaction upon reading the wheat yield report. Yet today he seemed remarkably composed. Though puzzled, Clive dared not inquire further, opting instead to diligently complete his assigned tasks. The financial report contained meticulous statistics that warranted Owen's careful examination. The financial revenue of Bienju Town primarily hinges on the sale of iron and copper extracted from the cross-mining area, along with the scorching and lightning magic stones sourced from the Celestial Stone District, yielding an annual income of no less than 2,000 gold coins. Should we unearth high-quality magic stones and secure a lucrative sale, the financial intake would experience a substantial increase. However, it has been several years since Bienju Town has produced such stones that a significant portion of the expenditures is attributed to the acquisition of grain, with costs escalating year by year. Wait, what are scorching and lightning magic stones? Winston suddenly inquired with curiosity. You probably don't have them over there. They are unique to our world, consisting of stones imbued with immense magical energy. Owen elucidated. How intriguing. Once the sand pit is completed, please bring over a few of those magic stones so I can conduct thorough research on them. Winston expressed eagerly. Of course, Owen replied, before resuming his examination of the financial report. After a while, he set down the report and lifted his gaze towards Clive. How's the grain procurement situation this year? It seemed there were no pressing questions regarding the 2 reports. And Clive let out a sigh of relief. Reflecting briefly, he responded cautiously, My lord, the anticipated demand for grain is expected to be slightly higher than last year, with the grain prices from Dongxing Fortress and Linshui City having risen by over 10% compared to the previous year. Why has it increased again? And by such a margin? Is their harvest poor this year? Owen frowned, clearly displeased as this was not the first price hike. Grain prices had nearly risen incrementally each year. This year's increase was somewhat outrageous. According to the information I've received, Dongxing Fortress and Linshui City have had a good harvest this year, with yields surpassing those of previous years. Clive paused before adding, My lord, I have a personal suspicion. Please, go ahead. I suspect that Dongxing Fortress and Linshui City have colluded. They are well aware of Bienju Town's grain scarcity issue and are collectively inflating prices, knowing that we have no choice but to purchase despite our dissatisfaction. With a loud thud, Owen slammed his hand on the table, feeling an unprecedented wave of indignation. Infuriating. It is utterly outrageous. Every winter, Bienju Town must fend off the invasion of undead creatures, and while they indulge in their comforts, they dare to exploit us regarding grain. Those selfish nobles truly incite anger. I understand why you are so eager for Bienju Town to achieve self-sufficiency in grain. Being at the mercy of their pricing is indeed a helpless situation, Winston shared, equally aggrieved. Taking a deep breath, Owen attempted to calm himself. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question to Clive. What if we were to procure grain from other sources instead of them? How would the calculations work out? Clive quickly calculated in his mind and replied, The grain prices from other sources should be somewhat lower, but the additional costs, including transportation, would increase, resulting in minimal savings. Furthermore, the arrival of grain would be delayed, making it less advantageous. After pondering for a while with his eyes closed, Owen made a decision. This year, let us procure half of the reserve grain from Dongxing Fortress and Linshui City. while acquiring the remaining half from other sources. The delay is acceptable as long as it does not disrupt the operations of Bianju Town. After all, there would be no grain procurement next year, and a surplus of grain would accumulate in the granary, leaving Duke Eddie anxious. Owen chuckled coldly to himself. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately. With that, Clive took his leave, and no sooner had he departed than the steward, Ryan, arrived to convey another matter. After a respectful bow, he reported, Master, the sand pit has been excavated as per your specifications, though. Owen raised an eyebrow. Excellent. Please fetch 3 scorching and lightning magic stones for me. I wish to conduct some experiments. Understood. The castle housed a selection of quality magic stones, and Ryan swiftly retrieved them for Owen. The 2 types of magic stones resembled translucent gemstones, distinguishable only by their colors, red for the scorching magic stone and yellow for the lightning magic stone. Having acquired 6 magic stones, Owen proceeded to the innermost chamber of the castle, instructing his guards to stand at the door and not allow anyone to enter without permission. Upon entering the room, which was sparsely furnished and dimly lit by heavy dark curtains, Owen observed the surroundings. The sand pit in the center was meticulously filled and leveled with sand, aligning perfectly with the surrounding floor. Although this seemed somewhat excessive, he dismissed it, quickly placed these magic stones in the center of the sand pit. Activate the transfer function, relocate the transfer point to the position of the magic stones, and once initiated, they shall be drawn here, Winston urged, seemingly impatient to study the magic stones. Understood. Have your wheat seeds been prepared? Of course, they are ready. Positioning the 6 magic stones in the center of the sand pit, Owen stepped back to its edge, opening the main interface and selecting the transfer function. The main interface faded away, and a black sphere, roughly the size of an egg, materialized in the air before him, with a small window for the transfer activation button appearing in the lower right corner. This was the transfer point. Glancing at the black sphere, Owen began to manipulate it from a distance, adjusting the transfer point to align with the magic stones. Upon initiating the transfer, the familiar black hole manifested once more, directly consuming the sand and magic stones, leaving a circular shallow pit in the center of the sand pit. In no time, the black hole expanded to the size of a watermelon, and a semi-transparent sphere wrapped in burlap emerged from its center. Once the transfer was complete, the black hole vanished, and the semi-transparent sphere disintegrated upon contact with the sand, leaving behind a fully packed burlap sack in the shallow pit. Chapter 8. Duke Eddie, the magic stones have been received. I shall commence my research. The next transfer will occur in a week. Unless there is an urgent matter, please refrain from summoning me, Winston stated, severing communication with Owen in his usual hasty manner, shaking his head in resignation. Owen moved the sack to the edge of the sand pit and opened it to find it filled with wheat seeds. That he examined a few seeds closely, noting their similarity to the local wheat seeds, albeit slightly plumpered. Oh, these are the seeds from another world. After returning the seeds to the sack, Owen transported it to the corner of the room. The cool, dry environment was indeed suitable for seed storage. This was merely the first batch of seeds, with more transfers anticipated in the future, so he decided to store them here for now. As he exited the room, Owen suddenly recalled that Winston had seemed eager to say something when the system upgrade was completed, but was interrupted. Perhaps he would inquire about it next time. Dongxing Fortress, in the southern region, boasted a grand and opulent castle, the residence of Duke Eddie in a lavishly decorated reception room. A corpulent middle-aged man, resembling a bloated pig, lounged in a specially designed, oversized chair. It was none other than Duke Eddie himself. Before Duke Eddie stood a slender man holding an unfurled parchment, reporting various matters. Thus concludes the financial report for the first half of the year from Dongxing Fortress. Duke Eddie replied lazily, his eyes half closed. After rolling up the parchment, the slender man did not take his leave, but continued, My lord, there is one more matter I wish to report. Speak. Bianju Town has placed an order to procure grain from us. Oh. Upon hearing this news, Duke Eddie lifted his eyelids slightly, adjusting his posture as he seemed to gain a modicum of interest. How much grain are they purchasing this time? Well, just a little more than half of last year's amount. The slender man spoke cautiously, seemingly apprehensive that his subsequent words might displease the Duke. And what about Linshui City? Duke Eddie appeared unconcerned, which eased the slender man's tension that he quickly replied, I've heard it's about the same as ours. It seems Linshui City is adhering to the agreement. Duke Eddie mused. stroking the pure gold ring on his right hand. However, the grain procured from both locations is insufficient for Bienju Town to last until next year's autumn harvest, meaning they are sourcing grain from elsewhere. Indeed, it is said they plan to procure a batch of grain from the royal capital, Jinwei City, and Fengshui City, as well. My lord, their ships transporting grain will undoubtedly pass through Dongxing Fortress. Weaken the Slender Man did not finish his thought, revealing a sly and cunning expression, which Duke Eddie seemed to comprehend. There is no need. Let them beat it. The unexpected rejection left the Slender Man bewildered. Observing his subordinate's confusion, Duke Eddie felt a sense of pleasure, relishing the feeling of being in control. This winter will be quite challenging, Duke Eddie hinted. Still puzzled, the Slender Man inquired, "What do you mean, my lord? Surely you recall the events that transpired in Bienju Town last winter." With that, Duke Eddie's greasy, plump face contorted into an ugly grin, intentionally revealing a few golden-capped teeth. 2 days later, Viru arrived early at the castle to inform Owen that the cement workshop had been constructed according to specifications. Upon receiving the news, Owen hurriedly prepared for the task ahead. Since he would personally wield fire magic to forge the cement, he donned a black robe with red trim, accompanied by Maple and Viru. The trio promptly set off for the cement workshop. As the overseer of the wall repairs, Viru had heard of the miraculous cement from Owen, yet he was deeply skeptical, having worked as a stonemason for many years. He had never encountered such a convenient material. Thus, Irving must take Viru to witness firsthand the formidable nature of cement, while also familiarizing him with its application. Their destination is a somewhat dilapidated adobe house, originally a remnant of a crumbling structure left behind after an attack by undying creatures last winter. Although it has been transformed and expanded by Viru, the renovations were conducted in haste, ensuring safety but disregarding the building's aesthetic appearance. After the modifications, the adobe house measures approximately 12 meters in length and over 4 meters in width. The entire cement workshop is divided into 2 sections. The larger front room serves as the processing area for raw materials, while the smaller rear room is the firing chamber responsible for cement production. The workshop's entrance is notably spacious, facilitating the movement of people and the transportation of materials, guarded by 2 knights who also serve a supervisory role. Upon the Lord's arrival, the knights immediately pay their respects. Observing this, the workers within the cement workshop become flustered, halting their tasks to prepare to greet the Marquis. However, Irving promptly intervenes, instructing, "Continue your work, do not stop." Understood. The workers resume their duties, and with the Lord's presence, they exert themselves even more diligently than usual. Laborers utilize human-powered wooden carts to transport raw materials into the cement workshop, where they are handed over to stone breakers for crushing, then mixed according to specifications, ultimately ground into raw material. As everyone diligently follows their routines, a substantial amount of raw material quickly accumulates. Under Irving's guidance, a laborer mixes this raw material with the appropriate amount of water, creating a slurry to be sent into the firing chamber. Irving follows suit, entering the chamber and immediately spotting a colossal furnace. This unique furnace is shaped like a cylindrical platform, its apex connected to the ceiling and leading to an external chimney, with an opening at the base allowing one to bend down and enter. Surrounding the furnace are narrow pathways, with a slightly larger area left in front of the furnace opening. A diminutive laborer first crawls into the furnace, while outside, others send buckets of slurry inside, where the laborer evenly spreads the mixture across the floor. Shortly after, the small laborer emerges, pouring the final bucket of slurry into the furnace opening and smoothing it over with a shovel. Once finished, he stands up, slightly anxious, and reports to Irving, "My lord, I have laid the slurry as per your instructions." Excellent." Irving nods. "You may all exit." The laborers quickly vacate the firing chamber and close the door, leaving only Irving, Maple, and Viru behind. Remember to cover your mouth and nose with cloth. Although wet firing generates less dust, some particles still remain in the air, which is detrimental to health. Understood. I have prepared the necessary items. Given the importance of cement production, Irving urgently summoned Winston on the way. With him present for the first firing, Irving feels somewhat reassured, producing a clean strip of cloth. He folds it and wraps it around his mouth and nose. After securing the knot, he hands similar cloths to Maple and Viru. It is advisable to wear this during the firing process, as dust will be generated. Irving explains. Both nod in agreement, Mimicking Irving's actions to cover their mouths and noses, Viru is not surprised by the Marquis's decision to personally oversee the cement firing, like Clive. He had long anticipated that Irving would engage in such peculiar activities. Maple, on the other hand, unconditionally trusts and supports Irving. Chapter 9. Firing with all protective measures in place. Irving promptly activates the visualization data feature. Selecting temperature as the metric.it is as if a beam of light emanates from the center of his vision, revealing a small red dot on the exterior wall of the furnace that only he can see. Alongside a display of the temperature value, both the Arabic numerals and temperature units are familiar to Irving from his dreams, thus he comprehends them. In the future, he intends to implement this convenient numerical system and standardized units of measurement. As it proves exceedingly practical, now that the data is visible, the question arises: how to measure the temperature? Suddenly recalling the method of collecting soil data in the experimental field, Irving furrows his brow and promptly inquires mentally. Winston, will I need to physically touch the slurry to measure the temperature? No. The Dimension 3 equipment is equipped with an infrared temperature measurement system. Simply direct your gaze to move the red over the slurry's surface to ascertain its temperature. Infrared? Is that the invisible rays? Irving recalls learning from Winston that it is a form of electromagnetic wave containing thermal energy. Indeed, I am surprised you remember. Winston then briefly explains the principle of infrared temperature measurement. Once Irving grasps the concept, he feels completely reassured. Maple, hand me the staff. Irving extends his hand toward her. Of course. She nods, retrieves the staff from behind her, and presents it to Irving. This is a dark red wooden staff, measuring over 1 meter in length, topped with a high-quality fiery magic stone. The staff was a gift from his father before Irving journeyed to the Magic Academy at the Eastern Rising Fortress in his youth. Holding it, Irving cannot help but reminisce about his father's gentle smile and the fond memories of his time at the Academy, regretting that he ultimately did not qualify for admission to the prestigious Magic Academy in the royal capital. Regaining his composure, Irving exhales softly, preparing to cast magic to fire the cement. Infusing magic into the staff, the gem at its tip glows red. Raising the staff, Irving recites a brief incantation, casting the fire spell, Flame Pillar. He directs the staff toward the furnace opening, and with a whoosh, flames erupt within. The fire swirls around the center of the furnace, quickly forming a towering pillar of flame. The next step involves precise control of his magical power, compressing the height of the flame while expanding its burning area until it envelopes all the slurry spread across the floor. Irving has practiced this method of magic manipulation numerous times during the construction of the cement workshop and has become quite adept at it. With a roaring blaze within the furnace, it is now time to measure the temperature. Irving's eyes fixate on the furnace opening as he moves the red over the slurry, and the displayed temperature swiftly rises to around 100 degrees Celsius before plateauing. Observing this, Irving becomes anxious. Why isn't the temperature rising? Do not fret. We are currently in the drying phase, and the slurry contains a high moisture content. We must first eliminate this free water. So a less intense flame is required at this stage. I will be timing this, and will provide you with a detailed firing process shortly. Understanding dawns on Irving, recalling Winston's earlier mention that at standard atmospheric pressure, water boils at approximately 100 degrees Celsius. Consequently, Irving reduces the output of his magic, tempering the flames while still allowing the drying process to proceed. After a while, the temperature begins to rise again, gradually reaching 450 degrees Celsius. Winston informs him that this marks the dehydration phase. As it approaches 500 degrees, the temperature ceases to increase. Now, the flame's temperature is insufficient. You must increase the magical output. Winston advises. Understood. Irving slowly amplifies his magical output, and the flames within the furnace blaze ever brighter, with the temperature continuing its ascent. Fortunately, having brought the staff along, the fiery magic stone significantly enhances the flame's temperature, greatly reducing the consumption of magical power. Once the temperature reaches 600 degrees Celsius, the rate of increase slows once more. Winston explains that this is the carbonate decomposition phase, during which the greatest amount of heat is consumed in the process of clinker formation. At this point, Viru can no longer bear the heat and reluctantly steps out of the firing chamber, waiting outside. A loyal knight. Maple remains steadfastly by Irving's side. Noticing Irving's sweaty visage, she hesitates for a moment before resolutely producing a handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from his forehead. In this moment, Maple feels quite embarrassed. having used the handkerchief earlier in training. She resolves to carry an additional clean handkerchief next time. Fortunately, with the cloth Irving provided covering half her face, her shy expression remains concealed. As she wipes, a faint fragrance wafts through the air. However, Irving remains oblivious to this, his focus solely on the output of his magical power. Once finished, Maple stows away the handkerchief and softly murmurs an incantation. Casting the water magic, refreshing mist. This is a relatively simple spell that continuously emits water elements. Not only does it clarify the minds of the caster and those within a small radius, but it also slightly lowers the surrounding temperature. Indeed, Maple is capable of wielding magic, her magical affinity being water. Knights who can use elemental magic are collectively referred to as magic knights, a rank above ordinary knights. And there are even higher-ranking temple knights who excel in both elemental and faith-based magic. If Maple wished, she could also become a mage. Her choice to be a knight stems from her desire to better protect those she holds dear. Thank you. Sensing the coolness surrounding him, Irving expresses his gratitude. Elated to assist Irving, Maple's lips involuntarily curve into a smile. After surpassing 900 degrees Celsius, the temperature begins to rise more rapidly, swiftly reaching the target temperature of 1,450 degrees Celsius. The flames glowing an increasingly brilliant white. We are now in the clinker sintering phase. Please maintain a steady magical output to sustain this temperature for a period. During this time, Winston cannot help but feel anxious for Irving, wondering if his magical reserves can endure the maintenance of such elevated temperatures. However, the reality is that Irving is managing a consistent magical output, appearing composed, with his eyes continually monitoring the situation within the furnace. Only when Winston declares it is sufficient does Irving withdraw his magic. The firing completed, Irving was drenched in sweat, his robes of the mage thoroughly soaked. Yet only a portion of his magical energy had been expended. It appeared that Winston had seriously underestimated the totality of Irving's magical power and remained woefully ignorant of the intricacies of magic. Winston's incessant worries about the depletion of magical energy led Irving to believe that the process of firing cement was an endeavor that consumed vast amounts of power, only to realize that it was, in fact, a significant test of his willpower. The prolonged exposure to the intense heat beside the furnace was indeed unbearable. Next came the waiting for the clinker to cool, as Irving and Maple stepped out of the firing chamber. Brushing off the dust from their garments, the laborers opened all the ventilation openings to expedite the cooling process. Before long, Irving, unable to contain his eagerness, re-entered the chamber to scoop out a small bucket of clinker, subsequently instructing the stone worker to mix an appropriate amount of gypsum into it to create the miraculous cement. Chapter 10. The effect. Is this truly the legendary cement? Vilu approached, pinching a small handful of the gray powder and rubbing it between his fingers to feel its residual warmth. My Lord Marquis, is this substance truly as extraordinary as you claim? Indeed, Irving replied, a confident smile gracing his face, firmly believing in the technological prowess of Winston's world. To convince Vilu, he first sent a laborer to fetch 3 sizable blocks of raw stone from the quarry, then directed another worker to blend a specific ratio of the cement with river sand to create cement mortar. The mixture appeared gray and flowed akin to molten wax. The raw stones were soon transported, and Irving led Vilu and Maple outside the cement workshop. Pointing to the 3 blocks of raw stone, he instructed Vilu to attempt to adhere them together using the prepared cement mortar. As this was a command from the Marquis, Vilu could hardly refuse, and thus carried the mortar over. He poured a layer of cement onto the largest block of raw stone, placed another block atop, spread the remaining mortar, and capped it with the final block. Upon completion, Vilu still regarded Irving with skepticism. My Lord Marquis, this substance resembles wet mud. Even when dry, I fear it will crumble at a mere tap. Once it cures, you shall surely revise that opinion. According to Winston, the cement required approximately 8 hours to solidify. Thus, Irving instructed Vilu to return to the northern city wall to supervise the repairs of the breaches. Planning to reconvene at dusk to assess the cement's efficacy, in the meantime, Irving intended to continue the cement firing, as his magical energy remained abundant. However, before proceeding, he resolved to improve the working conditions, as the heat during the firing was unbearable. After some contemplation, he decided to return to the castle to change into a fresh outfit. His current mage robes were utterly soaked and uncomfortably clingy. Upon returning to the castle, he donned a comfortable attire and draped himself in a sky-blue frost cloak. This high-quality cloak, lined with frost magical stones, though of mediocre quality, effectively insulated against the external heat, making it a favored garment among nobles and affluent merchants during the summer months. Naturally, upon encountering the new magical stones, Winston promptly reserved them for the next transfer and expressed a desire for a greater variety of magical stones to study further. Irving acquiesced, recognizing that any new applications of the magical stones would benefit their world. The first batch of cement had been completely ground by the stone workers and stored in sacks. Not long after, the second batch of raw slurry was delivered to the firing chamber. Drawing from his initial firing experience, Irving found each subsequent firing to be increasingly smooth, gradually mastering the nuances of magical energy output, resulting in each consumption being less than the last. After successfully firing 4 batches of cement, he felt that the remaining magical energy was insufficient for another round and decided to pause. Had the magical energy consumption during the initial firings been equivalent to that of the last, he surmised he could still produce 1 more batch of cement. Thus, Irving's current limit stood at 6 batches of cement. In such technologically primitive conditions, the ability to produce so much cement left Winston astounded. He couldn't help but exclaim, "In this world, magic is the primary productive force." Before he knew it, the sun began to set, and Irving emerged from the firing chamber, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Surprisingly, he was not drenched in sweat, but rather felt a refreshing coolness, which was quite pleasant. Clearly, draping himself in the frost cloak had been a wise decision. Removing the cloth that covered his mouth and nose, Irving addressed the nearby laborers. "That will be all for today. Once the furnace cools down, you may retrieve the final batch of clinker and store it properly." "Yes, my lord Marquis." Maple stepped forward from behind, placing a hand over his chest in a gesture of respect, and remarked, "My lord Irving, you have worked hard today. As long as it is for the sake of Bienju town, no effort is too great," Irving replied. Meanwhile, Vilu had concluded his duties at the northern city wall and hurried to the cement workshop. It was time to verify the cement's effectiveness. Upon reaching the workshop, Irving observed that the cement had entered a solidifying state, its surface rough and uneven, with patches of white frost emerging, and the 3 raw stones appeared to be tightly bonded together. "My lord Marquis, allow me to test it." With a condescending expression, Vilu squatted down, attempting to pry apart the 2 upper blocks of stone. However, he found them immovable, regardless of how much force he exerted. Frustrated, he stood and kicked them a few times. Yet the stones remained steadfastly bonded, showing no signs of budging. This was utterly contrary to his expectations, and only then did Vilu retract his disdainful demeanor. Squatting once more, he pressed down on the cement, digging with his nails, and ultimately borrowed an iron shovel from a laborer to strike the cement forcefully. Gazing at the small fragments he had managed to chip off, Vilu conceded defeat. Having completed his test, he rushed back to Irving, his face alight with astonishment, exclaiming in an unusually fervent tone, "My lord Marquis, you are truly magnificent." "Huh." Irving was momentarily taken aback. Why was Vilu so exuberant? However, he quickly comprehended the source of Vilu's excitement. He himself had been equally astonished upon first learning of cement's properties. Having already experienced that surprise, he now observed the cement's effects with a calm demeanor. Moreover, as a stonemason, Vilu likely grasped the significance of cement more profoundly than Irving did. Cement is the ultimate material we stonemasons have longed for. With it, structures that once took years to erect can now be completed in mere months, or even shorter spans, Vilu explained passionately, gesturing animatedly. "Vilu, please be mindful of your behavior," Maple interjected. Realizing his indiscretion, Vilu hastily apologized. "I sincerely apologize. My lord Marquis." I became overly excited and lost my composure. "Not at all," Irving replied nonchalantly. "My lord Marquis, your invention of cement is truly remarkable. In the future, you shall be celebrated by us stonemasons." This was not entirely Irving's merit, and he felt somewhat embarrassed to accept Vilu's praise unreservedly. To be celebrated is an overstatement, and this is not solely my achievement. The formula for cement was gleaned from an ancient tome. Irving could not reveal Winston's existence, so he resorted to attributing it to the mysterious ancient book. An ancient tome. Vilu stroked his chin, finding it somewhat peculiar. If the contents are from an ancient book, it implies that people in the past had already invented cement. So why is it that no one can produce cement now? Irving inwardly cringed, realizing he had provided an unsound explanation that contradicted reality. Thinking quickly, he devised a response. That is because the formula within the ancient tome was significantly flawed. It is only through my improvements that we can create the cement you just witnessed. Oh, I see. Vilu nodded in understanding. My Lord Marquis, your achievements are still worthy of our admiration. You shameless individual, in the end, you still claim the credit for the cement. Winston teased. Why not? I indeed am the first to produce cement in this world. Finally, Irving asked Vilu, so, with the advent of cement, do you believe the 2 gaps in the northern city wall can be repaired before winter arrives? This time, Vilu, brimming with confidence, patted his chest assuredly, his face radiating certainty. As you wish, my Lord Marquis. Chapter 11. The commission with the successful trial of cement and the assurance that the gaps in the northern city wall were no longer a concern. The safety of Bienju town had been significantly bolstered. However, there remained one issue. Currently, Irving was the only mage capable of undertaking the task of firing cement, and Bienju town could not even find a second fire mage. As a rare talent, mages were highly sought after wherever they might be. Compared to the impoverished and remote Bienju town, prosperous and affluent metropolises were evidently more alluring, leading most mages to choose to work and reside there. While Irving could single-handedly shoulder the responsibility of producing enough cement to repair the city wall, he was still a marquis and the lord of Bienju town, tasked with managing various affairs of the town. It was impractical for him to remain in the cement workshop day in and day out. Furthermore, the work of firing cement was not something that should fall to him personally, as it did not befit his station. Although Irving was indifferent to his reputation, being viewed as a laughingstock by other nobles would tarnish not only his own image but also that of his family. Thus, there was only one solution: to issue a commission through the Adventurers Guild to recruit fire mages. The Adventurers Guild primarily operates as an intermediary for task commissions to facilitate connections among the populace. Adventurers and the state, it is typically situated in populous areas with relatively developed transportation networks. Many freelance mages choose to gather and engage in activities at the Adventurers Guild, relying on task commissions to earn their keep. In remote and sparsely populated places like Bienju Town, there exists no Adventurers Guild, thus necessitating the dispatch of personnel to the nearest metropolis, Dongxing Fortress. Without delay, the following morning, Owen summoned Clive to discuss the recruitment of a magician and instructed him to send someone to the Adventurers Guild in Dongxing Fortress to post a commission. Dongxing Fortress boasts a striking high-rise building amidst the bustling crowds, serving as the Adventurers Guild. Its iconic emblem, a pair of wings encircling a sword and shield, proudly adorns the entrance. Within the grand hall on the first floor, throngs of adventurers can be seen. Some are vocally seeking companions to form teams. Others are huddled around the notice board, perusing for suitable commissions. Some are consulting the receptionists at the front desk regarding various matters, while others have just completed their quests and are here to collect their rewards. The vibrant activity of the Adventurers Guild is a testament to the city's prosperity, indicating a flourishing demand for commissions to sustain such a multitude of adventurers. Thus, our team has no need for you. In a corner of the hall, the captain of a certain team was in the process of expelling a member. Such occurrences are commonplace. If a member is deemed unfit to remain in the group, the captain will naturally dismiss them. Typically, no one pays much heed to these matters. However, the individual being cast out this time garnered considerable attention from passersby. This person, a girl named Vanny, appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, with fluffy flaxen curls and a smattering of light freckles adorning her cheeks. Strikingly, she was clad in a patched magician's robe, suggesting that not all magicians enjoy a favorable reputation. Some struggle considerably. Captain, please give me one more chance. I will work even harder. Besides magical support, I can assist you in carrying items, Vanny pleaded desperately, not wishing to be expelled from the team. With your frail frame, it's best to let it go, scoffed another team member dismissively. The captain, unyielding, retrieved a small pouch of copper coins from his waist and extended it to Vanny. Take this. It is your reward. Go find another team. We have no need for you. Realizing her predicament was hopeless, Vanny reluctantly accepted the pouch of coins. From the moment she received the money, she officially severed ties with the team. Finally free from this hindrance, the captain displayed a look of relief as he led the other members to a tavern for drinks. Hey, look, she was kicked out again. Oh, that half-baked magician? Quite normal. She seems rather pitiable. Should we consider inviting her to join us? Are you kidding? Who would dare recruit her? No team would want a magician who can't cast spells when it matters most. Surrounding adventurers murmured amongst themselves, most merely spectators with no intention of extending an invitation to Vanny. Tucking away the pouch, Vanny lowered her head and dejectedly made her way outside. Wishing to avoid further ridicule, as she passed the notice board, she inadvertently overheard a discussion about a commission. Hey, check out this commission from Bienju Town. It doesn't require battling dangerous monsters, yet the reward is quite high. 2 gold coins. But they only want fire mages. Can you cast fire magic? No, unfortunately. No need to slay monsters. 2 gold coins. Vanny paused, swiveling her head towards the throng surrounding the notice board. She was indeed a fire mage, qualifying her for the recruitment. The task appeared to be low risk, accompanied by a generous reward. Without further thought, she squeezed her way through the crowd to locate the commission the adventurers had mentioned. Upon finding and reading the commission details, Vanny grasped the essence. Bienju Town urgently required fire mages to produce a substance known as cement, with a duration of 2 months. After 2 months, should she wish to stay, Bienju Town would be more than happy to offer her long-term employment, with a monthly salary to be negotiated at that time. For Vanny, who grappled daily with the struggles of making ends meet, this commission was exceedingly tempting. She yearned to accept it immediately and set off for Bienju Town. Yet, a moment's reflection reminded her that she was merely an inexperienced magician. What if she failed to meet their expectations upon arrival? Not only would she receive no compensation, but she would also incur travel expenses. Given that Bienju Town was quite distant, this would represent a significant loss for Vanny. Sigh, perhaps I should let it go, she lamented softly, turning away from the crowd and exiting the Adventurers Guild. Upon leaving the guild, Vanny did not head directly back home, but instead made her way toward the cathedral, where she intended to meet a relative. At that moment, the cathedral doors stood wide open, with numerous devout believers entering to pray earnestly to the divine. Upon entering the spacious hall of the cathedral, she beheld a massive yellow 4-pointed star emblazoned on the wall directly opposite the entrance. The symbol of the church, beneath the star stood a statue of a benevolent young woman, representing the deity. After scanning the vicinity near the entrance for some time, Vanny finally spotted a familiar silhouette and hurriedly jogged over. Sister Onley. Upon hearing Vanny's call, the young priestess named Onley turned with a radiant smile. Ah, Vanny, you have finally returned. I apologize, this task took longer than anticipated, Vanny explained. As long as you are safe and back, that is what matters. Your sister has been clamoring to see you these past few days. Let me take you to her. Thank you. That would be kind of you. Guided by Onley, Vanny arrived at the orphanage located at the back of the cathedral, where many children who had lost their parents were housed to tea that moment. A group of children frolicked in the courtyard, supervised by church staff. As soon as Vanny appeared, one little one excitedly dashed over. Sister. Vanny's younger sister ran up with her arms outstretched, seeking a hug. After such a long separation, Vanny warmly embraced her sister, spinning her around joyfully. Once she set her sister down, Vanny affectionately tousled her hair and asked, Lilica, have you been behaving here? Of course. I am Lilica, the sister of the great magician Vanny. With her hands on her hips, Lilica proclaimed proudly. Vanny felt a twinge of embarrassment, having just been expelled from her team, but to maintain her sister's lofty perception of her. She forced a polite smile. There was no escaping the fact that Vanny often boasted about being a powerful magician in front of her sister. After inquiring about recent living conditions, Vanny prepared to take her sister home. She first needed to inform the orphanage director and pay a modest fee for her care. Given that Priestess Onley was well aware of Vanny's circumstances, the orphanage director, under her special instruction, charged only a nominal fee, allowing Vanny to take Lilica with her to hand in hand. Vanny and Lilica made their way back, the latter filled with joy as they reached the entrance of the cathedral under Onley's guidance. Vanny expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you so much, Sister Onley, for allowing me to complete the commission with peace of mind. Not at all. Lilica, Vanny said, shaking her sister's small hand. Quickly say goodbye to Sister Onley. Nodding, Lilica waved at Onley, her youthful voice chiming. Goodbye, Sister Onley. Upon witnessing this, Onley offered a gentle smile and waved back. Goodbye, and be careful on your way. After their farewells, Vanny and her sister avoided the bustling main road filled with stalls, opting for a quieter path home. This decision aimed to prevent Lilica from spotting enticing trinkets and pleading with her sister to buy them. Vanny knew she could never resist her sister's persistent entreaties, inevitably resulting in a regrettable purchase. Their residence lay in a secluded alley in the northern region of Dongxing Fortress, a dark and damp area permeated with foul odors, reflecting a rather dismal environment. As they walked, Vanny reminisced about her life experiences, feeling a profound sadness that caused her to sigh deeply. "Sigh, what is it, sister?" Lilica inquired, noticing Vanny's unusual demeanor. "Nothing," Vanny replied, mustering a strained smile once more. "Let us quicken our pace and return home soon." "Okay." The two sisters quickened their steps. Vanny's family had not always been impoverished. Her parents were small-time merchants, traversing various towns to buy and sell goods for profit. Though their earnings were modest, they had accumulated some wealth over the years. When Lilica was born, shortly after Vanny turned 10, it was discovered that Vanny possessed considerable magical potential, qualifying her to become a magician. This news delighted her parents, who, while unable to afford the expensive Magic Academy, could manage the comparatively affordable Adventurers Academy. Thus, Vanny was sent to the Adventurers Academy to specialize in magic courses. However, tragedy struck before she could complete her studies. Vanny's parents fell victim to bandits while traveling to a small village, resulting in an inevitable disaster. Only Lilica, who had been hidden in a compartment of the carriage, survived, discovered and rescued by soldiers. Subsequently, Vanny and Lilica were taken in by a distant relative who proved to be exceedingly unscrupulous, not only siphoning away their parents' savings, but also halting Vanny's education at the Adventurers Academy. Instead, Vanny was relegated to performing menial and laborious tasks at home, enduring verbal and physical abuse whenever her guardian was in a foul mood. Considering Lilica's tender age, Vanny silently bore these hardships, wishing to protect her sister. Otherwise, she would have fled long before, rather than suffer in silence. It was not until 2 years ago that their relative fell into considerable debt due to gambling. One fateful night, the creditors came knocking. This time, they engaged in a surprisingly calm conversation around the table. This evoked a sense of alertness in Vanny, prompting her to stealthily conceal herself behind the door and eavesdrop. Whereupon she overheard some truly shocking news. Her relatives intended to sell both Vanny and her sister to an underground black market organization as collateral for their debts. This nefarious organization specialized in providing female flesh to nobles and affluent merchants, catering to their various peculiar tastes. Even more despicable was the fact that the scoundrel relatives seemed unsettled and inquired of the creditor whether they would be willing to pay for such a young girl as Lilica, who was merely 4 years old. The creditor scoffed in response, asserting that there was indeed a market for such depravity in the world. Vanny, concealed behind the door, trembled with rage. She could no longer remain there. She quietly departed, returned to awaken her sister, and then escaped through the window. Their journey to freedom was fraught with hardships, ultimately leading them to take refuge in the East Rising Fortress. Armed with her innate magical talents and the scant magical knowledge gleaned from the Adventurers Academy, Vanny successfully registered as an adventurer. This day, she found herself without a team willing to invite her, struggling to make ends meet within the East Rising Fortress. Perhaps she was simply not cut out to be a mage, Vanny mused. Initially, she had chosen the path of an adventurer to fulfill her parents' once lofty expectations of her. Now, however, she was compelled to consider alternative means of earning a living, especially since her sister was still so young and could not continue to endure hardship alongside her. As she contemplated her future, Vanny and Lilica inadvertently arrived at the threshold of a small wooden cabin. This dilapidated abode served as their dwelling, leaking during rains and barely habitable if they squeezed together. Despite the abysmal living conditions, the low rent was a small blessing to that moment. The door of the cabin stood ajar, the lock long gone. Upon noticing the clutter at the entrance, Vanny's expression shifted dramatically. Just as she was about to step inside, an elaborately dressed middle-aged woman emerged, a pipe in hand. Exhaling a plume of smoke, the woman glared at Vanny and said with displeasure, "Oh, so you've decided to return. I thought you had perished out there. My sister would never die. She is a grand mage." Lilica stepped forward, defiantly retorting. "Lilica," Vanny quickly pulled her sister back, whispering, "Please listen to your sister and refrain from speaking." Once Lilica nodded in compliance, Vanny raised her gaze to the woman at the door. "Ah, Madam Diana, what brings you to my humble abode?" Your abode," Diana sneered. "You've been 5 months behind on rent, and you still consider this place yours." "I just received my payment from the guild. I have the funds to settle the rent now," Vanny replied. deftly retrieving her coin pouch, only for it to be snatched away before she could present it. Let me see. After a brief glance into the pouch, Diana's face contorted with disdain. This paltry sum. It is nowhere near enough to cover your 5 months of arrears. Please, grant me another extension. I assure you I will repay the overdue rent in full within a few days. This was the second time Vanny had pleaded with someone today. Without a home, she and her sister would once again be rendered homeless. Another extension? I have offered you opportunities before, but you cannot continually test my patience. Taking a puff of her pipe, Diana continued, I will be reclaiming this house. I'll have it repaired in a few days, and then rent it to someone else at a higher price. Madam Diana, could you please afford me one last chance? I promise I will never default on rent again. Vanny continued her desperate entreaty. Vowing to change the woman's mind, she was on the verge of kneeling to beg, yet with her sister beside her, she wished to preserve her last shred of dignity. Absolutely not. Diana flatly refused. Showing no mercy, she then extracted most of the coins from the pouch, leaving behind only 5 copper coins, and tossed the pouch back to Vanny. Don't accuse me of being heartless. I've left you 5 coins. As for the remaining arrears, I will not pursue them. With that, Diana turned and shut the cabin door, securing it with a new lock. I've reclaimed the house. You may go wherever you wish. With that final remark, she departed without a backward glance. Vanny stood frozen in place, watching as Diana's figure gradually receded. Now, without even a place to stay, where could they possibly go? Chapter 13. Taking a chance, Vanny rummaged through the pile of clutter at the entrance, gathering anything useful to stow in her pack. Once satisfied, she led her sister out of the damp, dark alley. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Vanny had yet to come to terms with the despair of losing their home. Frankly, she had no clear plan for what to do next and felt utterly lost regarding the future. Sister, Lilica looked up at Vanny. Do we no longer have a home? Stopping in her tracks, Vanny gazed at her young sister, nearly succumbing to the urge to weep. Cast out from her team and now bereft of a place to live, it had indeed been a day filled with despair. Fortunately, Vanny managed to suppress her tears. She did not want to show any weakness in front of her sister. Ruffling Lilica's hair, Vanny spoke earnestly. As long as we are together, anywhere can be home. Though she spoke these words, Vanny secretly resolved to provide her sister with a stable home. They could no longer wander aimlessly to fulfill this aspiration. She needed money, but how could she earn it? Suddenly, a thought regarding the commission from Bienju town crossed her mind. If they were willing to hire her, and she decided to stay after 2 months, then she and Lilica could indeed have a stable home. With this newfound determination, Vanny crouched down to meet her sister's gaze. Lilica, would you like to join me in starting a new life in a new place? Yes. Lilica nodded vigorously. Wherever you go, I will follow. It was decided. Vanny would accept that commission and take a chance in Bienju town with Lilica. Having made her decision, it was time to act. However, as Vanny excitedly contemplated how to reach Bienju town, she realized that her foremost obstacle was still a lack of funds. Bienju town lay north of the East Rising Fortress, and the undeveloped land between the two locations would take at least 3 days to traverse by land, with expenses surely exceeding 5 copper coins. After much deliberation, the only person who might assist her financially was the priestess. Only, Vanny was reluctant to trouble anyone, but she saw no other option. Thus, she and Lilica set off in the direction of the cathedral. To their surprise, upon their return, Only hurried to meet them, perhaps due to an urgent matter. At the entrance of the cathedral, after listening to Vanny's intentions, Only wore an incredulous expression. What? You plan to take Lilica to Bienju town? Perhaps due to her elevated voice, many congregants turned to cast puzzled glances their way. Realizing her overexcitement, Only quickly offered the congregation an apologetic smile, then turned to Vanny and whispered, "Follow me." The 3 of them entered the interior of the cathedral, seeking a secluded corner. Once satisfied that they were alone, Only pressed further. "Vanny, even if you accept the guild's commission, you could still leave Lilica at the orphanage for care. There's no need to take her on an adventure." "This time is different," Vanny explained. "Lilica and I may settle down in Bienju town." "You wish to settle in Bienju town? Why?" Only asked, perplexed. "Today has been exceptionally unfortunate." Vanny reluctantly recounted the loss of their home and the details of the Bienju town commission. After listening, Only began to understand Vanny's reasoning. "I see," though still concerned. She added, "But you can't be certain that Bienju town will hire you. Isn't this a bit reckless? I understand, but I want to take a chance. If I let this opportunity slip by, I will surely regret it later. Vanny's tone and gaze were resolute, suggesting that it would be difficult to sway her. After a long silence, Only shook her head in resignation and sighed. Well then, I will lend you enough for 2 boat tickets. You should take a boat there. Vanny was taken aback, quickly shaking her head. That's too much money. We can travel by land. Boat tickets are far too expensive. Just take it, Only insisted, producing 2 silver coins from her purse and firmly placing them in Vanny's hand. Traveling by land is arduous. You will have to endure the elements and may encounter dangers. Even if you don't care for your own safety, you must consider Lilica. She is still so young. Then, very well. Stealing a glance at Lilica, Vanny struggled internally before ultimately accepting when it came to her sister's safety. She could not afford to take risks. After accepting the money, Vanny vowed, I will repay this sum in the future. Yes, I will await that day. Only was unconcerned about the money. She merely hoped that Vanny and her sister would truly settle down in Bienju town. Suddenly recalling something, Only said to Vanny, Wait here a moment. I will write a letter. Hurrying back to her room, Only quickly penned a letter and returned to solemnly hand it to Vanny. If Bienju town does not hire you, seek out the cathedral there and present this letter to the bishop. They will provide you with some necessary assistance. Thank you, Priestess Only. Vanny expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she accepted the envelope with both hands. Due to an impending departure to Bienshu town in the afternoon, Vanny could only bid a hasty farewell to Only before taking Lilica to the dock, in the study on the 3rd floor of the Lord's castle in Bienshu town. Owen set down his quill after finishing the last of his documents and stretched languidly. Rising from his chair, he approached the window, where he could behold the majority of Bienshu town. The Lord's castle stood as the tallest edifice in the area. However, he had heard from Winston that there existed towering structures there that soared over 100 stories high. How remarkable that must be. Would they not topple? It was truly unfathomable. In the distance, a plume of white smoke rose, clearly visible from his vantage point. It appeared that the cement workshop had resumed its production, since the day Owen had dispatched someone to publish a commission seeking fire mages. Many days had passed to date. Only a single mage had accepted the commission, completing their training just 2 days prior, enabling them to independently produce cement, given the time required to replenish magical energy. The workshop could only operate once every few days. Even equipped similarly to Owen, that mage could only manage 2 batches of cement each time. Their efficiency paled in comparison to Owen's that on the northern city wall. Vera had already begun utilizing the cement to repair 2 breaches, leading to a temporary scarcity of supplies. Thus, Owen found himself frequenting the workshop whenever he had the opportunity to assist in cement production. Now that so much time had elapsed, it seemed unlikely that a fire mage from Dongsheng Fortress would arrive. Owen pondered, was the remuneration he offered not enticing enough? It should be 2 gold coins over 2 months. Without the peril of vanquishing dangerous monsters, why was no one coming? In truth, Owen had underestimated the pride of mages in certain respects. As coveted individuals, it was relatively easy for mages to earn a living. Vanny was an exceedingly rare exception, not to be counted among them. Thus, this group of individuals was not particularly concerned with the remuneration for the commission, but rather focused on its content. The task of producing cement was viewed with disdain. Perceived as work suited only for the lower classes, and no matter how generous the compensation, they would scarcely give the commission a second glance. Additionally, there were other factors at play, such as skepticism regarding the legitimacy of the commission. Fearing that the tasks upon arrival in Bienshu town would diverge from the commission's stated purpose. This had occurred in the past, particularly with commissions where the remuneration and content seemed misaligned, and the belief that Bienshu town was simply too remote. At that moment, a bodyguard knocked at the door, reporting to Owen, My lord, at the castle gate there is a girl from Dongsheng Fortress claiming to be a fire mage, who has accepted a commission from the Adventurers Guild and wishes to see you. What? Quickly let her in. After such a long wait, the second mage had finally arrived, and Owen felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 14. Magical Power Assessment in the Reception Room. Owen sat in anticipation of the arrival of the second mage. Meanwhile, Butler Ryan was brewing a pot of fine black tea, preparing to entertain their guest. After all, the visitor was a rare fire mage in Bienshu town, and they could not afford to be remiss. Making a good impression might ensure her continued contribution to the town in 2 months' time. Before long, Owen's bodyguard entered the reception room, bowing respectfully. My lord. Owen craned his neck, peering behind, but saw no one. Perplexed. Where is she? I was just about to mention that, my lord, the bodyguard replied. The girl brought a small child with her. I informed her that only mages could enter to meet the lord. But she insisted on bringing the child in, so I returned to seek your guidance. One more person will not be an issue. Allow her to bring the child in. Owen was unconcerned, and permitting it would demonstrate his magnanimity. Understood. The bodyguard exited. Upon hearing that there would be an additional guest, particularly a child, Ryan immediately instructed a waiting maid to prepare an extra teacup and some pastries. Owen could not help but give a thumbs up in approval. How reliable. After a brief wait, the bodyguard reappeared, this time accompanied by two individuals, a girl curiously surveying her surroundings and a little girl with braided hair peeking shyly from behind her. After ushering them in, the bodyguard retreated to the doorway to resume his watch. The two stood before Owen. The girl appeared somewhat anxious, as if it were her first time entering a noble's castle, while the little girl hid behind her, revealing only half her head as she furtively observed Owen. Upon encountering this mage from Dongxing Fortress, Owen was taken aback. He had never seen such a shabby mage before. Burdened with a large pack, her mage robe adorned with patches that signified her status. Nevertheless, she was the fire mage Bianshu Town so desperately needed, and Owen endeavored to maintain a courteous demeanor to avoid offending her. Please, do take a seat. Owen gestured toward the empty chairs opposite him. The girl hesitated, appearing reluctant to sit, and timidly inquired, Is it all right? I might dirty the chair. Not to worry, if it gets dirty. We shall have it cleaned. Owen reassured her. Satisfied that the lord truly did not mind, she took the little girl's hand, set her pack down beside the chair, and they both sat on the spacious seat. No sooner had they settled than Ryan brought forth 3 cups of tea and a small cake to serve their guests. The simple cake was intended for the little girl, who received her tea sweetened with sugar. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Owen Eisen, the lord of Bianshu Town and the issuer of this commission. Owen began. My lord, greetings. I am Vanny, the fire mage who accepted the commission. After a pause, Vanny added, This is my sister, Lilica. Miss Vanny, I sincerely appreciate your journey to Bianshu Town. We truly require your abilities. May I inquire about your adventurer rank and how long you have been an adventurer? Owen needed to ascertain her level of skill to further design a training program. After a moment's hesitation, Vanny replied, White porcelain rank. I have been an adventurer for 2 years. What? Owen initially thought he had misheard. When Vanny reiterated her statement, he confirmed he had not been mistaken. Indeed, she was a white porcelain rank, the lowest level among adventurers. Why had she remained at this rank for 2 years? Although there were no rank requirements for the commission he had issued, and the Adventurers Guild would naturally categorize it as such since it posed no danger, it did not imply that anyone meeting the basic criteria could accept it. After all, it was a commission from a lord. Did she not possess a sufficient understanding of her own capabilities? Remaining at the white porcelain rank for 2 years spoke volumes. Perhaps sensing Owen's disappointment regarding her rank, Vanny hurried to showcase her strengths. I am exceptionally hardworking. I will tackle any task. As for my magical capacity, I assure you it is ample, though I do have a slight issue with casting spells. Her last statement was uttered in a whisper, revealing a profound lack of confidence in her magical abilities. Owen, however, was disheartened, realizing this was not merely a matter of diligence. Yet, since she claimed her magical capacity was sufficient, should they not conduct further testing? After pondering for a moment, Owen turned to Ryan and nodded in agreement. Understanding immediately, Ryan exited the reception room. Shortly thereafter, he returned, cradling a transparent crystal orb mounted on a stand. He placed it on the table and then stepped aside. This is the magical power sensing orb, Owen explained. Miss Vanny, I would like to assess your magical capacity, if that is agreeable. Yes. Vanny nodded vigorously, evidently anxious that Owen might dismiss her. Then please place your hand on the sensing orb and gently inject some magical energy into it. Rising from her seat, Vanny approached the orb, reaching out to touch its cool surface. Subsequently, she channeled her internal magic into the orb. With a resounding thud, the orb emitted a soft, pearlescent glow. From the bottom, a blue liquid, flowing like water, began to appear within the orb, gradually filling it to about 3/4 of its volume before ceasing to rise. Owen's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he intently observed the final results of the assessment. Her magical power was more than double that of the mage already working in the cement workshop, With such magical prowess, why was she still a white porcelain rank adventurer? He found it perplexing. The test is complete. You may withdraw your hand now, Owen prompted. Vanny removed her hand, and the orb returned to its original state that a hint of fatigue crossed her face as she exhaled softly and returned to her seat. Owen keenly noted this detail. Recalling her earlier admission of difficulties with spell casting, it all made sense now, he thought, but there were still aspects that eluded him. Miss Vanny, you seem to struggle with controlling your magical energy. May I ask why that is? Must I really say? Vanny appeared startled, clearly reluctant to divulge her personal matters. Indeed, the precise manipulation of magical energy is crucial for cement production that if you prefer not to disclose the reason, then I shall have to. I will explain. It is because Vanny, fearing Owen might dismiss her, divulged that she had only completed less than half of the magical courses at the Adventurers Academy and that all her knowledge of magical control had been self-taught. She then recounted her parents' tragic demise and her subsequent adoption by relatives, though she refrained from mentioning the near sale. Now, it all became clear. She had never attended classes on magical control. In this regard, Owen could personally instruct Vanny and lend her relevant books, leaving it to her own capacity for learning. However, this approach might prove to be unwise if the other party were to depart from the border town after merely 2 months. Wouldn't the initial investment be rendered futile? Therefore, Owen could not hire Vanny as directly stipulated in the commission. Some flexibility was required. Chapter 15. Signing the contract. Miss Vanny, I'm afraid I cannot employ you as stated in the commission, Owen declared with a deliberately solemn expression. How could that be? Upon hearing this, Vanny's head drooped in disappointment. Although she had prepared herself mentally before her arrival, the prospect of rejection still dealt a significant blow to her spirits. However, Owen continued, if you are willing to remain in the border town, I intend to sign a long-term contract with you. While the short-term salary may not match that of the commission, it will be substantial and incredibly stable. In return, I will arrange magical courses for you to address your shortcomings. Indeed, Owen planned to secure Vanny's commitment through a contract at this very moment, ensuring he could nurture her with peace of mind. Are you serious? Vanny exclaimed, her face lighting up. I am willing, Dad. Owen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a swift agreement from her. Signing a contract was a serious matter. Typically, those entering into a contract would request a few days to consider. Unbeknownst to Owen, Vanny had come to the border town with a sense of desperation. If she could remain here with a stable income and housing, she would agree to almost any reasonable condition. Then let us sign the contract now, Vanny urged, seemingly anxious that Owen might suddenly change his mind. Ryan. Owen turned to his steward, Ryan, who nodded and immediately went to the study to prepare the necessary items for the contract. Unrolling a blank piece of parchment, Owen took up a quill and began drafting the contract. Once completed, he handed it to Vanny for her review. After confirming that all was in order, both parties signed the document and affixed their seals, thus formally establishing the contract. Everything proceeded so smoothly that Owen began to harbor doubts. Had he not confirmed Vanny's magical aptitude with the magical sensing orb, he might have thought he was signing a contract with a swindler. As he stored the contract, Owen was about to issue new instructions to Ryan when he was interrupted by a childish voice. Can I eat it now? Vanny's younger sister, Lilica, was drooling, her eyes fixed on the cake on the table. Yet she dared not touch it. Prior to entering the castle, Vanny had warned Lilica not to touch anything within, for if anything were to be broken, she could not afford to pay for it. Lilica, Vanny gently tugged at her sister, urging her to be mindful. She then turned to Owen with an apologetic expression. I sincerely apologize. My sister is still quite young and lacks understanding. It's quite all right. Children are often like this. I have seen it many times. Owen shrugged nonchalantly, then smiled at Lilica, saying kindly, of course, you can. It was prepared for you. Big brother, you are truly a good person. With her eyes sparkling, Lilica beamed and eagerly reached for the cake, completely disregarding her manners as she began to eat. Take your time. No one is going to steal it from you, Vanny said, moving to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her sister's ear to prevent it from getting tangled as she ate. Once Lilica had contentedly patted her small belly, Owen instructed Ryan to arrange accommodations for the two sisters. Before leaving the reception room, Owen informed Vanny that she should come to the castle the next morning to begin her magical studies. If she was concerned about Lilica, she could bring her along or leave her in the care of the local church. Under Ryan's guidance, Vanny and her sister departed from the Lord's castle. At the castle gate, Ryan briefed the guards on Vani's situation, ensuring that she would have free access to the Lord's castle the following day. Subsequently, Ryan led the sisters to the church in the border town to familiarize them with the area and provide some instructions. Finally, they arrived at a renovated wooden cottage, which would be their new residence. The furnishings were mostly complete, and with a little cleaning, it would be ready for habitation. Is this really the house? It's simply wonderful. Compared to their previous dilapidated and cramped wooden shack, this place was vastly superior, and Vani found it hard to believe. Moreover, according to the contract, they would not have to pay rent this year, allowing her and her sister to live here in peace. Is that so? Ryan stroked his chin thoughtfully, yet the master was initially concerned that he could only provide such accommodations, fearing it would displease the sorceress. What could there possibly be to complain about? I am already very content, Vani replied. If you are satisfied, I believe the master will be quite pleased, Ryan remarked, handing a key to Vani and stating, from now on, this house is yours. After Ryan departed, Vani and Lilica swiftly entered the house assigned to them by the Lord. The spaciousness of the cottage was a stark contrast to their former dwelling, and Lilica was so excited that she rolled on the floor without a care for cleanliness. Vani spent the entire afternoon tidying up the house, exhausting herself in the process. That night, she held her sister close as they both quickly fell asleep in the same bed. Perhaps it was due to having signed the contract with the Lord, but Vani's previous anxieties had entirely dissipated, and she slept peacefully. Thank you, Priestess Only, she murmured in her sleep, whether it was a result of her newfound tranquility or sheer exhaustion. Vani overslept. Despite having planned to attend class at the castle early the next morning, she only awakened when Owen's guard knocked on the door, having made such a blunder on her first day. Vani was flustered. She hurriedly roused her sister, and they both scrambled to prepare. After leaving Lilica in the care of the church, Vani rushed to the castle. The reason for her haste was her concern that Lilica might inadvertently provoke the Lord with her behavior. The previous day, when Lilica had suddenly expressed a desire for cake, Vani had been quite alarmed. Thankfully, Owen had been magnanimous and had not scolded her, but she worried about what might happen in the future. However, her own apprehension was paramount. What consequences would she face for standing up the Lord on their first day? With a heart full of trepidation, Vani entered the castle, guided by a maid. She arrived at the study on the 3rd floor, where it was said Owen often conducted his work. After the maid announced her presence, Vani nervously stepped into the study, only to find Owen gazing at her with a calm countenance. It seems you slept well last night. That puts me at ease, he remarked. In truth, Owen had initially felt quite irked. Waiting for someone who did not show up felt like a waste of his time. However, after sending someone to summon Vani, he had gradually come to understand that he should not blame her. He had been too hasty and had failed to consider her circumstances, having just arrived in the border town. It was only natural that they would need a few days to rest before he began teaching her magical courses. I sincerely apologize, my lord. I overslept. I assure you it will not happen again, Vani said, acutely aware of the potential anger simmering beneath Owen's seemingly genial exterior. There is no need for apologies. It is I who have not considered your situation. You only just arrived in the border town. You should have been allowed to rest for a few days, he replied. Huh? Was he truly not angry? Vani pondered. Perhaps the Lord's character was even better than she had imagined. No, I do not require rest. I wish to complete my magical studies as soon as possible to contribute to your efforts. My lord, not for me, but for the border town, Owen corrected her. Vani was puzzled. After all, the border town was indeed Owen's domain. Was there truly a distinction? Chapter 16. Practice. The castle lacked a dedicated space for lessons, so Owen had arranged for a guest room to be repurposed as a temporary classroom. Henceforth, this would serve as the place of learning, and Vani followed Owen into the makeshift classroom, surveying the room. She could not help but exclaim inwardly at how splendid it was. You can sit there, Owen casually indicated a seat. Vani nodded and obediently took her place, after placing some items on the lectern. Owen approached her desk and laid down a rather simply bound book. This is a book I am lending you. You may take it home to peruse, but please remember to take good care of it. This book was one Owen had copied during his studies at the Magic Academy, containing some of his own insights, and he hoped it would assist Vani. Gingerly cradling the book, Vani flipped through a few pages, becoming thoroughly captivated by the magical knowledge within. To think she could once again study magic, and under the direct tutelage of the Lord, was simply marvelous. The aspirations her parents once held for her were finally within reach. Just as Vani was feeling moved, Owen ascended to the lectern and commenced the first lesson. Let us begin with your weak point in magical control. Please turn to thus. Vani and her sister embarked on a new life in the border town. Bidding farewell to their past hardships as the Lord, Owen had many responsibilities to attend to and could not dedicate every day to teaching Vani. Moreover, merely studying theory was insufficient for magic. One had to actively practice and gradually grasp the concepts through experience. Consequently, Vani's magical curriculum consisted mostly of practical lessons, practicing in the courtyard under the guidance of Chief Knight Maple, who was quite adept at magical control as a magic knight. Only when Owen had the time would Vani attend theoretical classes in the temporary classroom. After several days of study and practice, Vani's ability to control magic had improved significantly. It became evident that she was indeed a promising talent, albeit one in need of adequate nurturing. As Vani skillfully wielded her magic with increasing finesse, Owen felt as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure point one morning. Owen made a special visit to the courtyard to observe Vani, who was diligently practicing the fire magic known as flame pillar, essential for the process of cement production. Centered around a swirling mass of flames, she swiftly gathered her energy to form a roaring pillar of fire. Subsequently, the pillar thickened and shortened, transforming into a fiery disk before returning to its original form, only to repeat the process several times. It was only after this rigorous practice that Vani retracted her magic. Without a trace of hesitation. "Very well done," commented Maple, who stood nearby. "You are now capable of altering the shape of your magic at will, indicating a satisfactory level of control over your magical power. All thanks to you, Miss Maple. I appreciate your guidance in my magical training," Vani expressed gratefully. After days of interaction, the two had grown quite familiar, to the extent that Vani now addressed Maple directly by her name, rather than the formal Lady Jarvis she had initially used. "Indeed, you have made remarkable progress," Owen remarked with a smile as he approached. "Good morning, Lord Owen," they greeted in unison. Upon noticing their lord's arrival, both Maple and Vani bowed respectfully. "Vani, why not observe the cement production process at the workshop today? They are commencing operations in the kiln," Owen suggested, anticipating that it was time for Vani to learn the intricacies of cement production. As she would likely begin her official duties in a couple of days, this would free him to focus on the next phase of his work. "Really? That would be splendid," Vani cheered, her excitement stemming from the imminent end of her meager stipend. According to the terms of her contract, once Vani could independently produce cement, her daily wage would multiply several times, reaching 1 silver coin per day, a staggering sum for her. "Maple, you should accompany her. Your magical assistance will be necessary during the cement production," Owen added, noting that the precious frost cloak was currently the only one available, having ordered another from the capital that had yet to arrive. Thus, they would rely on Maple's magic for cooling. Of course, Maple nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the cement workshop, Vani curiously watched as the raw materials were gradually processed into the final product. Although she didn't fully understand the intricacies, she found the entire operation quite impressive. "Wait, Uncle Garcia?" To her surprise, Vani recognized a familiar face at the entrance of the kiln, a neighbor who lived next door, dressed in a frost cloak and wielding a staff inlaid with high-quality blazing magic stones. Garcia was preparing to enter the kiln. Upon hearing his name, he turned to look at her. "Is that not young Vani? What brings you here?" Upon seeing Maple beside her, he quickly understood. "Ah, so you are the second fire mage spoken of by Lord Marquis. Uncle Garcia, I had no idea you were also a mage. You certainly kept that well hidden," Vani replied. She had visited Garcia's home before, where he lived with his immobile wife. Both had a fondness for Lilica, which fostered their acquaintance. Vani had never seen Garcia in a mage's robe or heard him mention his magical prowess. With his honest and unassuming demeanor, she had assumed he was merely a local. "Isn't it the same for you?" Garcia remarked, noting that Vani had never revealed her own identity, as she wore a cloak gifted by the Lord. Owen had provided her with several decent outfits after noticing that she and Lilica possessed very few. The patched mage's robe was tucked away, cherished as a precious memory. "Hee, Vani chuckled shyly. "Oh, by the way, Lord Marquis asked me to observe the cement production process, so I will need your guidance, Uncle Garcia." "Of course. Let me first introduce you to the equipment used in cement production," Garcia began, detailing the various tools he carried. Vani listened intently, her eyes filled with admiration for the high-grade frost cloak and staff. She eagerly anticipated the day when she could partake in cement production and try out such equipment for herself. Once inside the kiln, the trio donned long cloth strips as required. Before commencing, Garcia instructed Vanny, "I will explain each step as I produce the cement. Please hold your questions until I finish, as I must concentrate on controlling my magic." "Understood," Vanny replied earnestly, nodding her head. First is the drying stage. After detailing the first step, Garcia raised his staff, recited an incantation, and cast the flame pillar spell. Throughout the process, Vanny diligently noted each step, keenly observing Garcia and the furnace, determined not to miss any detail. The kiln was equipped with an hourglass, and she noticed Garcia adhered strictly to the timing for each stage. Halfway through, the heat became almost unbearable for Vanny. Fortunately, with Maple by her side, her magic provided a modicum of comfort. After experiencing the process firsthand, Vanny truly grasped the challenges of cement production. It was no wonder one needed to wear a frost cloak to work. Once the production was complete, the three exited the kiln. While waiting for the material to cool, Vanny bombarded Garcia with questions. Most were answered satisfactorily, though a few remained unclear, such as the concept of Celsius, why temperatures were expressed in such a manner, and how to measure the required temperature, questions that likely only Owen could elucidate. Chapter 17. Garcia's Past. Uncle Garcia, what prompted you to choose to come to the border town? Vanny inquired, having heard from Owen that another mage, who had come before her, intended to sign a long-term contract with the Lord in 2 months. This suggested that Garcia's motives extended beyond merely seeking the lucrative commission. He seemed to have chosen to settle in the border town. Garcia was not a novice mage like Vanny. He had not come to the border town simply because he could not thrive in the Rising Dawn fortress. He could have easily accepted his pay and departed. This puzzled Vanny, as the remote border town lacked the conveniences of the bustling metropolis of Rising Dawn fortress. That question, Garcia gazed up at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he redirected his gaze to Vanny and replied, "Perhaps I grew weary." Weary? Vanny tilted her head, perplexed. Of the life of an adventurer, Garcia elaborated a seasoned mage. He had traversed many teams, faced myriad adventures, and completed numerous quests. Yet, the life of an adventurer was fraught with unpredictability. He had encountered danger multiple times, and failure could result in the loss of comrades. The first time he faced a fallen teammate, he had been deeply saddened, but over time, he grew numb to the losses. For adventurers, the priority was merely to ensure their own survival. It was not until Garcia was invited by a justice-driven female swordsman that his perspective began to shift. Taken by her attractive appearance, he thoughtlessly agreed to join her team. Damn, why is this woman so meddlesome? We should simply execute the commission without interference. Why must we save unrelated individuals? Besides a few words of gratitude, what do we gain? This was Garcia's sentiment during his first mission with the team. He found the captain's actions infuriating and planned to leave the team as soon as their assignment was complete. However, during the mission's conclusion, the team was ambushed by a horde of wild boar monsters, and Garcia became separated from his companions. He was relentlessly pursued by a massive boar with crimson eyes, his magical energy depleted, and the situation was dire. This was the fate of most adventurers, to perish unnoticed in the wild. Comrades were unreliable. If one could not survive on their own, they might as well accept death. Resigned to this fate, Garcia closed his eyes, awaiting the end. Just then, the female swordsman appeared, finding him and decisively coming to his rescue. Damn, what is wrong with this woman? As the captain, she should prioritize the team's welfare and abandon lagging members. Although he thought this, his will to survive reignited. After exchanging blows with the wild boar, the swordsman made a critical mistake, getting gored in the left leg. This is bad. Garcia channeled his remaining magical energy into a fireball, deflecting one of the boar's attacks. That moment of intervention proved pivotal, as their teammates arrived just in time to drive away the boar, allowing both Garcia and the swordsman to survive. Later, Garcia learned that the other team members had cooperated to fend off the boars and had split up to search for the captain and him. Through mutual cooperation, they all had a chance to live, shattering Garcia's long-held beliefs. During their retreat, the team encountered further difficulties. Much of their food had been discarded during the boar's attack, though reluctant. Garcia believed they should abandon their incapacitated captain to ensure the survival of the majority. However, the rest of the team refused to leave the captain behind. On their way back, they unexpectedly met a person the captain had saved. who offered enough food to prevent starvation for the entire group. An unrelated individual had managed to save the entire team, completely dismantling Garcia's original perspective. After the event, Garcia was deeply troubled by the fact that the female swordswoman had sustained a severe injury to her left leg while saving him. An injury so grave that even healing magic could not fully mend it. Her career as an adventurer had effectively come to an end. Garcia felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility, believing it was he who had caused the captain's injury. Little did he know, he had already been utterly captivated by that very swordswoman. Years later, Garcia married her. However, this realization led Garcia to worry. He feared that one day he might meet an untimely demise, leaving no one to care for his beloved wife. Coincidentally, at this juncture, he came across a job offer from Bienju Town. It was a stable position devoid of any peril, and both he and his wife cherished the tranquility of rural life. After deliberation, they decided to accept the offer and settle in Bienju Town. To his surprise, Garcia spoke at length about his past, while Vani and Maple listened with rapt attention. Upon hearing how Garcia fell deeply in love with the swordswoman after she had saved him, Maple seemed lost in thought, pondering something unknown. Vani, on the other hand, was moved by the tumultuous tale, exclaiming, "How wonderful it is that Garcia and the swordswoman could ultimately be together. How enviable, Mr. Garcia, to have experienced such thrilling adventures and to marry the woman you adore. As a simple country folk, I feel forever bound to Bienju Town, uncertain if I shall ever have the chance to rise above my station." Unexpectedly, there was another listener. All three turned their gaze toward the speaker, a diminutive laborer responsible for spreading the raw slurry onto the furnace. "Have you finished your work over there?" Maple inquired. Realizing he had inadvertently eavesdropped, the laborer became flustered in the presence of the Lord's chief knight. I apologize. I shouldn't have been listening. I bear you no ill will. There is no need for you to be anxious," Maple calmly replied. "It is entirely natural to envy the lives of others, as one cannot change their origins. Yet, you should take solace in the fact that our Lord is genuinely concerned about the development of the territory, and you may yet find an opportunity to rise." Maple's final words were merely a casual attempt to console the laborer. However, unexpectedly, that very laborer later seized an opportunity to elevate his status. What the knight said is true. Relieved to learn that the chief knight held no grudge against him, the laborer reported, "The raw slurry has been spread. Please allow Mr. Garcia to enter the kiln room to commence work." "Very well." Garcia rose and turned to Vani, asking, "Vani, do you need to observe the cement firing process once more?" "Of course." Vani nodded eagerly. Once Vani had familiarized herself with the firing process, Owen guided her on the precise amount of magical energy required at each stage and the duration for which it must be sustained. 2 days later, the frost cloak arrived. That afternoon, under Owen's guidance, Vana successfully completed a cement firing in the kiln room. It is worth noting that Vana's limit was the firing of 5 batches of cement. Following this, Owen was completely liberated from the cement workshop. Cement production gradually fell into a routine, and the restoration of the city walls progressed smoothly, everything advancing methodically. Chapter 18. The Temple Knights in the Kingdom of Morning Light, the capital city of Junhui, lies the largest and most prosperous metropolis in the entire realm. Today, Junhui City is abuzz with excitement, as a highly esteemed legendary knight order is set to arrive, prompting many to crowd the streets in hopes of catching a glimpse of them. The southern gate of Junhui City slowly opened, and soldiers atop the walls sounded the welcoming horns, while the main avenue leading to the royal palace overflowed with onlookers, as did the buildings lining the street. With even rooftops occupied by eager spectators, the figures emerged in the distance. All eyes were fixed intently upon them. Gradually, a formidable force came into view. Clad in resplendent, golden-trimmed white armor, their marching steps were impeccably synchronized, leaving the gathered crowd in awe of their gallant presence. Not a single member of the procession diverted their gaze to the surrounding throng. The knight's eyes remained steadfastly focused ahead. A white, 4-pointed star flag fluttered in the breeze among the marching ranks, unmistakably signifying their identity. The Temple Knights. This esteemed order of Temple Knights had embarked from the Holy Land of Galil, the birthplace of the Lumigale Church. And after a considerable journey, they finally reached Junhui City. Most of the Temple Knights were camped outside the city, with only an elite squad of fewer than 100 permitted to enter for an audience with the king. "Look!" That white horse has wings. What is the fuss? That breed is called a Pegasus, a rare steed unique to the Holy Land of Galil. The lady knight riding the Pegasus is breathtakingly beautiful. The crowd was captivated by the Pegasus and its rider, engaged in lively discussion. Among the leading knights at the front of the procession, besides the commander, Owen, were 5 of the order's most distinguished members. The most striking of all was the lady knight, Angelica Shia, riding at the center atop her Pegasus. This fair-haired, blue-eyed beauty was a sight to behold. At that moment, a fellow temple knight rode closer to Angelica and whispered, "You've certainly stolen the spotlight. If you're envious, you could ride a Pegasus too," Angelica replied. "Don't jest. Everyone knows only pure-hearted women can touch a Pegasus. If I were to approach, it might just kick me in the face with a hoof." Ahem. Upon hearing Commander Tofin's subtle cough, the knight promptly fell silent and distanced himself from Angelica, maintaining a quiet demeanor as they rode. Once they entered the inner city, the common folk vanished. At the palace entrance, several nobles from the kingdom of Morning Light awaited their arrival. The night order came to a halt, and the leading temple knights dismounted, handing the reins to their attendants. Owen stepped forward and, adhering to protocol, stated their purpose. "I am Owen, commander of the Temple Knights, here to offer support to the Kingdom of Morning Light in its battle against the undead." As per the Winter Accord, a balding nobleman stepped forward respectfully. "Welcome, esteemed knights. Please, Commander Tofen, accompany me to meet the king, while the rest may follow Baron Cole, who will ensure you are well accommodated." As he mentioned Baron Cole, he gestured to a young man beside him. "Thank you for your hospitality." Thus, Owen followed the noble into the palace, while the other temple knights proceeded with Baron Cole toward the east in the palace's council chamber. Over 30 elegantly attired nobles stood along the sides. At the center, upon the throne, sat a stern-looking elderly man crowned as the king of the Kingdom of Morning Light. As Owen entered the council chamber, the gaze of all the nobles fell upon him. He had long grown accustomed to this scrutiny. Approaching the king, he placed a hand over his heart and bowed. "Your Majesty, I, Owen Tofen, commander of the Temple Knights, extend greetings on behalf of the Pope of the Holy Land of Galil. Do remember to convey my regards to the Pope." Of course. Following this, Owen provided a detailed report to the king regarding how the Temple Knights would support the Kingdom of Morning Light this winter, during which the king posed several inquiries. Speaking of which, last winter, the walls of Bienju town were breached by the undead. Fortunately, the Temple Knights successfully repelled them. I wonder if we can expect a repeat of that situation this winter. A noble suddenly raised this concern, a hint of anxiety upon his countenance. In response, another noble dismissed the worry, saying, "There is no cause for alarm. Even if Bienju town were to fall, the Temple Knights could retreat to Dongxing Fortress." Before the walls of Bienju town were erected, it was Dongxing Fortress that defended against the undead. Moreover, the scale of the undead encountered at Bienju town pales in comparison to what we faced at Chisha Fortress. Dongxing Fortress can easily withstand such an assault, another noble added. Indeed, others murmured in agreement, whispering among themselves, largely echoing the sentiments of the noble who downplayed the concern. "Commander Tofen, what is your perspective?" the king inquired of Owen. After a moment's contemplation, Owen replied, "Your Majesty, I believe it should be left to the commander of the Temple Knights dispatched there to make the judgment. In any case, securing that small breach in the eastern front should not pose a challenge. Then let it be as Commander Tofen suggests." With the matter of support settled, the king extended an invitation to Owen. "Tonight, I shall host a banquet for the Temple Knights to celebrate your deployment. I hope you will attend." "We will certainly be present," Owen affirmed. Just as Owen was about to take his leave, a voice interjected, "Wait a moment." Everyone turned to the source of the voice, revealing an individual of considerable stature, the crown prince of the Kingdom of Morning Light, Legovis Wells. This robust figure with a stern exterior stepped forward, saluted the king, and requested, "Father, please allow me to accompany the Temple Knights to Chisha Fortress. I wish to contribute to the fight against evil." "This is out of the question," the king firmly rejected. "War is no trifling matter. The winter at Chisha Fortress is far too perilous. Father, I fully understand that war is no jest. That is why I have diligently trained since childhood, even managing to achieve some proficiency in magic, despite my disinterest my current abilities have garnered the recognition of the Knight Commander. And I am certain I can be of use on the battlefield." Legovis persisted, even invoking the Knight Commander's name in his defense. Sir Knight Shosbanger is renowned throughout the kingdom, heralded as the mightiest knight, and has long been stationed at the Red Sand Fortress. It remains far too perilous, the king mused, acutely aware of his eldest son's formidable prowess, yet still gripped by concern, should anything befall his firstborn. Given his advanced age, he would find it an unbearable blow. Father, at that moment, the third prince, White Wells, stepped forward. His gaunt visage bore an insidious air, perpetually adorned with an enigmatic smile. The Red Sand Fortress is as impregnable as a fortress can be, and with brother's strength acknowledged by the Knight Commander, granting him passage to the fortress may not be unwise. Moreover, I firmly believe that the kingdom's knights and the temple knights of the Holy Church of Galil will safeguard brother's well-being. Legovis regarded White with an odd glance, perhaps taken aback by his rare defense of himself. Captain Tofin, what is your perspective? The king had intended for Auer to elaborate on the dangers of the Red Sand Fortress to dissuade the Crown Prince's request. Unexpectedly, the latter responded, should the Crown Prince wish to confront the undead monstrosities at the Red Sand Fortress, we shall ensure his safety is not compromised. Soon after, several nobles echoed support for the Crown Prince's plea, arguing it would serve as a valuable experience and that his presence would bolster morale. Enough, I grant permission, the king conceded, having lost the strength to contest the Crown Prince's desires, out of concern. He cautioned, once you arrive, make certain to protect yourself. Yes, father, the Crown Prince replied, elated. Chapter 19. Transformation of the fireball spell. The castle courtyard buzzed with activity today, as Vana continued her practice in magical manipulation. Mapple engaged in her routine training, and even Lilica was present. After an extended period of interaction, Vani had finally discerned Owen's character, feeling reassured enough to bring her sister along, with Lilica in attendance. Vana practiced with renewed vigor, seemingly eager to showcase her magical prowess. However, Lilica was preoccupied, immersed in basic literacy education. After all, having brought her along, it was imperative to find her something meaningful to do. A task entrusted to the children's loving butler, Ryan, that he was particularly invested in this endeavor, having prepared an array of sweets, which Lilica could earn as rewards for passing daily literacy tests, determined to indulge in the treats. Lilica exerted herself to the fullest. Aside from these individuals, Owen was also engaged in magical practice. Fireball spell. With just a thought, Owen effortlessly conjured it, a flame the size of an apple hovering above his palm, its yellow exterior flickering joyfully. This was the most fundamental of spells, one he had mastered long before entering the Magic Academy, capable of instinctively wielding the magic without incantation. Incantations are generally employed to expedite the magic conversion process. If one is intimately familiar with a simple spell, recitation becomes unnecessary. However, slightly more complex spells still necessitate chanting, lest the execution time extend and the risk of failure increased. Out of course, Owen was not merely practicing a spell he had long since mastered. Previously, he had discussed the feasibility of transforming the fireball spell with Winston, and if successful, it would significantly aid in the next phase of their work. First, he shifted the fireball from above his palm to above his index finger. A task remarkably simple. The crux of the matter, however, lay in concentrating his focus, enveloping the fireball with magic and compressing it towards the center. The once lively flames began to coalesce, transforming into an almost perfect sphere. As its size gradually diminished, Owen felt the flames resisting, reluctant to be confined. When the fireball shrank to the size of a chicken egg, beads of sweat formed on Owen's forehead, the internal flames fiercely rebelling, causing fluctuations in the magic responsible for the compression. This would not do. He steadied his mind, reinforcing the stability of his magic, allowing the fluctuations to gradually smooth out. The size continued to compress until the fireball resembled a diminutive cherry. Observing this, Owen smiled with satisfaction, having finally discovered the technique after numerous failures. Although it was not yet the ultimate result he sought, successfully compressing the fireball was the most crucial and challenging step. For the final step, he created a small opening at the top of the compressed fireball, and with a puff, a bright, white-hot flame erupted, extending roughly 20 centimeters. Slightly withdrawing his hand, Owen observed the flames jet in silence. Confirming its stability, he clenched his other fist in triumph. This was the outcome he desired. By slightly increasing his magical output, the flame's color would shift to blue, with a higher temperature. Such a display naturally captured the attention of Vani and Mapple. who approached curiously. "My lord, what are you undertaking?" Vani inquired. Concerned about the potential danger of the flame jet, Owen retracted his magic and explained, "I am transforming the fireball spell into a high-temperature jet. I have seen you cast the fireball spell before, but I did not expect it to evolve into something so novel," Maple remarked, having occasionally glanced at Owen during her training. This was not surreptitious. Rather, a knight must constantly remain vigilant regarding the safety of their lord. "But what purpose does it serve?" Vani questioned. Perplexed. "As an offensive measure, its range is too limited. It would be more reliable to simply hurl the fireball spell." "I never claimed it to be an offensive magic," Owen replied. "Oh, then what is the purpose of transforming the fireball spell?" Vana pressed. "Welding." Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, both Vani and Maple appeared utterly bewildered. Given the current understanding, individuals typically employed bolts or rivets to connect objects, as the technique of welding had yet to emerge. Owen had learned of this technology through Winston. Noticing their confusion, Owen chuckled and said, "I shall take you to the blacksmith shop shortly. I will personally demonstrate what welding entails." At that moment, a prompt window appeared in Owen's view, indicating that Winston was attempting to make contact. Perfect, as he had intended to call Winston as well. Stepping slightly aside from Vani and Maple, Owen connected with Winston. "It has been some time since we last communicated. I have made some progress in my research on magic stones and wish to share it with you." Winston eagerly began to report his findings. "Wait a moment. Regarding the transformation of the fireball spell we previously discussed, it is indeed feasible. I have successfully produced a high-temperature jet." Owen interjected. "Oh, how are things progressing at the blacksmith shop?" Winston inquired. "Everything has long been prepared. We are merely awaiting my magic." Initially, when the system upgrade was completed, Winston had intended to discuss steam engines with Owen, but upon acquiring the magic stones, he had immediately delved into research, forgetting the matter until Owen's inquiry jogged his memory. Considering the possibilities presented by magic, he provided specially designed blueprints for the steam engine, featuring double linkages and sliding valves, carefully tailored to Owen's technical level to avoid awkwardness should the blacksmith encounter difficulties in crafting the necessary components. Nevertheless, manufacturing such a steam engine would necessitate the power of magic. The blacksmith shop produced only disassembled components, which needed to be assembled into larger parts to construct the steam engine, a task that required welding to complete. This was precisely why Owen sought to transform the fireball spell. "What are we still lingering for? I wish to witness this historic moment in your world with my own eyes," Winston urged excitedly. "Patience. I shall prepare and come over shortly." After making the necessary arrangements, Owen departed the castle with Vani and Maple, heading towards the blacksmith shop that in the courtyard. Lilica was undergoing her literacy test, her face clouded with worry as she stared at the characters Ryan inscribed on the slate. What did this character mean? No, she couldn't recall. Wait, she could seek help from her sister. During previous tests, whenever Lilica encountered an unfamiliar character, she would cast a pleading glance at her sister. Then, her sister would casually pass by, uttering a phrase with an emphasized pronunciation of the character in question. Thanks to this tactic, Lilica had successfully passed every test, ultimately relishing the sweets. Meanwhile, Ryan remained blissfully unaware of this clever scheme. Stealing a glance towards her sister's usual practice area, Lilica was taken aback to find her sister absent. Noticing Lilica's distracted gaze, Ryan inquired, "What is the matter? The slate is over here. How do you read this character?" "Have you remembered?" Caught off guard, Lilica quickly turned back, her expression growing increasingly distressed. Where did sister go? It seems she might not get any sweets today. Woe is me." Observing this, Ryan stroked his beard, sensing something amiss in Lilica's recent behavior. Chapter 20. The power of steam. Since Owen no longer needed to assist at the cement workshop, his visits to the blacksmith shop had increased. Although he possessed the blueprints for the steam engine, he remained uneasy and sought to personally oversee the quality as anticipated. The blacksmith struggled to grasp the detailed specifications outlined in the blueprints, prompting Owen to craft a standard ruler to unify the measurement lengths. Little did he know he would first standardize the degree of measurement, with plans to subsequently align other physical quantities and standards. During the manufacturing process, Owen's expectations for other components were not excessively stringent, as long as the deviations were not significant. It sufficed. However, he maintained exceptionally high standards for the cylinder and piston components, which frequently failed to meet the required specifications and necessitated reconstruction. This relentless scrutiny left the blacksmiths exasperated, questioning the need for such rigor. Additionally, the production of the gas pipes proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Although they harbored some dissatisfaction in their hearts, they dared not voice it due to Owen's esteemed status. They simply complied with the requirements. For the remuneration was quite substantial, rendering it a worthwhile endeavor. Gita, one of the 3 blacksmiths in the town of Bienju, possessed a rugged appearance, characterized by a robust physique and bronze skin. Recently, he had been rather troubled. The Lord had mandated that all components for the steam engine be stored in his workshop, consuming an excessive amount of space. Indeed, constructing a steam engine from a single forge was far too time-consuming. Hence, Owen had summoned all the blacksmiths and their apprentices from the town, assigning each a portion of the task to manufacture the necessary parts. Gazing at the pile of iron scraps of indeterminate use, Gita felt a surge of irritation. He could not fathom when the Lord would arrive to finalize the assembly, as it was stated that some new magic was required to weld the small components together. But how long must he wait? If the new magic could not be developed, would the scraps remain there indefinitely? He dared not carelessly dispose of the Lord's belongings. No. He resolved to find an opportunity to explain the situation to the Lord and request the relocation of the pile of components. Just then, an apprentice wielding a large hammer to forge called out, "Master, why are you not hammering? Why are you just standing there in a daze?" "Oh, damn it." Gita snapped back to reality, hastily picking up a small hammer to strike the heated iron ingot. It was absurd to daydream while working. He inwardly cursed the pile of iron scraps. "Master, the Marquis has arrived," another apprentice suddenly burst in, exclaiming, "Come, let us go outside to greet him." Using tongs, Gita placed the iron ingot back into the furnace, and he and his apprentices quickly set aside their tools and stepped out of the forge to welcome the Lord. Owen and his entourage arrived at the blacksmith shop, and without any preamble, stated their purpose was to weld the steam engine's components. This thrilled Gita. Finally, the Lord had come to address the pile of iron scraps. He and his apprentices eagerly transported the components to an empty space nearby. Working with remarkable diligence, Owen first retrieved 4 identical curved iron plates from the pile, which would form the cylinder's body, allowing for the creation of a complete cylindrical shape, with a fireball spell conjured above his fingertip. He inserted a heated magic stone into his palm to conserve magical energy and elevate the temperature. Following the techniques he had previously mastered, he transformed the fireball spell into a blue flame at his fingertip. This time, the opening he created was smaller than before, the flame measuring only around 12 centimeters in length. He secured the 2 iron plates closely together while holding a slender iron rod in his left hand. He raised the high-temperature flame at his fingertip and began the welding process. As the flame reached the joint of the 2 plates, the intense heat caused their edges to melt, creating a molten pool where the iron coalesced. He then extended the slender iron rod to fill the molten pool with the melted iron. Continuing this welding process, Owen was fortunate that he had practiced welding in his dreams. The initial real-world application went relatively smoothly. After welding one side, he reduced the magical output and welded the same spot on the reverse side. Upon completion, Owen inspected the joint. It was remarkably sturdy, a flawless weld. "Ah, not bad. You have become a competent welder," Winston remarked, laced with teasing. "Oomph, of course," Owen replied, awkwardly missing the jest. Others watched curiously as Owen performed the welding. When they witnessed the 2 plates firmly stuck together, they collectively gasped in astonishment, particularly Gita. He was immensely surprised, after years of blacksmithing. This was the first time he had seen 2 plates connected in such a manner. Unlike bolts and rivets, this method was far more stable and reliable. Amidst his astonishment, Gita felt a tinge of regret. This technique was evidently something only a magician could accomplish, forever out of his reach. Next, he welded the remaining 2 plates together in the same fashion, completing a cylindrical gas cylinder. Owen casually handed it to Gita's apprentice, instructing them to polish away the traces of molten iron. Subsequently, Owen continued to weld various small components into larger ones until all parts of the steam engine were completed. Finally, with the assistance of everyone, a massive, sleek black steam engine was assembled. Owen. This seemingly rudimentary contraption exuded a unique beauty, for it embodied the elegance of technology. A powerful machine easily operable by anyone. Of course, this was merely the prototype steam engine, inherently possessing certain deficiencies that in the future, with better technological conditions, they could craft a more efficient steam engine. Ah, this is a momentous occasion. The first steam engine has been constructed in Bienju. Winston remarked with awe. Wow, it looks incredible, Vanny exclaimed, circling the steam engine before reaching out to tap it, then turning to Owen to inquire. What can this magnificent machine do? It can move on its own and possesses immense strength. It can replace many tasks requiring great physical effort, Owen explained. Upon hearing this, Gita immediately turned his head away, stifling a laugh. He knew very well that this so-called steam engine comprised many parts he had personally assembled. Thus, he understood it was merely a cumbersome hunk of iron. Would such a thing truly move on its own? What a preposterous notion! The current nobility truly had an affinity for concocting fanciful inventions and boasting about outlandish claims. Shaking his head in resignation, Gita called a few apprentices to return to their work. Having already assisted the Lord in assembling the machine, he felt his part was done. Like Gita, Vanny was skeptical of the steam engine's ability to move autonomously. While Maple internally grappled with convincing herself to believe Owen, he understood their doubts. Until one witnessed the steam engine in operation, most would remain unconvinced. Just you wait and see, soon enough. You will believe my words, he stated. Requesting water and charcoal from Gita's forge, Owen poured water into the boiler, added charcoal beneath it, and then ignited it with a fireball spell. Boiling water, Vanny muttered quietly. Owen remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. When he first laid eyes on the steam engine's blueprints, he too had thought it merely a device for boiling water, and had even been complimented by Winston for discovering the secret to human technological advancement, merely finding new ways to boil water. After a wait of several minutes, the water in the boiler began to boil, the bubbling sounds resonating from within. Soon, a series of popping sounds emanated from the cylinder, suggesting it was filled with steam. Then, the exhilarating moment arrived. The piston moved, pushing the connecting rod outward. The dual rods, in their back-and-forth motion, caused the iron wheel to spin faster, reaching its maximum speed in no time. Owen could feel the airflow generated by the wheel's rotation. A testament to its formidable power, the machine trembled slightly, emitting a harsh, grating roar, while the exhaust port expelled white vapor. Witnessing this spectacle, Vanny and Maple stood agape, utterly astonished. How marvelous! Watching the steam engine operate successfully. Owen found himself entranced. This was the power of steam. Chapter 21. A new realm. Hearing the cacophony outside, Gita furrowed his brow. What was happening? Why was it so noisy? Just then, an apprentice burst in, exclaiming with excitement, "It's moving! It's moving! That enormous contraption is moving on its own!" What a ludicrous claim! How could that hefty iron mass possibly move by itself? Yet the commotion outside was indeed deafening. Prompting Gita to cease his work and step outside to investigate, the steam engine was making such a ruckus that it had drawn quite a crowd. Gita, accompanied by his apprentices, cleared a path through the throng. When the operating steam engine came into view, he was left speechless. Impossible! The words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. The sight before him had shattered his understanding. Gita stood frozen, astonished, for a long moment before he finally registered the reality. That immense, heavy iron wheel, which he and his apprentices had toiled to install, was now spinning effortlessly and rapidly, propelled by some mysterious and powerful force. This had to be the work of magic. Yes, it had to be. Instinctively rejecting the truth, Gita began to seek excuses in the realm of the unfamiliar to soothe his fractured perception. However, the conversations around him pulled him back to reality. This is truly miraculous, Vanny whispered as she approached Owen. Marquis, if it is simply heating that area, couldn't my magic be used to ignite it instead? She pointed to the boiler as she spoke. Why would you want to substitute your magic? Owen replied, perplexed. I do not intend to create a machine that only magicians can operate. I want a machine that anyone can use. Anyone? Meaning this machine does not rely solely on magic to function. Gita, now unable to contain his astonishment, stepped forward. After bowing respectfully, he inquired of Owen, Marquis, is it true that anyone can operate this? How is this machine started? Indeed, it is true, Owen replied, pleased with the inquisitive blacksmith. Bienju desperately needed individuals willing to explore the unknown. He then briefly explained the process of starting the machine. Is it really that simple? Add water and ignite it, then just wait. Gita expressed disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Indeed, if you remain skeptical, I can pause the machine, allowing you to operate it yourself. No, That's unnecessary. Jita hastily declined. There was no need for such measures. The Lord would not deceive him. And the steam engine before him, currently in operation, stood as the finest testament to that fact. My lord, may I inquire what powers this machine into motion? Jita posed his final question. It is steam. Steam. The very gas that escapes when water boils. Such a substance possesses such formidable power. It is truly wondrous. Upon discovering the truth, Jita felt as though he stood before a portal to an unknown world, filled with countless mysteries yet to be unveiled, a realm entirely new. Most thrilling of all was the realization that the key to unlocking that portal lay firmly in the hands of his lord. Resolute in his decision, Jita, though merely a humble blacksmith, yearned to follow this lord for eternity, to behold that uncharted domain, even if only for a fleeting glance. With this thought in mind, Jita knelt before Owen, respectfully stating, My lord, should you have any further crafting needs in the future, please entrust them to me. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to producing components that meet your standards. The unexpected gesture caught the attention of those nearby, who exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding events. Yet, Owen welcomed the display, smiling as he replied, No problem. A loyal tool has been gained. Winston interjected with a jest. What tool? He is a member of the frontier town, willing to contribute to its development. Owen retorted, I wish to assist as well. Vana chimed in, raising her small hand. If I learn my lord's flame technique, I too can weld. With that, she conjured a fireball and attempted to compress it at her fingertip, mimicking Owen's actions. However, this step proved far from simple. The flame, barely formed into a sphere, quickly became unstable and dissipated. Wow, Vani gasped in surprise, her spirits sinking as she lamented. This is too difficult. I've failed. Ha ha ha, it seems you still have much practice to do in controlling your magical energy, Owen chuckled. Having confirmed that the steam engine could function properly, Owen extinguished the heat source beneath the boiler, releasing the steam within the cylinder and bringing the machine to a halt. With little left to see, many onlookers gradually dispersed. Next, Owen instructed Mapple to remain and oversee the machine while he returned to the castle to summon help for transporting the steam engine. Mapple nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Owen turned to Jita and said, When the time comes, please assist in disassembling the machine's components for easier transport. Having participated in the assembly of the steam engine, Jita assured him, No problem. Leave it to me, my lord. He thumped his chest in affirmation. With matters settled, Owen took Vani and headed back to the castle. After Owen's departure, Mapple turned her gaze back to the steam engine, her expression grave, astonished by the machine's autonomous operation and immense power. She felt a deeper sense of unease. If this steam engine were fitted with wheels, driven by the miraculous force of steam, it could rampage across the battlefield like a war chariot. Who could possibly stand in its way? Even a multitude of knights would likely be trampled beneath it. And what of magic? Individual spells would likely prove insufficient to destroy it. Only a coordinated effort of large-scale magic could achieve that. However, employing such powerful magic on the battlefield to counter a war chariot seemed rather reckless. Moreover, large-scale magic requires ample preparation time, while the steam chariot could maneuver freely across the field, making it uncertain whether it could even be targeted. The sole comfort was that this formidable power was in the hands of Owen, not the enemy. My lord Owen has truly forged something extraordinary, Mapple mused on his way back. Owen pondered the most appropriate applications for the steam engine. Winston suggested deploying it in the mining district to enhance production, facilitating the creation of another steam engine and additional equipment. Finding the suggestion reasonable, Owen agreed to it. Speaking of steam engines inevitably conjured thoughts of the Industrial Revolution. Owen had learned from Winston that the occurrence of the Industrial Revolution was conditional. Simply creating a steam engine would not directly usher in such an ERA. Required a scenario where local handicraft production could no longer meet market demands, thus necessitating technological reforms in the craft sector. The timely emergence of steam engines, capable of replacing vast amounts of manual labor, met this need and rapidly gained popularity. Various other factors compounded to trigger the Industrial Revolution. In contrast, the current state of the frontier town was still quite backward, lacking the conditions necessary to ignite an industrial revolution. Therefore, Owen could only continue cultivating the land and developing the territory. When the time was right, he would lead the people of the frontier town into an era of steam and steel. Chapter 22. magic and magic stones upon returning to the castle. Owen dispatched several guards to the blacksmith shop to retrieve the steam engine, then proceeded to his study. As he settled into his chair, he immediately initiated a mental dialogue with Winston. Now, we can discuss your research findings on magic stones. Certainly, but before we delve into magic stones, let's first address the research on magical energy. Everything transferred over has, to varying degrees, retained magical energy, and we have developed a means to indirectly observe its presence. Though we have yet to definitively characterize what magical energy truly is, after extensive observation, we have made an unexpected discovery. Research into magical energy is a vast undertaking, and Winston's capabilities alone are limited. A full research team is needed for collaborative efforts. What discovery? Owen inquired. Magical energy seems to transcend natural laws. It can defy physical principles and yield diverse, even contradictory results. For instance, given a temperature differential, heat naturally transfers from areas of higher temperature to those of lower temperature. But magical energy can disrupt this norm, allowing heat to flow in reverse. Winston's tone was notably cautious as he shared this revelation, seemingly still skeptical of its implications. Initially, a young researcher within the team had uncovered this phenomenon and reported it to Winston. He had been incredulous at first, believing that all things should adhere to the laws of nature, that nothing could supersede these rules. However, reality had dealt him a harsh lesson. To you, this may seem unbelievable. Yet to us, magical energy is omnipresent. We have long since grown accustomed to its presence. Now, Owen had gleaned much knowledge from Winston, prompting new reflections on magical energy. For instance, fire magic can conjure flames from thin air. Where does this energy originate? Is it that magical energy itself possesses immense power, or is there another explanation? Nonetheless, with the paramount concern of ensuring the frontier town's survival through the winter, Owen could not afford to delve into the study of magical energy. He had to leave it in Winston's capable hands. Do you grasp the implications of this? To Owen's surprise, Winston posed a counter-question. After contemplating it further, Owen could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Ultimately, he abandoned his musings and directly asked for the answer. What does it imply? It implies that anyone who can harness the power of magical energy can transcend natural laws, achieving a godlike existence. Are you suggesting that those of us who can wield magic are gods? This seemed inaccurate. While Owen could wield fire magic, he was far from omnipotent and remained significantly distant from the concept of divinity. No, you are beneficiaries of magical energy in an environment rich with it. You should understand that you can only manipulate the magical energy within yourselves, while external magical energy remains beyond your control. Winston clarified. I see that if one could control the magical energy of the world, that would indeed be God-like. By the way, do you think the deities we worship here might be the singular god, Miguel? The mention of deities immediately brought the church to Owen's mind. The belief in magic seemed to further validate the existence of such divine beings. I cannot say. Perhaps Miguel's church is merely an ordinary religion, or perhaps they possess some truths, as their faith in magic is indeed suspect. In any case, to unravel the true nature of magical energy, Winston would require a protracted period of research. The discussion on magical energy concluded, and the conversation shifted to the study of magic stones. Regarding magic stones, I assume you have conducted extensive research on your end. Why not begin by sharing how you utilize magic stones, and I will then supplement with some new findings. This approach would save considerable time, as both parties likely had overlapping information regarding the use of magic stones. Certainly, Owen agreed. First, there was the blazing magic stone, which, while relatively common, still commanded a high price. Accessible only to the affluent, generally speaking, high-quality blazing magic stones are crafted into wands and similar equipment, enhancing the power of fire magic for sorcerers. Aspiring powerful sorcerers often invest heavily in such wands. Of course, a small number of financially constrained sorcerers, like Vani, resort to using lower-quality magic stones for their wands. Inferior blazing magic stones are often utilized as firewood for warmth. People of the past had discovered that blazing magic stones could be activated not only by magical energy, but also by open flame. Once activated, a blazing magic stone would cool down after a period. However, if a sufficient quantity of blazing magic stones were gathered together, activating one would generate heat that could activate the nearby stones, creating a chain reaction. In the end, the entire pile of blazing magic stones emitted a considerable amount of heat and sustained it for an extended period. Compared to firewood, The advantages of the intensely hot magic stones lie in their prolonged luminosity and warmth. Devoid of smoke and peculiar odors, and they do not blacken the fireplace. It is precisely these merits that compel wealthy nobles and affluent merchants to procure large quantities of inferior, blazing magic stones for heating each winter. This aligns closely with our research findings. By the way, what do you do with the gray powder left after the magical energy of the blazing magic stones is expended? Winston inquired. Those remnants? We simply dispose of them wherever convenient. What? That is a highly useful substance. You are truly wasteful. Winston lamented. What use does it have? For generations, people have treated the residuals of magic stones as refuse. And Owen regarded it as mere garbage. Now, with Winston asserting the utility of that gray powder, he felt both astonished and curious. That gray powder serves as an excellent fertilizer, capable of enhancing crop yields. And it also aids in soil conditioning. There a vast expanse of saline alkali land in Bienju town. Utilizing it could significantly improve the condition of the saline alkali land. Are you suggesting that by applying that gray powder to the plowed fields before planting, the cursed lands of Bienju town could yield crops? That is essentially the idea that I initially intended to send you some soil conditioners to ameliorate the saline alkali land. It seems that is no longer necessary. Upon receiving this affirmation, Owen was utterly astonished. The town of Bienju had long suffered under the curse of the Kaz people, and it turned out that the key to alleviating the curse lay in the abundant magic stones produced in the town. What a revelation! No wonder the Hengguan and Tianxiong mountain ranges remained unaffected by the curse. It could very well be related to the rich deposits of magic stones found there. Oh no! Suddenly recalling something, Owen slapped his desk. Hearing the commotion, the guard at the door assumed something was amiss with the lord and rushed into the study. Upon seeing Owen unharmed, he realized he might have overreacted and promptly clasped his chest in a gesture of respect, asking, "My lord, is there something the matter? What is going on?" Winston was equally startled. "We'll continue our discussion about the magic stones shortly. I need to attend to the cargo ship set to depart tomorrow, which is laden with magic stones for sale." After swiftly conversing with Winston, Owen turned his gaze towards the guard. "Go fetch Clive." Chapter 23. Acquisition of gray powder. As before, Clive arrived, panting heavily. Owen shook his head in exasperation, saying, "There's no need to rush over every time. It's not as if there's anything particularly urgent." "Well, that," Clive stammered, struggling to catch his breath and articulate his thoughts. After a considerable moment, he finally managed to recover. "That one do," he replied, echoing Owen's sentiments. "When the Marquis calls, one must arrive promptly. So, you intend for me to wait for you to catch your breath every time I summon you? Is that it?" Upon hearing this, Clive's corpulent figure shuddered, quickly denying, "Oh no, I didn't mean it that way. I just didn't want to keep you waiting too long." "All right, I understand you didn't mean it that way. However, the outcome is still that I've had to wait quite a while, hasn't it?" Owen had no intention of intimidating Clive that he might think such behavior was flattering, but Owen preferred he amend it. Clive's eyes widened in realization. "Understood. I will be more mindful next time." Transitioning to the formal topic, Owen rummaged through a stack of documents on his desk and extracted a recent shipping report submitted by Clive. Glancing over it, he inquired, "If I am not mistaken, the cargo ship laden with magic stones is set to depart tomorrow, correct?" "Yes, my lord," Clive affirmed. "Unload all the blazing magic stones from the ship. We will not be selling them. I intend to use them myself." Clive momentarily doubted his hearing that in the past, when Owen had made peculiar requests, he had merely complied without much commentary. He never expected such an outrageous demand now, especially since the trade of magic stones was a crucial source of revenue for Bienju town. He absolutely had to intervene. "My lord, the stockpile of blazing magic stones for personal use is already overflowing the castle's storerooms. What do you need so many for? In order to successfully implement the large-scale planting plan for next spring, I require a substantial quantity of blazing magic stones." A planting plan? Clive felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He hadn't anticipated that the Lord had not given up. What could possibly grow on this cursed land? And how is it related to the magic stones? "My lord, I don't mean to discourage you, but as long as the curse of the Kaz people remains, it's best not to expect much from the affected lands." "Clive, do you remember when I asked you to recruit people to produce cement?" Owen suddenly posed. Clive recalled that matter, albeit puzzled as to why it was being mentioned now. Nevertheless, he answered honestly. I remember, my lord. I mentioned using it to mend the breaches in the walls. You later went to inspect the northern wall. How did that turn out? Clive had indeed visited and conversed with Viru. To his surprise, it had succeeded, and he was well aware of the praises Viru had sung about the cement's efficacy. Very well. The breach was repaired before winter arrived. My current mention of the planting plan, much like the previous cement production, is founded on firm confidence. Gazing into the Lord's resolute eyes, Clive understood that such words would not be uttered without absolute assurance. Could it be that the cursed land of Bienju truly had a chance of salvation? Even so, he could not simply halt the sale of the blazing magic stones. Moreover, with winter approaching, the weather would only grow colder, making it an opportune time for sales. Thus, Clive continued to persuade. My lord, we have collaborated with the magic stone merchants for many years. If you suddenly cease selling the blazing magic stones, it will greatly displease them and damage our town's reputation. Owen, let me remind you, what you seek is not the magic stones themselves, but the gray powder left after their magical energy is depleted. Winston's voice echoed in Owen's mind, awakening him to clarity. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan and then looked up at Clive. You are right. I was too hasty. Here's what we shall do. From now on, we will reduce the quantity of magic stones available for sale by 20%, citing alternative uses. Then, we will inform the merchants that I require a substantial amount of the gray powder left after the magic stones are expended. Whoever collects the most will be promised a preferential price for the next transaction. Upon hearing this, Clive exhibited a rather peculiar expression. After all this time, what Owen wanted was the gray powder, not the magic stones. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. My lord, if you merely need a large quantity of the magic stone residues, I have a better approach that does not require reducing the sale of the magic stones. Oh, Owen raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. What do you propose? Notify the magic stone merchants that you will purchase the residues at a low price in bulk. For those who sell more, promise a preferential price for the magic stones produced in Bienju town. The more they sell, the greater the discount. This way, they gain additional income while securing discounted magic stones that I believe those merchants will do their utmost to collect the magic stone residues. Furthermore, blazing magic stones are not exclusive to Bienju town. It's possible the collected gray powder will exceed expectations. Your method is commendable. I shall entrust this matter entirely to you. It appeared that Clive possessed a considerable acumen for commerce. Far surpassing Owen's as a newly appointed lord, Owen still had much to learn. At your command, I shall attend to it immediately. Very well. Owen nodded slightly. After Clive took his leave, he resumed his discussion with Winston on the previously unfinished topic regarding magic stones. Next on the agenda was the lightning magic stone. Truth be told, its utility was rather limited. Even high-quality lightning magic stones did not fetch a high price. This was because electricity, as a special element outside the 6 fundamental elements, was relatively scarce. Despite the prowess of lightning mages, the most common use involved crushing inferior lightning magic stones into fine particles to create paralysis powder, which could be contained in small pouches. When faced with not overly strong magical beasts, a mage could toss a handful of paralysis powder to incapacitate them. Conversely, high-quality lightning magic stones crushed into powder yielded thunder powder, which was perilous if mishandled. It could harm the user, yet, when used effectively, it could obliterate powerful magical creatures. These were the primary applications of lightning magic stones, and Winston could not propose any new uses. However, he did study the characteristics of lightning magic stones. Similar to blazing magic stones, they could be activated by magical energy and electrical currents. The difference was that activated lightning magic stones released direct current all at once, leaving no residue. This made it exceedingly difficult for people to harness the energy contained within lightning magic stones. In pursuit of ensuring that Bienju town could safely utilize electricity, Winston solemnly declared that he would devise a method to enable the stable release of electrical current from lightning magic stones. When that time came, the quaint town would be illuminated by light during the night. Was this a leap from the steam age into the electrical age? Owen pondered. Finally, the two men turned their attention to frost magic stones. This item is rather expensive, primarily due to its limited production, as it is exclusively sourced from the Holy Kingdom of Caleb, situated on the Pa Plateau. Unlike the heated magic stones, which do not emit heat when unactivated, The inferior frost magic stones perpetually exude a chill. The hotter the external environment, the stronger the cold they release. In contrast, high-quality frost magic stones do not behave in this manner. Consequently, the inferior frost magic stones are typically crafted into costly garments designed for cooling, which are then sold to affluent nobles or merchants, only to lose their cooling properties after a few years. It is noteworthy that water mages can utilize wands embedded with frost magic stones to cast standardized spells, while ice mages can wield even more potent magic. Of course, using them for ice production is not out of the question. However, given the availability of relatively inexpensive ice-making methods, one must wonder why one would resort to the costly frost magic stones instead. Chapter 24. Demonstration with Clive. Tasked with acquiring the gray powder, Owen could focus more intently on current matters. The following day, he dispatched individuals to transport the components of the steam engine to the transverse mining area and entrusted Jita with the assembly. Transporting such cumbersome iron products to the mountain proved to be quite arduous, keeping the guards occupied for a considerable time. 2 days later, a large, dark contraption was assembled right before the miners' eyes. As the miners speculated privately about the purpose of this iron monstrosity, Owen arrived with his entourage. The miners' leader was taken aback to see the Lord himself in such a dismal place. Despite his astonishment, he approached with a mixture of trepidation and respect. Before the mine entrance lay a relatively open area, marked by several obvious signs of human excavation, utilized for stacking the ore extracted from the mine. Upon arriving at the transverse mining area, Owen was immediately met with a foul odor, a noxious blend of sweat, rust, and other unpleasant scents. Nevertheless, for the sake of the development of the border town, he forced himself to endure it. However, Maple was not so charitable. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "My Lord Owen, there is no need for you to come to such a place personally. The operation of the steam engine can be taught by others." "That simply will not do," Owen replied, shaking his head. "I am the only one in the entire border town who is thoroughly familiar with the steam engine. It is best that I instruct them myself." At that moment, the miners' leader approached with a sycophantic smile, bowing to Owen and inquiring, "Good afternoon, my Lord Marquis. What brings you here?" "I have received reports that the steam engine has been assembled. Please take me there," Owen instructed. "The steam engine? Oh, I understand now. Please follow me, my Lord Marquis." It turned out that the large contraption was indeed a steam engine, a term the miners' leader had never encountered before, nearly failing to grasp its significance. The group proceeded to the mine, where the steam engine was positioned at the entrance, its dark form visible from a distance. Noticing the arrival of the Lord Marquis, the miners nearby ceased their work and turned their attention to Owen. It was imperative to inform the miners of how the steam engine would assist them in their labor and what precautions to observe. Thus, Owen directed the miners' leader to gather all the miners together and commanded the accompanying knights to prepare the steam engine for operation. Gathering all the miners took some time, but by the time they were assembled, the water in the steam engine's boiler had begun to boil. However, the large iron wheel remained stationary, as the steam produced by the boiler had not yet entered the cylinder but was instead escaping through the exhaust valve. Standing beside the steam engine, Owen glanced over the crowd of miners huddled near the entrance. Numbering around 100, they were all grimy, most of them bare-chested, and those who wore clothing had it tattered and worn, exuding a potent odor of sweat that only intensified the stench of the place. The throng was so dense that those at the back could barely see the steam engine, prompting Owen to consider that multiple demonstrations might be necessary. Clearing his throat, he announced, "I understand that many of you have been discussing the purpose of this machine. Allow me to clarify. This machine is called a steam engine, and it will assist you in transporting the ore you extract from the mine, eliminating the need for so many of you to toil in dragging baskets of ore." This revelation instantly ignited a fervor among the assembled miners, who among them did not know that the most arduous task in mining was hauling the extracted ore out of the mine. A laden basket of ore required at least 4 individuals to move, 2 pushing from behind while the others pulled with all their might from the front. "My lord, is what you say truly the case?" a young miner boldly inquired. Raising his hand as soon as the words left his mouth, the miner's leader shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, "How dare you question the Lord?" "Indeed, it is true," Owen affirmed. "I shall now demonstrate for you." He beckoned the young miner who had just asked the question to step forward. Realizing the Lord was indeed calling him, the young miner approached hesitantly. Owen retrieved a rope with an iron hook from the winch and handed it to the miner, instructing him to secure it around a basket filled with or from within the mine and to notify him once ready. There were several baskets filled with or inside the mine, and the miner complied, hooking one and then shouting towards the entrance, "Steady the basket." Owen echoed the reminder from within. Next, he approached the steam engine, preparing to operate the levers. The two levers were adorned with red and green cloths. The red one controlled the exhaust valve while the green controlled the intake valve at that moment. The green lever was positioned forward while the red lever was at the back. Lifting the green lever and pressing down the red lever, steam surged into the cylinder, driving the piston and causing the large iron wheel to begin turning, which in turn activated the winch to pull the basket outward. Due to years of mining, the tunnels within the mine had been smooth, facilitating an effortless process of hauling the basket. The miners at the back supported the basket, almost running alongside it as it was drawn out. Once the basket was fully extracted, Owen immediately lifted the red lever and pressed the green lever down, halting the steam engine. Witnessing this spectacle, the miners erupted in astonishment. How marvelous! The miners at the back exerted little effort. They merely needed to ensure the basket did not topple over. The miners' leader stood by, utterly dumbfounded, at a loss for words. For the time being, Owen decided to utilize the steam engine to assist in hauling the baskets. He had considered laying tracks and employing mine carts within the tunnels, yet wooden tracks were prone to damage, and iron tracks were limited by the low iron yield. He resolved to improve the working conditions of the mine once the iron output increased. After completing the demonstration, Owen encouraged the young miner to express his gratitude. The miner scratched his head, flustered and struggling to respond, which elicited laughter from the surrounding miners. After adding more water to the boiler, Owen instructed the front miners to step back while the rear miners pushed forward, intending to demonstrate once more. After two further demonstrations, Owen imparted additional safety guidelines to the miners, such as keeping a safe distance from the exhaust valve to avoid burns from the steam. Finally, he requested the miners' leader to select a sharp-witted individual for training, allowing the others to return to their labor. The leader summoned a small, scruffy lad, introducing him to Owen. "My Lord Marquis, this is Hack. Do not be deceived by his slender frame. He is the cleverest and most industrious among our miners." "Good day, my Lord Marquis," Hack said stiffly, bowing awkwardly. Upon first glance, Owen thought the boy appeared exceedingly young and casually inquired, "How old are you?" 15, came the reply. It was indeed true. At just 15, he was already performing heavy labor in the transverse mining area, though the recruitment criteria for miners did not specify an age limit. Owen had learned about child labor from Winster. While he was somewhat supportive of the practice, he found it impossible to issue a ban on child labor in reality. Many families in the border town lived in poverty, and the same was true elsewhere. If individuals below the required age were prohibited from working, many families would find themselves unable to afford food, leading to various societal issues. Therefore, Owen resolved to strive for an improvement in the living standards of each household. After all, he intended to promote universal education in the border town in the future, aiming not only to raise literacy rates, but also to ensure that every child had the opportunity to attend school. Chapter 25. Magical Welder. Noticing the Lord's prolonged silence, the miners' leader presumed Owen was displeased with Hack's age and quickly interjected, "My Lord Marquis, do you recall the cave-in incident that occurred here 2 years ago?" "Indeed, I am aware. What of it?" Owen inquired. After that cave-in, Hack's father entered the mine to rescue trapped individuals, only to encounter a second collapse that resulted in his leg being crushed by a boulder. Now, Hack's family relies on his earnings to make ends meet. It is quite a struggle. The leader's revelation of Hack's father's ordeal was a calculated attempt to evoke sympathy from the Lord, hoping it would sway Owen to agree to Hack's training. This way, Hack could take on the relatively easier task of operating the steam engine. Although the cave-in incident had indeed occurred, the miners' leader had omitted crucial details. He and Hack's father had ventured into the mine to rescue others, and it was Hack's father who had pushed him to safety during the second collapse. Thus, the leader held a deep gratitude for Hack's father, which explained his bias towards Hack. Owen, recognizing the overt favoritism, could discern the underlying message and could only shake his head with a wry smile. "Very well, I understand that I shall train Hack to operate the steam engine. Then hurry and thank the Lord Marquis." The miners' leader joyfully nudged Hack with his elbow. "Remember to learn diligently." Hack, startled, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my Lord Marquis." Operating this steam engine is remarkably straightforward. As long as one is not too dim-witted, anyone should be able to master it. Thus, Owen paid little heed to who was selected for the mining operation. After a single demonstration, Huck was able to manage it independently. Subsequently, Owen provided him with a detailed explanation of how to start and shut down the steam engine, as well as how to maintain it. Among other essential tasks, when Huck felt he had grasped the key points, Owen promptly conducted an oral examination. Upon passing the test, Owen shut down the cooling steam engine, allowing Huck to operate it practically once more. After a series of rigorous evaluations, Owen finally entrusted Huck with the management of the primary steam engine, as he had genuine concerns about the potential for Huck to damage the machine. Observing Huck operate the steam engine to haul mining baskets for the miners, the head of the mine couldn't help but exclaim, "The efficiency has certainly improved significantly. If only this behemoth could assist in removing the water from the depths of the mine as well." "That is certainly possible," Owen responded. Acknowledging the expectation that in fact, the design blueprints for the pumping steam engine had already been handed over to Gita at that time, he held the blueprints with great enthusiasm, assuring that he would produce the required components with utmost quality. This manufacturing task was also undertaken by 3 blacksmith shops, but nearly all of the high-standard components were claimed solely by Gita that was uncertain whether his confidence was excessive or bordering on arrogance. Time would reveal all, however. The construction of the pumping steam engine has only just commenced, and it will take some time before it is delivered to you, Owen added. Really? That is truly splendid. This way, we can mine deeper into the caverns. Where the ore is larger in scale and superior in quality, the ore yield across the mining area will surely soar in the future. Hearing the Lord's words, the mine head was greatly invigorated, and he began to excitedly describe future prospects. In the days that followed, Owen intended to impart the techniques of high-temperature flame to Vani and Garcia, grooming them to become the next generation of magical welders. Vani had already planned to assist and had signed a contract with Owen, so she was undoubtedly eager to learn. Meanwhile, Garcia was currently an adventurer under commission. He could decline the task if it deviated from the commission's content. As per the Adventurers Guild regulations, even if he wished to remain in the border town, Owen had to inquire about his willingness. When summoned to the study for questioning, Garcia not only agreed, but also expressed considerable interest in Owen's new magic. To ensure that Vani and Garcia had ample magical energy for practice, Owen reduced their workload at the cement workshop and invited Garcia to practice the new magic in the castle courtyard. Surprisingly, Garcia was the first to master the high-temperature flame, which left Vani feeling quite disheartened. Watching the flame at Garcia's fingertips, Owen generously gave a thumbs up. Impressive. You've grasped the technique so swiftly. You truly are a seasoned silver-tier adventurer. I am flattered. My lord, Garcia replied humbly as he retracted his magic. After all, Owen was the lord of Border Town, and it was always wise to tread carefully with one's words. I can do it soon too. Vani, feeling frustrated, steeled herself and attempted to compress her fireball once more. Regrettably, it dissipated when it had shrunk by a third. Why is this happening? She said, dejectedly lowering her head in response. Owen could only offer comforting words. Do not rush. Practice slowly, and you will master it. Practice slowly again? Then why did Uncle Garcia learn so quickly? Vani pouted unhappily. Owen turned his gaze towards Garcia, to be honest. Even though he had guided him, he still felt Garcia had learned rather swiftly, if not for his exceptional aptitude. There must be a reason behind it. Well, you see, Garcia scratched his head bashfully. It might be related to my limited magical capacity. How so? Owen queried, puzzled as to how having limited magical capacity could correlate with swiftly acquiring the high-temperature flame technique. Vani, too, awaited Garcia's explanation with curiosity. I once researched a new magic called explosive flame. It turned out that due to his limited magical power, Garcia favored exploring spells that consumed little mana yet delivered significant impact. He had even created a spell named Explosive Flame, which had garnered him considerable fame within the Adventurers Guild for a time. Explosive Flame was, in essence, a variant of the fireball spell. The principle involved compressing the fireball size and then hurling it, after traveling a certain distance. It would explode. It also required compression techniques, but not to the same degree as the high-temperature flame, and no wonder Garcia was able to master the high-temperature flame so quickly. He had already acquired a certain level of compression technique. Oh. No wonder. It turns out Uncle Garcia was cheating. Vonnie exclaimed in realization. Upon hearing this, Owen found himself both amused and exasperated. After all, these were skills that Garcia had painstakingly developed and could hardly be deemed cheating. One could not expect everyone to start from the same starting line. That was simply unrealistic. However, Garcia's recounting of these experiences sparked some reflections in Owen. It became clear that most magicians were inclined to delve into powerful offensive spells to enhance themselves. Rather than creating magic for production and daily life they would develop auxiliary spells to gain advantages in combat. While self-enhancement was not inherently negative, it was somewhat lamentable that the immense potential of magic in production was squandered. Hadn't Winston previously mentioned that magic was the primary productive force in this world? A few days later, the weather grew increasingly frigid, prompting Owen to don additional warm clothing to that moment. He was in his study, attending to some documents. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a personal guard hurriedly knocked on the door and entered the study, bowing with a hand on his chest. My lord, a ship from the Eastern Rising Fortress is about to arrive at the dock of Border Town. We have trade relations with the Eastern Rising Fortress. It is quite normal for a ship to come, Owen replied without lifting his gaze. Continuing to handle the paperwork at hand. That ship is not an ordinary merchant vessel. It flies a flag bearing the crest of the Duke Eddie's family. Oh? At this, Owen paused his feather quill midair. Chapter 26. Teresa, the ship of Duke Eddie. Owen contemplated in his mind. There was still nearly a month until winter. Logically, the Knights of the Temple should be arriving soon to support Border Town. Given that it was Duke Eddie's vessel, there was a high probability that it carried an advanced team of the Knights of the Temple. After all, considering the events of last winter when the walls were breached, it was only reasonable for them to send a team to investigate the situation. With this thought, Owen set down his feather quill and rose from his chair. Come, let us go to the dock to welcome our esteemed guests. Border Town had but a single small dock located to the south. The wooden pier extending into the Weishui River was only a few meters long. This dock had been in use for many years, and one could smell the scent of rotting wood, mingled with a faint, unpleasant odor. It was said that the locals of Border Town disposed of their waste directly into the Weishui River. Accompanied by several knights, Owen stood by the dock, awaiting the approaching vessel. Upon hearing that the Knights of the Temple might be arriving, Maple stood beside Owen in high spirits, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Having grown up listening to tales of the Knights of the Temple and having witnessed their valiant deeds against undead creatures firsthand, she held them in great admiration and reverence. This was one of the reasons why Maple chose to become a knight. Nearby, civilians gazed from a distance. While they did not recognize Duke Eddie's crest, the fact that the Lord himself had come out to greet the guests indicated that they were of considerable importance. A magnificent large ship, adorned with the flag of Duke Eddie's crest, slowly sailed in. Finally docking at the pier, the crew lowered a gangplank, and the first to disembark was a priestess, a young girl holding a staff. Beneath her priestess hat flowed a cascade of black hair, and her bright, clear blue eyes sparkled with joy. She boasted a delicate visage and flawlessly fair skin, and her fitted priestess robes accentuated her graceful figure. Upon seeing Owen standing at the forefront, she broke into a radiant smile, her eyes curving into lovely crescents. Teresa! Both Owen and Maple exclaimed in delight. Teresa was not of noble birth. She was an orphan raised by the church in Border Town. And her acquaintance with Owen and Maple stemmed from an unexpected incident. Everyone has their moments of youthful arrogance, and Owen was no exception at the age of 7, having learned the fireball spell. He felt invincible. Hearing that there were many dangerous magical creatures deep within the mysterious forest, Owen resolved to hunt a few to prove his prowess to his father. After sharing his plan with his playmate Maple, he quietly set off that very day. With no time to notify Owen's father, Maple was compelled to grab a wooden sword and join the endeavor. While venturing deeper into the forest, the two encountered a lost Teresa. She had strayed from her companions while gathering fruits in the safe perimeter of the forest. Unable to abandon her, the justice-driven Owen decided to escort Teresa back, postponing their hunt for magical creatures. Ironically, when they had intended to hunt, they encountered not a single one. Just as they were about to give up, they suddenly came across one day an irate dog demon ambushed the trio midway, a medium-sized creature that emitted suspicious black smoke as it shook its fur. Unaware that a magician typically remains at the rear casting spells, Owen confidently stepped forward, cradling a fireball in his right hand to protect Maple and Teresa behind him. The outcome was predictable. Erwin's right hand was scratched. Maple's wooden sword broke, and Teresa cowered in fear behind a tree. With a mouth full of drool, the hellhound lunged at Owen, aiming for his throat. In that critical moment, Maple hastily retrieved a pouch of powder from her waist and scattered it into the air. The powder shimmered with several beams of yellow light before unleashing a barrage of lightning that struck the hellhound. This was the effect of the paralysis powder, seizing the opportunity while the hellhound was incapacitated. The three of them quickly fled for their lives. Once the immediate peril had passed, the tension in Owen eased, only to be replaced by a surge of excruciating pain from his wound, causing tears to flow down his cheeks despite his attempts to remain stoic. Upon witnessing the horrific injury on Owen's right hand, Maple was instantly filled with panic. She was only skilled in wielding a wooden sword and knew nothing else. At that moment, Teresa mustered her courage and offered to try. With her hands clasped tightly, she closed her eyes and fervently prayed to the divine, then extended her hands, invoking the healing spell, Faith Magic. This was Teresa's first time using magic. She had learned by mere observation of priests healing the wounded a few times in the church. The pain diminished significantly, allowing Owen to cease his tears. He quietly observed Teresa, feeling a tingling sensation in his wound as it seemed to slowly mend. During the healing process, a visibly anxious church official found them. This was the experience of Teresa. Owen and Maple's first encounter. Of course, when they returned, each was met with a barrage of reprimands from their guardians. Back in the present, Teresa approached Owen with swift steps and gracefully bowed. "It has been a while, Lord Owen, and you as well, Lady Maple." "Indeed, it has been quite some time, Teresa." Owen appraised her attire from head to toe. "You have officially become a priest. Congratulations." Maple stepped forward, expressing her concern like a true friend. "It only dawned on me upon seeing you that 3 years have already passed. How has your time in the Gallia Holy Kingdom been?" The trio had nearly grown up together. Following their harrowing experience in the forest, they forged a deep bond, with Owen and Maple frequently visiting Teresa at the church. However, back then, a rather juvenile Owen had ulterior motives for befriending Teresa. After witnessing Teresa's healing magic, he had envisioned forming an adventurers' party composed of a mage, a knight, and a priest to embark on quests across the world. Eventually, Owen traveled to the Eastern Rising Fortress to study at the Magic Academy, while Maple trained at the Knight Academy there. Teresa was granted permission to further her studies in faith magic at the Grand Cathedral in Eastern Rising. Due to her exceptional aptitude, Teresa received a recommendation to study in the Gallia Holy Kingdom for 3 years. At that time, Owen had failed to secure a place at the prestigious Magic Academy in the royal capital, and Maple resolutely declined her opportunity at the Advanced Knight Academy, choosing instead to return to Border Town with Owen. Teresa had been hesitant, but it was Owen who encouraged her to pursue her studies. While he found it challenging to sway Maple, persuading Teresa proved to be rather straightforward. Time passed swiftly, and 3 years went by in the blink of an eye. Teresa turned down the higher-ups of the Gallia Holy Kingdom and resolutely chose to return to Border Town. "I have had a splendid 3 years in the Gallia Holy Kingdom, and I returned with the company of the Temple Knights," Teresa replied. "Rather, I am somewhat concerned for you both. I heard about the events in Border Town from the Temple Knights who returned last year." She cast a guilty glance at Owen and continued, "Lord Owen, your father—" "Yes, my father perished in the battle against the undead monsters." Owen painfully closed his eyes. "I am sorry. There is no need for apologies." Owen opened his eyes, determination emanating from his gaze. "My father sacrificed himself for Border Town, and I shall inherit his will, striving to develop and strengthen Border Town, ensuring that its people can live in peace and prosperity." Upon hearing this, Teresa displayed a reassuring smile. "It seems you have completely emerged from your grief, Lord Owen, which brings me solace." "That said, Teresa," Maple interjected, "since you returned with the Temple Knights, why is it that you are the only one disembarking from the ship? Where are the Temple Knights?" Chapter 27. The messenger's words at the mention of this matter. Teresa's brow furrowed slightly, her expression wavering, as if she bore unwelcome news that was difficult to convey. "Lord Owen, please allow me to explain. Ugh, this place truly reeks. It is unbearable." At that moment, an unpleasant voice rang out from the ship. The group turned to see a man dressed in noble attire disembarking from the ship's deck. Disdainfully pinching his nose, two subordinates followed closely behind him. The nobleman had a gaunt face, with slanted eyes. a hawk-like nose, and an exceptionally long chin. Owen recognized him as Victor Corret, the eldest son of Count Corret, one of the four noble families of the Eastern Rising Fortress, having studied at the Magic Academy. Observing this, Teresa stepped aside, as Victor was about to relay information to Owen that pertained to her news. Noticing Owen ahead, Victor lowered his hand, his expression laden with evident disdain. Approaching Owen, he slightly raised his chin and mockingly stated, "Oh, isn't this my classmate Eisen? It's been ages since we graduated from the Magic Academy, my. It seems I have forgotten to address you as Marquis Eisen now." Victor feigned surprise, covering his mouth as if he had accidentally misspoken. This pompous behavior was all too familiar to Owen, who thought to himself that Victor had not changed at all, still relishing in his condescending demeanor. Meanwhile, Maple had clenched her fists in silence. Had Victor not been a noble from the Eastern Rising Fortress, she would have already thrown a punch at him. Teresa also looked displeased. Fortunately, Owen had interacted with Victor a few times during their time at the Magic Academy, so he was not easily provoked. How one addresses another is a trivial matter, Owen replied calmly. "Mr. Victor Corret, may I inquire why you are aboard the ship? Furthermore, have the Temple Knights not yet arrived at the Eastern Rising Fortress?" No. The titles among nobles are anything but trivial, Victor retorted with dissatisfaction. After a pause, he added, "Let me clarify. I am currently acting as an envoy, representing the entire Eastern Rising Fortress, so you must refer to me as ambassador." Taken aback by Victor's fixation on titles, Owen decided not to engage further in that debate and simply addressed him as requested. "Very well, ambassador. May I ask if you would like to visit my castle for a discussion?" "Oh, never mind. I have no desire to linger here." Victor decisively shook his head in refusal. "Let us speak here. It conveniently pertains to your earlier inquiry regarding the Temple Knights." "Oh, what is it about? Has something happened with the Temple Knights?" Owen felt an ominous premonition, recalling Teresa's earlier hesitance. "It is not the Temple Knights who have encountered a mishap. Rather, it is your side that is in trouble," Victor corrected. "What do you mean?" "In light of the breach of the town's walls last winter, the Temple Knights will be stationed at the Eastern Rising Fortress this winter to combat the undead monsters that I request that Marquis Eisen promptly inform the civilians of Border Town to evacuate to the Eastern Rising Fortress for refuge. This is the exact message I was instructed to relay by Duke Eddie." The moment these words left his lips, a wave of murmurs erupted among the surrounding civilians, most displaying expressions of concern and even fear. "Wait. Why didn't the Temple Knights send an advance team to scout the situation?" Owen immediately grew anxious. Moreover, the repairs to the northern wall have recently been completed, and it is entirely capable of withstanding an assault from the undead monsters. This was a grave situation. Historically, Border Town had relied on the support of the Temple Knights to successfully fend off the undead monsters. Without their assistance this winter, defending the northern wall would become exceedingly challenging. How would I know why the Temple Knights did not dispatch an advance team? Victor shrugged. Seemingly indifferent, he continued. "As for your claims about the wall being repaired? Wow, to have completed such work in such a short time, the quality is undoubtedly questionable. I suspect a mere touch would cause it to collapse. The repaired wall is exceptionally sturdy and reliable. If you don't believe me, you may inspect the northern wall yourself." Maple finally could no longer contain her frustration and stepped forward. "Stop deceiving me. I know how long it takes to construct a wall." Victor dismissed her outright. Unwilling to waste time verifying the wall's condition, "I won't waste any more of my time here. I have conveyed the necessary message. I shall take my leave now." As he turned to depart, he glanced back at Teresa. "Miss Priest, are you certain you wish to remain in Border Town?" "Yes," Teresa nodded firmly. "Very well, do as you please." With that, Victor turned and walked away with his two subordinates. As he stepped onto the gangplank to reboard the ship, he muttered complaints about the stench of the dock. Upon receiving the order to return, the crew aboard the ship immediately retracted the gangplank and prepared to set sail back to the Eastern Rising Fortress. "Teresa." Owen glanced at Teresa beside him, intending to express his gratitude, but she preempted him, saying, "Lord Owen, there is no need for you to say anything. I insisted on returning to assist. After all, I am also a part of Border Town." Hearing this, Owen was deeply moved. The opportunity to study in the Gallia Holy Kingdom for 3 years was a testament to Teresa's exceptional abilities, despite having a bright future ahead in the Gallia Holy Kingdom. She chose not to stay. Even upon learning of the Temple Knights' abandonment of Border Town, She still ardently requested to return to help. All of this undeniably demonstrates that Teresa has always been deeply concerned about Bienju Town, a sentiment that has never wavered. Teresa, do you know why the Knights Templar abandoned Bienju Town without even dispatching a reconnaissance team? Mapple's demeanor was profoundly despondent, seemingly overwhelmed by an immense disappointment in the actions of the Knights Templar. I am not entirely certain of the specifics. I only know that Duke Eddie invited the captain for a discussion. Upon his return, the captain announced the decision for the team to garrison at Dongxing Fortress instead of Bienju Town, Teresa recalled. It appears that Duke Eddie deliberately portrayed the situation at Bienju Town in a dire light. Given the frequent exchanges between Dongxing Fortress and Bienju Town, the Templar captain must have taken his words to heart. Owen felt a surge of anger towards Duke Eddie, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Without cement, he might have genuinely contemplated retreating to seek refuge, for the circumstances in Bienju Town were indeed rather grim. Mere wooden walls would hardly suffice to repel the onslaught of the undead. The eastern breach in the city wall posed a significant hazard, potentially becoming a point of breach. At that juncture, the defense throughout the winter would become exceedingly arduous. Since you claim the city walls have been repaired, I shall write to the captain and inform him to lead the team here, Teresa proposed. You may write, but it is likely to be of no avail. Why would it be of no avail? In response to Teresa's bewilderment, Owen elucidated, since Duke Eddie wishes to keep the Knights Templar stationed at Dongxing Fortress, he will undoubtedly obstruct our attempts to communicate with them. Even if the message reaches them, he will find ways to distort the truth and turn it into rumors, for who would dare question a duke's word? Chapter 28. The intentions of the opponent. Why would Duke Eddie do such a thing? What benefits does he derive from it? Teresa was perplexed. The undead should be a common enemy for all, so why place Bienju Town in jeopardy? I am not yet clear on his full motives. I need to ponder this matter thoroughly. This issue was indeed vexing. Prompting Owen to resolve to return to the castle immediately, he intended to urgently summon Winston to discuss their current predicament and devise a plan of action. With that thought, Owen cast a slightly apologetic glance at Teresa. I sincerely apologize. Teresa, we should have celebrated your return, but the time is not right for such festivities. It's quite all right, Teresa replied with a smile, gently shaking her head. She was unconcerned about such matters and fully understood the gravity of the current situation. Lord Owen, you are now the Lord of Bienju Town and must prioritize addressing and managing the affairs of your territory. Whatever decisions you make, I shall steadfastly support you. And so will I, Lord Owen. As your chief knight, I am your sword and shield, Maple proclaimed, equally resolute in his loyalty. Thank you both. The unwavering support of these two childhood friends warmed Owen's heart and fortified his resolve to safeguard Bienju Town. Indeed, from the very beginning, he had no intention of retreating. Since the Knights Templar would not come to their aid, they would rely on Bienju Town's own strength to withstand the onslaught of the undead. Owen felt confident in leading them to combat the undead and successfully endure the winter ahead. This confidence was not unfounded. It stemmed from advanced knowledge and technological prowess from another world. Given the gravity of the situation, Owen found little inclination to linger outside any longer and led the accompanying knights back to the castle. Teresa did not accompany them. Instead, she chose to proceed on her own. Intending to first return to the church to announce her return, that on the way back, Owen activated the emergency call feature on the main interface. Once connected, he briefly recounted the recent events to Winston. Upon learning of the situation, Winston expressed mild surprise before falling into a contemplative silence, analyzing the current state of Bienju Town. Hastily entering the study, Owen pulled out a chair and sat at the desk, resting his chin on one hand as he entered a mental dialogue mode. Winston, what are your thoughts on this matter? We absolutely cannot comply with their wishes and abandon Bienju Town to seek refuge at Dongxing Fortress. It seemed that both Owen and Winston shared a consensus on the issue of retreating. That is precisely my thought, Uppy. By the way, what do you suppose Duke Eddie hopes to achieve with this course of action? With Bienju Town serving as a bulwark against the undead, Duke Eddie and his Dongxing Fortress would be quite secure, comfortably weathering the winter. Owen found this perplexing and sought Winston's perspective. After a lengthy contemplation, Winston slowly articulated his viewpoint. It is likely to gain control over Bienju Town. What do you mean by that? To discern Duke Eddie's intentions, you must first eliminate any factors related to me. Winston explained leisurely. The encounter between Owen and Winston had been entirely coincidental. Had Owen not been bound by that silver sphere, the otherworldly nexus number 3, what might have transpired next? The food supply issues of Bienju Town could have remained unsolved indefinitely, leaving them firmly in the grasp of Dongxing Fortress. Although food could be procured from other sources, it was not a comprehensive solution, lacking knowledge of the formula and production process for cement. The eastern breach in the northern wall could only be fortified with a wooden barrier. While awaiting support, they were informed that the Knights Templar had opted to garrison at Dongxing Fortress. Forsaking Bienju Town at that point, Owen understood that he would be powerless to thwart the undead's advance, compelled to evacuate everyone from Bienju Town to seek refuge at Dongxing Fortress. Without resistance, large numbers of undead would easily descend southward. As they breached the northern wall, significant damage would inevitably occur, creating new openings. The homes and remnants within Bienju Town would be left in ruin. Previously mentioned, the lands north of Dongxing Fortress had seen little development. Thus, defending against the undead's advance during winter would bear minimal consequences for Duke Eddie. Once winter concluded and the people returned to Bienju Town, they would find their homes ravaged by the undead. The northern wall would be severely damaged, beyond repair. Consequently, each winter, Bienju Town would become unsafe, forcing its inhabitants to flee to Dongxing Fortress for refuge. Under such circumstances, Owen would have no authority to reject any unreasonable demands posed by Duke Eddie. It was inevitable, as Bienju Town would completely lose its capacity to resist the undead, becoming wholly reliant on Dongxing Fortress. In this manner, Bienju Town would fall entirely into Duke Eddie's grasp. No wonder Duke Eddie has disregarded my pleas for assistance. He has been scheming all along. Owen finally grasped the situation, recognizing it as the nefarious machinations of a self-serving noble. Regarding Duke Eddie's insistence on controlling Bienju Town, Owen harbored some suspicions. Bienju Town was originally a territory developed by Dongxing Fortress's influence, and the northern wall had even been constructed with the resources and labor of the 4 noble families at that time. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Bienju Town was granted to the Eisen family by the king. From Dongxing Fortress's perspective, this was akin to having something stolen from them. Yet, due to the king's authority, they dared not speak out. Presently, as Bienju Town languished under the curse of Kaztu, Duke Eddie saw an opportunity and acted decisively. As for how many innocent lives would be lost in the process, he cared not. They were mere commoners. Their deaths were insignificant. What do you believe we should do next? Owen inquired. Based on past experience, the Lord of Bienju Town would typically recruit a group of adventurers from the Adventurers Guild, leading a contingent of knights to assist the Knights Templar in the battle against the undead. They would also summon some civilians to engage in logistical support, transporting supplies and equipment. However, given that the Knights Templar had abandoned Bienju Town, it was unlikely that those adventurers would dare accept such a commission. Moreover, with Duke Eddie's obstruction, it was uncertain whether they could even issue a commission. Without the assistance of the Knights Templar and adventurers, Owen's contingent of knights alone would be insufficient to withstand the undead. In the current situation, Owen, it would be prudent for you to recruit a large number of civilians from Bienju Town to form a people's army. Winston suggested. Adventurers, motivated primarily by monetary gain, would hesitate to risk their lives, for they needed to survive to receive their rewards. As for the knights, despite their grandiose declarations of honor, most were primarily driven by the spoils of victory. Should the battle take a turn for the worse, the overwhelming majority would likely abandon the field. This was a stark reality. Conversely, a people's army would unleash formidable fighting spirit when defending their homeland. A fact beyond doubt. After learning from Winston, Owen had contemplated forming a people's army, but he had not anticipated taking such a step so soon. Chapter 29, Black Powder. But the combat capabilities of civilians are generally quite low. How would we train a people's army composed of them? Owen posed the question. Even though he understood that a powerful and vibrant army must be composed of its people, he was acutely aware that an untrained army would merely be a disorganized mob. Easily vanquished. Fear not. I will provide a complete training program. It is not necessary to turn everyone into qualified warriors. Rather, they must learn to embody discipline through their actions. The individual strength of the army may not be formidable, but strict discipline and absolute obedience to commands are fundamental requirements for a powerful force. We only have a little over a month to prepare. Is that enough time? Owen expressed concern. We will have sufficient time. Based on our experience here, Merely a fortnight of military training can transform a disparate group of students into a cohesive unit. In this regard, Winston is filled with confidence. He has determined that the foremost priority is to establish a people's army, yet this alone is insufficient. Even with the assurance of the Northern Wall's defensive capabilities, there remains a pressing need for a potent offensive measure accessible to common folk. Only then can the safety of the border town be guaranteed. This offensive measure is gunpowder. From the moment Winston learned of the undead monstrosities, he recognized that Owen not only urgently required cement, but also the support of gunpowder. Although magic serves as a formidable means of attack, having additional methods at one's disposal is prudent for unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, after articulating the formula and manufacturing process for cement, Winston also provided the recipe for gunpowder, urging Owen to promptly procure substantial quantities of raw materials from outside, particularly the crucial saltpeter. Upon first hearing of gunpowder's potential, Owen was astounded. He had only known that saltpeter was used for ice production, never imagining it could be transformed into a powerful weapon. Coincidentally, as winter approached, the demand for saltpeter was not particularly strong. Receiving a sudden influx of purchase orders, the saltpeter merchants were more than willing to sell large quantities to the border town. Consequently, Owen was able to procure a significant supply of relatively inexpensive saltpeter with ease. The next step involved recruiting laborers to grind the delivered sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter into powder using wooden tools in a strictly monitored shack, measuring and mixing them according to a ratio of 1:15.75 to ensure optimal combustion performance. A series of treatments were applied to the prepared gunpowder. The finished gunpowder was stored in a warehouse adjacent to the northern wall, guarded around the clock by knights personally selected by Owen, prohibiting any unauthorized individuals from approaching. Looking back now, that approach was indeed correct. Otherwise, we would have found ourselves in dire straits, Winston remarked with relief. Indeed, without gunpowder, Owen would not have dared to make the decision to remain in the border town lightly. Moreover, gunpowder possesses another significant function. What other function could there be? Apart from its use in explosives to obliterate undead monstrosities, Owen could not think of any other purpose. Could it be used to demolish buildings? Consider this. Once the news of the Templar Knights abandoning the border town spreads, what do you think will happen to the townsfolk? Winston prompted. Panic is sure to ensue. Oh, you mean I should demonstrate the power of gunpowder before everyone, right? Once prompted, Owen immediately grasped the implication. Precisely. Why would the townspeople panic merely at the thought of the Templar Knights not coming to support the border town? It was because the might of the Templar Knights was deeply ingrained in their minds. For years, it was their strength that had successfully defended the northern wall, keeping the undead monstrosities at bay. To instill confidence in the townsfolk that they could rely on their own strength to safeguard the border town, it was imperative to exhibit a power that rivaled that of the Templar Knights. Ideally, this should resonate profoundly within the hearts of all present, fostering a high level of recognition for this newfound strength. The explosives crafted from gunpowder were precisely the means to fulfill these criteria. It seems that the inaugural test of gunpowder must be publicly demonstrated. Owen mused internally. This is also to uplift morale. If everyone believes the border town is beyond saving, the northern wall will undoubtedly be unsustainable. As their discussion continued, Owen and Winston delved into the topic of firearms. To fully harness gunpowder's lethal potential, it should ideally be employed alongside bows or firearms, with firearms proving to be the more effective option. However, the manufacturing of firearms is rather intricate, particularly concerning the barrel. Winston had previously provided Owen with the design for a flintlock gun. The decision to forego matchlock guns stemmed from their numerous drawbacks. In order to expedite the production of firearms, the anticipated steam engine project was postponed. Simultaneously, the drilling machine required to bore barrels into solid iron rods was prioritized, for crafting barrels by hand was exceedingly time-consuming. With the advent of a boring machine, the production rate of firearms could increase dramatically. Furthermore, to facilitate the creation of the gears necessary for the steam boring machine, Owen planned to assign an important task to Gita. The cement workshop would also be temporarily closed, as the repairs to the northern wall had been completed and there were no immediate needs for cement elsewhere. Subsequently, Garcia and Vanny would engage in work at the blacksmith's shop. Garcia would utilize a high-temperature flame for welding tasks, while Vanny, though not yet adept with the high-temperature flame, could employ fire magic to assist in smelting iron ingots, which proved far more efficient than the traditional blacksmith's furnace. Naturally, Owen would also make time to lend a hand. After concluding their discussion, the two severed their communication. Owen accessed the main interface, clicked on the folder function, and a prompt window appeared indicating that images sent by Winston had been received. Enlarging the latest image revealed a design blueprint for a steam boring machine. Opening the expansion panel in the upper right corner, he selected the tracing function. The machine design blueprint was instantly flattened and gradually became semi-transparent. Retrieving a standard ruler and a large piece of parchment from a drawer, Owen stood up, smoothed the parchment on his desk, positioned the semi-transparent machine design blueprint slightly above the parchment, and then locked its position. Grasping a quill in his right hand and holding the ruler in his left, Owen began to trace the steam boring machine design onto the parchment. Before long, Clive rushed into the study, evidently forgetting to knock, revealing his haste. "My lord." Immediately putting down the quill, Owen halted his tracing. Seeing that the drawing was intact, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Had he not reacted in time, that design would have been for naught. "Why did you not even knock?" He glanced at Clive, his expression still somewhat displeased. Clive showed no signs of remorse for his earlier behavior. Instead, upon noticing Owen was drawing, he exclaimed urgently, "Oh dear, my lord, such a significant event has transpired, and you still find time to draw." Chapter 30, Viscount Jarvis drawing. "I am drafting a machine design, not indulging in leisurely pastimes. The blacksmiths will need to construct the machine according to this blueprint, as it is crucial for the development of the border town." To dispel Clive's misunderstanding, Owen had no choice but to set the quill aside and patiently explain. "Very well, my lord, I apologize for my earlier haste. I did not realize you were occupied with important matters. I rushed over because I heard some urgent news." Regardless of what the lord was engaged in, Clive decided to prioritize the more pressing issue at hand. The Templar Knights have decided to garrison at the East Rising Fortress and abandon the border town. "You must be aware of this news. I heard you received the East Rising envoy." "Yes, I am aware. That envoy indeed met with me." "Since you know, why are you so leisurely? Shouldn't you immediately summon all the nobles and officials of the border town to discuss this matter?" Observing Owen's calm demeanor, Clive felt incredulous, as if he were entirely unconcerned about the situation. "There is no need. I have already decided to stay in the border town." "Ah, even if you have decided to withdraw." "You must wait. My lord, what did you just say?" Clive suddenly grasped the gravity of Owen's words. His eyes widened in shock, as if they might pop out at any moment. "Stay in the border town," Owen reiterated clearly. "I will lead everyone to resist the undead monstrosities and safely endure this winter." You intend to remain in the border town?" "Indeed." Owen nodded. Clive desperately wished he had misheard, but alas, he had not. Remembering Owen's earlier nonchalance while sketching, he even began to question whether the lord had lost his mind. Why did he have to be saddled with this unpredictable leader who consistently made unexpected decisions, leaving Clive utterly exhausted, fully aware that staying in the border town would likely lead to certain death? Clive resolved to persuade Owen to reconsider this perilous notion. Gathering his thoughts, he spoke. "My lord, you absolutely must not." "Clive, you need not say anything. I know what you wish to express," Owen interjected. "However, I am fully confident that we can defend the northern wall. This is not a matter that can be resolved solely with confidence." Unyielding, Clive continued to implore. "My lord, you have never witnessed the terror of the undead monstrosities from the walls. You may not comprehend their true nature without the support of the Templar Knights. The northern wall cannot be held. I admit I have not seen it firsthand." Owen openly acknowledged this fact. Prior to this winter, he had either remained in the castle or spent time at the East Rising Fortress, completely lacking the opportunity to encounter the northern wall, as his father had prohibited it. "But I have heard from those who have experienced it. I am quite aware of their might." Perhaps it was precisely due to his inaccessibility that Owen found the undead monstrosities so fascinating, often inquiring about them from his father or Maple. "If you truly understood, you would not make such a ridiculous decision." Clive found it hard to believe Owen's words. He speculated that the lord had likely heard too many tales of the Templar Knights decimating vast numbers of undead monstrosities and mistakenly assumed they were not formidable. "Ridiculous. I have made this decision after considerable contemplation. My lord Marquis, I implore you to reconsider," Clive pleaded. "It would be prudent to summon the nobles and officials of the border town to gather their thoughts before arriving at a final decision." "Enough. Ultimately, you simply do not believe in my ability to defend the northern walls. Owen retorted, growing weary of Clive's persistent nagging. Just then, a personal guard knocked and entered the study, announcing that Viscount Jarvis wished to see Owen. Owen was slightly taken aback but nodded in acquiescence. Viscount Jarvis, the father of Maple, had also been a trusted aide to Owen's father during his lifetime. Typically, he resided at the northern walls, overseeing the management and training of the knights stationed there, rarely gracing the lord's castle with his presence. His visit today was likely to inquire about the knights of the temple. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged gentleman clad in noble attire entered the study. He was none other than Viscount Jarvis. His blue hair was slicked back into a neat style, with a touch of gray at the temples. The black eye patch adorned his left eye, a memento from an encounter with the undead last winter. He often wore a cold, unyielding expression, though his beard exuded a certain rugged masculinity, complemented by a physique honed from years of training. Approaching Clive, Viscount Jarvis bowed respectfully to Owen, glancing at him in surprise. Owen remarked, "It is quite rare to see you, Viscount Jarvis, here before me. Marquis Ison, I trust you are aware of the reason for my visit." Owen had a good rapport with Maple, yet he was not well acquainted with Jarvis. The latter's perpetually serious demeanor often intimidated others, and now, with the eye patch, he appeared even more formidable. However, Owen knew that Viscount Jarvis was unwaveringly loyal to the Ison family. During his father's funeral, Owen had witnessed Jarvis's profound sorrow, his tears genuine and unrestrained, a stark contrast to the feigned displays of grief exhibited by other nobles. "Regarding this matter, I can assure you that I have resolved to remain in the border town," Owen stated unequivocally. "And the reason for this decision, you may find it hard to believe. So perhaps it would be more illuminating for you to witness it firsthand that in 2 days, I shall deliver a speech in the open field to the east of the town, where I will also unveil a formidable weapon. I hope, Viscount Jarvis, that you will be present." "Very well, I shall attend. I trust that the powerful weapon you speak of will not disappoint." With little more to say, Jarvis prepared to take his leave when Owen suddenly called out, "One moment. Viscount Jarvis, is there something you require? For the sake of optimal demonstration, I would like to borrow a trebuchet from the northern walls." "No problem," Jarvis consented. "I shall dispatch someone to bring one to you shortly. Thank you very much." After Jarvis departed, Owen turned to Clive. "What are you still doing here? Go to the town square and announce my speech." But Clive had initially intended to persuade Owen to reconsider. If he now obeyed his order, it would mean his efforts had been in vain. "I understand you remain unconvinced. Thus, I propose this. If after my speech and demonstration in 2 days you still believe we cannot defend the border town, you may freely seek refuge at East Rising Fortress. I shall not impede or reproach you for it." With Owen's words, Clive saw no reason to persist in his objections. Without further thought, he nodded in agreement. "Understood. I shall announce it at once. Oh, and make sure to include that anyone who attends my speech will receive a bowl of wheat porridge and a slice of bread afterward, to attract a larger audience." Owen felt compelled to implement such measures. Chapter 31. The unauthorized escape. After Clive departed to carry out his orders, Owen summoned a guard stationed at the study door. "My lord, how may I assist you?" the guard inquired after bowing. "Inform the castle guards that any nobles seeking an audience are to be turned away. Any issues should be directed to the treasurer." Clive. "Understood." Having just been interrupted by Clive, which nearly led to a mistake in his drawings, Owen was determined not to let a similar incident occur again, for sending the troublesome minor nobles to Clive. It served as a minor reprimand. Picking up his quill, Owen resumed his work on the design of the steam-powered lathe. True to form, just as Clive finished posting the announcement in the square, a throng of nobles approached him, inquiring about Owen's decision. That he found himself compelled to repeat the Lord's proclamation multiple times, becoming increasingly overwhelmed. Thus, news of the Lord's decision to remain in the border town spread rapidly among the nobility, creating quite a stir. Many nobles deemed Owen mad for contemplating such a perilous course of action. "The Lord may be deranged, but we are not. Our lives are precious." Consequently, they hurried home to instruct their servants to pack their belongings in preparation for fleeing to East Rising Fortress. The nobles exhibited no interest in Owen's impending speech, perceiving it merely as a public declaration meant to rally everyone against the undead, a notion only foolish commoners would embrace, once their own lives were at stake. The nobles acted with remarkable swiftness, with some having already set sail south by nightfall. Early the next morning, Owen received word that a baron had left the border town with nearly all his possessions. and another baron was hastily preparing to follow suit, intending to escape by water as well. Upon learning of this, Owen furrowed his brow that he had not anticipated such a rapid and vehement response from these nobles, who were prepared to abandon their lord if they wished to seek refuge at East Rising Fortress. That was acceptable, but Owen would ensure that they paid a price for so openly defying his command. Moreover, this presented an excellent opportunity. Since his interactions with Winster, Owen had come to realize that a feudal aristocracy, when developed to a certain extent, obstructed societal progress. Hereditary systems could not guarantee the governance capabilities of noble heirs. Capable nobles could manage their territories well, while incompetent ones would squander their lands. Therefore, Owen sought to consolidate all land under his control, allocating it to those capable of development to maximize the value of every inch. Given that these nobles had forsaken their lord, he would not hesitate to extend his reach into the long-standing aristocratic structure. With this in mind, Owen gathered several knights and departed the castle, heading toward the southern part of the border town. In the south of the border town stood an elegantly appointed residence, the abode of Baron Wood that moment, for large carriages were parked before the front door, and several servants were busily transporting packed valuables from the house to the carriages. Baron Wood stood beside the carriages, personally overseeing the work of his servants. "Move faster," he barked. Just as he finished speaking, a male servant, eager to expedite the process, carelessly tossed a wooden box wrapped in cloth into one of the carriages, which emitted a sharp clattering sound. Upon hearing this, Baron Wood jumped, cursing, "Who told you to throw it like that?" He hurried over, shoving the servant aside, and carefully retrieved the box from the carriage. Unwrapping the cloth and opening the box, he sighed in relief upon finding the exquisite ceramic wares inside unscathed. Turning to the servant who had made the blunder, his face flushed with anger, he admonished, "Thank goodness it wasn't broken. If there had been even a crack, you would be paying for it for the rest of your life." The frightened servant knelt, pleading, "My lord, I apologize. I will be more careful next time." "Get lost. You're too clumsy. I don't need you handling anything anymore." Chastised by his master, the servant slinked away in shame. Baron Wood then turned to the other servants, urging, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and move." "Yes, my lord," the other servants chorused, resuming their work, just as they finished loading the essential items from the house. Owen and his retinue of knights arrived at Baron Wood's residence. Taken aback by the lord's unexpected visit, Baron Wood quickly dismissed the servants and approached Owen. "Marquis Ison, what brings you here?" "Just taking a stroll. I happened to pass by your home," Owen replied. Such serendipity was hard to believe, especially since Wood's residence was the southernmost in the border town. One would not simply wander here by chance. Owen's eyes scanned the 4 carriages parked at the entrance. He inquired, "Baron Wood, are you preparing for a long journey?" "Indeed, I plan to winter with my family at East Rising Fortress." "Oh, for just the winter. Yet you are taking so many belongings. It almost seems as though you intend never to return." "Not too much. Truly," Baron Wood insisted, contemplating his response. "My family requires their familiar belongings when settling in a new place, hence the extra furniture." Is that so?" Owen scoffed, finding the excuse rather flimsy. He then shifted the conversation to the pressing matter at hand. "Baron Wood, you must have heard the news about the Knights of the Temple being stationed at East Rising Fortress." "I have heard some whispers." "Then you are likely aware that I have decided to remain in the border town." Irvin's expression turned icy as he reproached, "Abandoning the Lord and fleeing to Dongxing Fortress unilaterally is a grave offense. By rights, I could have you executed for treason." Upon hearing this, Baron Wood felt an overwhelming sense of fear, breaking into a cold sweat. Could the Lord truly be considering his execution? He hastily denied, "Your Grace, you have misunderstood me. I was unaware of your decision." "Is that so? Now that you do know, are you still intent on going to Dongxing Fortress?" If he chose not to go, would he merely stay behind to face death? Baron Wood pondered. After all, facing death was inevitable. He might as well clarify some matters right then and there. "Your Grace, you must understand that without the support of the Templar Knights, the northern wall of the border town cannot be defended. Seeking refuge at Dongxing Fortress is the wisest option." "So, you are determined to go to Dongxing Fortress, then?" Irvin pressed. Baron Wood fell silent. In truth, he was quite anxious himself, already contemplating whether to feign compliance with the Lord's wishes and later find an opportunity to escape secretly. "Very well. If you insist on going to Dongxing Fortress, I shall not impede you." At this, Baron Wood was momentarily taken aback. had he not just stated that he would execute any traitors. However, this comes at a price. Including the baron who fled last night, I shall reclaim the lands of all nobles who choose to leave the border town. Chapter 32. Extreme Pressure Reclaiming Lands. Baron would stared in shock at Owen. Realizing that the lord intended to strip all privileges from the nobles in the border town, undoubtedly positioning himself against the entire noble class. Nonetheless, when pitted against his life, the land mattered little. Moreover, the lands of the border town were cursed and increasingly barren. Relinquishing them was no great loss. Thus, Baron Wood saw no need to continue sparring with Owen and decided to sever ties outright. Lord Eisen, if you wish to remain here to face death, that is your affair, but do not drag me into it. I will take my family to Dongxing Fortress for refuge, and no one shall stop me. You may reclaim this wretched land if you desire. Humph. With those harsh words, Baron Wood turned and departed. He boarded the nearest carriage, instructing the driver to set off immediately, leaving Owen behind. How dare he speak to Lord Owen in such a manner? Marple, standing nearby, was already incensed, gripping the hilt of her sword, but as she drew it slightly, Owen raised a hand to stop her. Otherwise, Baron Wood would likely have met a swift and brutal end the moment he turned away. From behind, Owen watched as 4 carriages sped toward the dock, the corner of his mouth curling into a slight smile. My lord, do you truly intend to let him go? He openly betrayed you. Executing him would not be unjust. Marple expressed her discontent. Let him go. Killing him would be counterproductive, while executing Baron Wood would reclaim the land. It might incite a collective rebellion among the other nobles. After all, when faced with death, they might seize the opportunity to eliminate the lord, surviving not only to live, but to divide his lands. For the moment, Owen needed to focus on the impending winter and had no time to deal with rebellious lesser nobles. Is that so? Very well. Since Owen had spoken, Marple reluctantly sheathed her sword. She recognized her own limitations. She was only skilled in combat and trusted that Owen's judgment was sound. In truth, Owen had never intended to retain Baron Wood. What use was there in keeping a noble who might flee at any moment? He sought those who would dare to resist the undead creatures at the northern wall, like Viscount Joyce. Moreover, Owen's objective had already been achieved, to inform those nobles still contemplating escape that if they wished to flee, they could, but their lands would revert to him. The previous threat of execution for treason was also a calculated tactic, a method of extreme pressure taught to him by Winston, by initially asserting the power to execute. He instilled fear, only to follow with the intent to reclaim lands, making the latter seem a far more palatable outcome. Had he stated outright that he would reclaim lands, it might have provoked a fierce backlash, which would have been problematic. By afternoon, Owen, armed with materials for crafting makeshift explosive devices, accompanied Marple to the storeroom containing black powder. Upon entering, the pungent scent of gunpowder assaulted their senses. Unable to restrain herself, Marple pinched her nose in distaste, frowning. It smells like rotten eggs. It's truly unbearable. What you smell is hydrogen sulfide, the same gas that emanates from decaying eggs. Hydrogen sulfide? What is that? Marple asked, her face a canvas of confusion. It's nothing. It wasn't that Owen was unwilling to explain, but elucidating such matters would be overly complicated. Delving into chemistry and some physics, one must first grasp the concept of atoms to understand the compound hydrogen sulfide, which consists of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 sulfur atom, and then explore its properties from a chemical perspective, possibly even discussing the biological processes of egg decay. Such knowledge had taken Owen considerable time in his dreams to fully comprehend. Expecting Marple to grasp these intricacies was simply unrealistic. Extracting the prepared black powder, Owen meticulously weighed out 20 pounds on a wooden table using a scale. This significant quantity was intended to create a dramatic effect during the demonstration. He wondered if it would be sufficient to obliterate the Lord's castle. Owen had only conducted minor flash experiments. All other explosive scenarios were relayed to him by Winston, and he had yet to witness an explosion firsthand. Thus, he was equally eager for the test the following day. Next, Owen carefully poured the black powder onto a piece of tanned leather. Once done, he wrapped it tightly, layering it 3 times for added security. Then secured it with rope, leaving a processed fuse exposed. Were it not for the considerable weight, the lethality of such a device would be limited. However, as it was merely for demonstration, this was of little consequence. All right. Tomorrow this will quell everyone's panic. Please hold on to it. Irvin instructed as he handed the wrapped explosive to Marple, who cradled it in her arms. Assessing the weight, Marple remained skeptical. It is heavy. But will it truly explode with the bang you claim? Just wait and see. Irvin replied confidently. The following midday, a temporary platform had been erected in the open field to the east of the town, where a throng of townsfolk gathered, waiting for the Lord to make his appearance amidst the din. The crowd was substantial. It seemed that the strategy of enticing them with food had proven effective, as the turnout far exceeded that of Irvin's inaugural speech after inheriting the title. Many had come with their families, seizing the opportunity of a free meal, each carrying a wooden bowl to collect porridge. Before ascending the platform, Irvin noticed two individuals conversing at the side of the wooden ladder. They were Clive and Viscount Joyce, the latter being the first to notice Irvin and nodding in acknowledgement. Among the assembled nobles, only Viscount Joyce remained. The others had fled, with the last of the lesser nobles departing the border town by carriage that very morning. Their hasty retreat was not surprising. Given the limited number of nobles in the border town, most had existed as minor nobility before the Eisen family took control, closely aligned with Dongxing Fortress and, in essence, belonging to that side. If they chose to leave, so be it. Owen felt indifferent toward those lesser nobles and considered it a chance to completely eradicate the remnants of Dongxing Fortress's influence in the border town. As for their lands, he would claim them without hesitation. The ease with which those nobles abandoned their territories for refuge stemmed not only from their fear of death, but also from their belief that Irvin could not defend the northern wall. They thought that should the Lord perish or concede defeat, the reclaimed lands might still be within reach, so they were not particularly concerned. Noticing Viscount Joyce's movements, Clive turned his attention back. With the Lord's arrival, Clive resumed his duties. He first offered an apology to the Viscount before approaching Irvin. Your Grace, everything is ready. You may deliver your speech now. Chapter 33. The speech standing on the platform. Irvin surveyed the murmuring crowd below, straightening his back and projecting the authority befitting a lord. After a cursory glance, he shifted his gaze to the left periphery of the assembly. There, he spotted a group of clergy members. With Teresa at the forefront, their eyes met, and she offered a smile and a nod, seemingly conveying encouragement. In the central crowd, Viru, Gita, and Garcia stood closely together, engaged in lively conversation. It was entirely natural for Viru and Gita to know one another. But when had Garcia formed such a camaraderie with them? Irvin pondered, though it also indicated that Garcia had successfully integrated into the life of the border town, which was a positive development. As he shifted his gaze further right, Irvin also noticed the sisters Vanny and Lilica. The elder sister, Vanny, was lifting her younger sibling high into the air, while Lilica, why was she holding a wooden basin the size of her face? Irvin internally scoffed. No matter how large your bowl is, I can only ladle out a spoonful. Have the spies been well placed among the crowd? Having just scanned the crowd, Winston's voice resonated in Owen's mind. He had come to witness the inaugural public demonstration of the border town's explosive test, while also observing the crowd's reactions. Everything is arranged, Owen replied. The request had not been his intention, but Winston had mentioned that should the atmosphere turn cold or the audience fail to respond as anticipated, it would be quite awkward. He further asserted that employing such requests was a customary tactic in that realm, not deemed deceptive, thus allowing Owen to use it without hesitation. Ultimately, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, Owen acquiesced to Winston's suggestion, hiring actors to blend into the crowd to stir the public's emotions during his speech. Let us commence the address. Owen nodded, raising his hand to beckon for silence among the attendees. As the clamor subsided, he summoned his magical power to resonate in his throat, enhancing his voice. My esteemed subjects, good afternoon. I am Owen Eisen, the newly appointed Lord of Border Town. I have gathered you at this hour to convey a significant decision. I trust you have all heard the news. 2 days ago, the envoy from the east arrived by ship, and as the Lord, I personally welcomed him at the dock. However, that envoy informed me that Duke Eddie had detained the Knights Templar at the East Fortress, citing the incomplete restoration of the city walls, compelling us to seek refuge with him this winter. Upon hearing this, murmurs of concern rippled through the audience. Many had merely heard rumors, remaining skeptical until now, when the Lord's own words confirmed the truth of the matter. Those of you who have witnessed the northern city walls will know they have been repaired. I even invited the envoy to inspect them, but he declined. He turned away without a glance and returned by ship. I demonstrated ample sincerity, Yet they remained ungrateful. That it is evident Duke Eddie is deliberately targeting our border town. Do you know why food prices have surged recently? It is because the East Fortress and Linshui City are colluding to artificially inflate the prices. Duke Eddie is clearly intent on ensuring we endure no respite, and now he seeks to drive us from our homes. Owen skillfully directed the mounting animosity towards Duke Eddie, inciting the crowd to express their frustrations. The effect was palpable, with several voices rising in condemnation of the Duke. If we comply with his wishes and flee to the East Fortress for refuge, come winter, Border Town will become a domain of the undead, wreaking havoc upon our homes, fields, and all that remains. Once winter passes, our homeland will be left in ruins. Is this the sight you wish to behold? Absolutely not, shouted one of the actors embedded in the crowd, prompting others to join in. The audience's emotions began to stir, though not yet fully ignited. In no matter, Owen had yet to finish his speech. Moreover, you will find no shelter within the East Fortress. Seeking refuge there means merely surviving in squalor. With your livelihood stripped away, even the basic necessity of food will become a challenge. Faced with the biting cold of winter, you will be left huddled in makeshift shelters, freezing. Each winter, dozens, if not hundreds, perish from hunger or exposure within the East Fortress. Do you wish to become one of them or lose loved ones? Absolutely not. Please, Lord, save us. When life and death are at stake, the crowd's emotions can be easily stirred. Many began to shout spontaneously, "My Lord, we beseech you, do not abandon us." Excellent. The response was as anticipated. Owen raised his hand at an opportune moment, silencing their cries. Rest assured, I shall not forsake a single one of my subjects. Now, I announce a significant decree. I shall remain here in Border Town alongside you, and we shall not seek refuge in the East Fortress. Furthermore, I have conferred with the bishop here, and provisions of grain and our own hot magic stones will be provided to ensure that none shall go hungry or suffer from the cold this winter. The crowd erupted in cheers. Who would not appreciate free provisions? This served as a boon to the church, as the impoverished citizens would undoubtedly express greater gratitude towards them. Alas, with the lesser nobles having fled, they had once been integral to the town's operation. Their absence would soon leave Border Town short-handed, necessitating the church's aid in relief efforts. While Owen claimed the resources as his OWAS for the hot magic stones, they served not only for warmth, but also to collect ash as a side endeavor. To prevent any misuse, recipients would be required to register their residences, with designated personnel tasked to collect the ash to oversee the stone's usage. And what of the undead? After the cheers subsided, many regained their composure and quickly recognized a grave concern. Without the support of the Knights Templar, could they withstand the winter at the northern walls? Panic surged anew, with numerous individuals believing that remaining would equate to certain death. Thus, the subsequent demonstration became crucial. If Owen could not convince them of the potency of black powder, today's address would be in vain. Clearing his throat, Owen raised his hand once more, declaring, "Please, quiet down." The crowd fell silent, gazing up at their confident lord, eager to discern whether he possessed a solution. I understand your worries. With the absence of the Knights Templar, can Border Town survive this winter? I assure you, the walls have been repaired and possess a degree of defensive capability. Yet that alone is insufficient. Pausing, Owen posed a question. Do you not find it strange that I chose this very location to deliver my address? His words elicited puzzled glances among the crowd. Indeed, it was peculiar. Typically, such speeches would take place in the town square, especially for a lord's inaugural appearance. Observing the throng, some speculated it was due to the square's limited capacity that he opted for a more spacious venue. After a moment, Owen provided the answer. It is because I intend to showcase a formidable weapon, one powerful enough to effortlessly eradicate numerous undead. You all know the might of the Knights Templar. The weapon I am about to demonstrate is equally formidable, and anyone can wield it. Upon hearing their lord's words, the crowd did not erupt in applause. The Knights Templar were perceived as supremely powerful. The notion of a weapon of equal strength that could be used by ordinary people was beyond their comprehension, leading to skepticism. Without further ado, it was time for them to witness the might of black powder. Owen clapped his hands, summoning Maple, who approached the stage carrying the explosive bundle crafted the previous day. The crowd's gaze fixated on the object in Maple's hands, scrutinizing the so-called powerful weapon. To the eye, it appeared unremarkable, seemingly wrapped in cowhide and tightly bound with several lengths of twine. Just this? Such was the collective reaction, utterly unable to discern its formidable nature. Standing beside Maple, Owen placed his hand atop the explosive bundle, offering an explanation. This weapon is known as an explosive package. There is a fuse at the bottom that, once ignited, will detonate in approximately 10 breaths, causing tremendous destruction to the surroundings. Removing his hand, he continued, "Given the explosive package's incredible potency, I will use a catapult to launch it towards the heavenly peak mountains. Everyone, direct your attention that way." Owen raised his left hand, gesturing towards the side of the stage. The crowd followed his indication. An unknown moment. A large object covered in canvas appeared to the left of the stage. Almost instantaneously as Owen finished speaking, a knight beside him forcefully pulled away the canvas, revealing a massive contraption beneath, the catapult. Remarkable. They had even transported this apparatus. It should be noted that there were only 4 catapults in all of Border Town, stationed at the northern walls for defense, and ordinary folk rarely had the opportunity to see them. Signaling for Maple to follow, Owen descended from the stage and approached the catapult. Before commencing the launch, he issued a warning to the gathered crowd. "Before the demonstration, I must advise you, once the explosive package is launched, please cover your ears, especially those with children. The explosion will produce a deafening sound. If your child cries out in fright, do not blame me for failing to forewarn you." Many parents, having brought their children for a midday meal, nodded in agreement. It was prudent to heed the Lord's caution. Thus, the demonstration was set to begin. Owen turned to a knight stationed by the catapult. Nodding, the knight signaled to another, and together they began to crank the winch, gradually lowering the catapult's arm. Once lowered, another knight secured the arm with a hook and released the rope that had restrained it. With preparations complete, Maple approached with the explosive package, placing it in the sling before igniting the fuse. The fuse emitted a plume of white smoke. She swiftly commanded the nearby knight, "Launch." The knight nodded, facing the direction of the heavenly peak mountains, and bellowed, "Ready, fire." The knight responsible for the fixed arm had long since drawn his long sword in preparation. Upon receiving the command, he immediately swung down to sever the rope connecting the grappling hook. With the impetus of the counterweight, the arm swiftly ascended, tracing a vast arc as it hurled the explosive package towards the Tianxiong mountain range. As the counterweight finally descended, the explosive package flew out of the catapult at an angle of approximately 45 degrees. Observing this, Owen hurriedly covered his ears with both hands. Since the moment the fuse was ignited, he had been mentally counting down 0.7 breaths. Even the Lord was treating this matter with such gravity, prompting many to imitate him and cover their ears, especially those with children, who hurriedly shielded their little ones' ears, while the more sensible children extended their tiny hands to assist their parents in muffling the noise. Despite Owen's clear warnings, there remained a portion of people who remained indifferent. They believed the Lord was merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric, contemplating how they would later revel in his folly. 3 breaths. It was already visible from afar that the hurled explosive package had landed on the mountainside. 1 breath. The few among the crowd could no longer contain their impatience, convinced that enough time had elapsed without any sign of action, and continued to cover their ears, appearing foolish in their persistence. Could it have failed? Or perhaps the Lord was merely boasting. They pondered that moment. A thunderous explosion suddenly reverberated throughout the sky, shaking the very earth itself. Due to the limitations of the catapult's range, the explosion occurred not far from the high platform. The sound of the blast and the shockwave struck in quick succession, leaving those unprepared reeling from a deafening buzz. As the world abruptly fell silent, a fleeting flash of fire erupted from the mountainside, sending a multitude of debris skyward. The tremors of the earth subsided almost as quickly as they had appeared, and a thick cloud of black smoke began to rise, accompanied by a rain of falling stones and soil. At the moment of detonation, Owen could even hear the high platform creaking ominously behind him. The hastily constructed platform was indeed not very sturdy. He silently prayed that it would not collapse. Fortunately, the platform held firm and did not falter. Even with precautions in place, numerous children were left in tears by the fright. They had never witnessed such a spectacle, and it was utterly terrifying. The crowd was left speechless, astonished by the sheer magnitude of this weapon. No wonder the Lord was so confident. It was more than sufficient to contend with the undead monstrosities. "This is akin to the wrath of the gods," someone exclaimed, though it was unclear who it was. Yet more voices soon echoed in agreement. "The wrath of the gods. Our Lord has harnessed divine power. How splendid! We are saved. Our Lord is our Savior. Ah, the hired help you brought is truly dedicated, Winston remarked suddenly. It turned out that the hired help was fanning the flames of excitement, leaving Owen feeling somewhat embarrassed. The power of black powder was indeed astonishing, but to elevate him to the status of a deity or savior was rather exaggerated. Well, perhaps it was best to graciously accept the adoration of the populace. Chapter 35. The conscription order. Witnessing all that transpired, Maple could not help but swallow hard. What a terrifying weapon. The explosive's power rivaled that of a large-scale spell cast by 10 mages working in unison. The thought that he was the first, aside from Owen, to come into contact with the explosives filled him with immense pride. Similarly, the visiting Viscount Jarvis recognized the terrifying potential of the explosives, which might very well alter the course of future warfare. In previous battles, knights and mages were typically the trump cards of opposing forces. Yet, in the face of explosives, such trump cards became utterly vulnerable. Particularly since even ordinary folk could wield them. This would undoubtedly diminish the standing of knights and mages significantly. With this in mind, Viscount Jarvis's gaze towards Owen transformed entirely, murmuring, "So this is your reason for choosing to remain at the border town? How intriguing." With that, a subtle smile graced his lips, and in his heart, he mused, "Marquis Balak Eisen, your son truly exceeds my expectations." On the outskirts of the crowd, Teresa was left in shock by the effects of the explosives, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. With this, there was no need to abandon the border town. It was truly wonderful. "Thank you, Lord Owen." Teresa felt genuinely happy about Owen's decision to stay, as the border town held cherished memories for her. She then turned to an elderly man clad in high clerical vestments beside her. "Bishop Flynn, what are your thoughts?" The bishop did not respond directly to Teresa but turned to address the clergy present, stating, "Return now. We do not require the provisions issued by the Lord. This winter, we must prepare in every way possible to support Marquis Eisen in his battle against the undead, as long as there are people in the border town. We cannot abandon them to flee." Bishop Flynn's words undoubtedly indicated a determination to share the fate of the border town. The resounding explosion had sent the crowd at the speech into a frenzy, which took a considerable time to settle. This moment, Owen ascended the platform once more, his expression imbued with an even greater sense of unwavering confidence. The crowd erupted in cheers upon seeing their lord take the stage once again. Undoubtedly, the demonstration of the explosion had bolstered everyone's confidence. Raising his hand to quiet the throng, Owen slowly began to speak. "What do you think? This is the powerful weapon we possess, one that everyone can wield. There are many more such explosives in the warehouses of the border town, sufficient to help us fend off the undead's assault and see us through this winter unscathed." Here, he slightly exaggerated the stockpiles of explosives to soothe the fears of the populace and uplift morale. The reality was that the quantity of saltpeter was quite limited, due to the constraints of the era's methods for producing saltpeter and the relatively short time for acquisition. Should they convert all into explosives, they would soon be depleted. Therefore, to maximize the efficacy of black powder, it must be used in conjunction with firearms and crossbows. Now, I ask you, my loyal subjects, would you prefer to flee to the squalor of the East Rising Fortress, enduring hunger and cold, or would you rather stand with me to repel the undead, protect your loved ones and children, and safeguard your homeland? I solemnly promise that any townsfolk who engage in battle at the northern wall will receive a reward of 20 silver coins upon the winter's end. Those who sacrifice for the border town will ensure their families are provided for and receive compensation of 4 gold coins. We are willing to fight for our Lord, to fight for the border town." The crowd clamored, fervently expressing their willingness to defend their home, the atmosphere electric with enthusiasm. Following this, Owen announced the distribution of food. Clive immediately instructed his subordinates to bring several large barrels of porridge and bowls of sliced bread. If that wasn't enough, they would fetch more from the castle. Upon the arrival of lunch, chaos quickly ensued. To maintain order, Clive directed his apprentices and several knights to restore calm, while a few troublemakers were swiftly dealt with. With the speech concluded, Owen descended from the platform, accompanied by several knights. Making his way back to the castle, to be honest, he did not expect this speech to retain everyone. The power of the explosives was indeed astounding. But the trust in the Temple Knights had been built over time and could not be so swiftly supplanted by black powder as long as more than half chose to remain. Owen felt confident in defending the northern wall. The following morning, Owen summoned Clive and Viscount Jarvis to his study. Sitting at the desk, he looked up at the two standing before him and first addressed Clive. Clive, after yesterday's speech and demonstration, what are your thoughts? It was truly shocking. I have yet to recover from its impact, Clive replied honestly. And you? Before Owen could finish, Clive interjected. My lord, I wish to stay and contribute to the border town. Hearing this response, Owen smiled with satisfaction. It seemed the demonstration of black powder had proven effective. Excellent, Clive. You will issue a conscription order in the square to summon militia. Let the monthly wage be set at 8 silver coins. For confronting the undead is indeed a perilous endeavor. So soon? Clive queried, puzzled. My lord, it is customary to temporarily conscript the townsfolk for battle. Not too soon. We must gather them for training, and I feel it is already late, Owen stated. Marquis Eisen is correct, Viscount Jarvis chimed in, supporting Owen's perspective. A force that charges into battle without training is merely a rabble, easily frightened into retreat by the undead, as expected of someone who had long dealt with the undead at the northern wall. He was well aware of these matters, quite unlike typical nobility. Isn't there black powder? Clive suggested, bringing forth the ultimate weapon. It seemed this fellow was counting on black powder to fend off the undead, prompting Owen to shake his head in resignation and explain. Clive, Viscount Jarvis, I must clarify that the quantity of explosives is limited. Therefore, they can only be utilized in critical moments, in everyday circumstances. We still rely on weapons to combat the undead from the safety of the walls. What? Clive exclaimed, astonished. He suddenly felt a wave of regret, as if he had boarded a sinking ship with no chance of escape. In contrast, Viscount Jarvis appeared remarkably composed, as though he had anticipated this situation all along. Viscount Jarvis, you seem quite unfazed, Owen remarked, a hint of admiration in his gaze. This, Viscount Jarvis replied. I considered it yesterday, with such immense power. The quantity of explosives would surely be limited. I merely guessed correctly. At this juncture, Clive had no choice but to brace himself for the task at hand, having already committed to Owen that he would stay. Chapter 36. The Church. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. Immediately following, Owen issued a second task. Clive, please prepare a purchasing plan as soon as possible. Every member of the militia must be equipped with a sturdy leather armor, a long spear, and 2 sets of winter clothing that can be alternated. It is imperative that all necessary supplies are delivered before winter arrives. He harbored an ominous premonition that once winter set in, the border town would likely be unable to receive supplies from the outside. Since Duke Eddie intended to confront the undead at East Sun Fortress, he would undoubtedly blockade the northern waterways throughout the winter. By then, the sole waterway connecting the border town to the outside world would be rendered unusable, and the land routes would become exceedingly treacherous due to heavy snowfall if we act in haste. The merchants will seize the opportunity to inflate their prices. This will incur a substantial expense. Is it truly worthwhile to spend so much money on those commoners? Can we not simply purchase weapons? Clive's expression was one of painful reluctance. Observing this, Owen's countenance darkened. This was a quintessentially mercantile mindset, fixated solely on maximizing profit, while being averse to making significant expenditures. This is precisely where you are mistaken. Clive, since the militia is fighting for the border town, I, as the Lord, must provide them with complete equipment. I cannot treat this matter with indifference. Your Grace is absolutely correct. I will take care of it. Not anticipating that his desire to economize would provoke the Lord's ire, Clive hastily acquiesced to the task. Regaining his composure, Owen turned to the other individual in the room. Viscount Jarvis, as you just mentioned, soldiers must undergo training before going to battle. Therefore, I hope you can serve as the instructor for this militia, responsible for training them. No problem, Viscount Jarvis replied promptly. After a brief pause, he added, however, cultivating a competent warrior requires years of effort. With only a little over a month until winter, this is rather rushed. Starting their training now may not yield significant results. You need not worry about that. Simply execute the training plan I provide, Owen stated confidently. Noticing Owen's complete lack of concern, Viscount Jarvis felt a flicker of curiosity. Had the Lord discovered some method for rapid soldier training? If so, he was eager to witness it firsthand. Well then, I called you here today to discuss a few matters. If there is nothing else, we may conclude here. After assigning the tasks, Owen prepared to dismiss them. That moment, Clive interjected urgently, Your Grace, I have one more very important matter, though. Speak. I need manpower. Your Grace, Clive lamented. Many of the nobles from the border town have fled recently, and I must handle the affairs they were responsible for. Leaving me utterly overwhelmed, my hair has been falling out significantly lately, and it pains me greatly. That is indeed quite unfortunate. Staring at Clive's bald head, Owen nearly burst into laughter, but managed to restrain himself. Oh, Your Grace, please stop staring at my head and provide me with some assistance. Clive hurriedly shielded his shiny scalp, clearly quite sensitive about his baldness. Let me think. Owen shifted his gaze elsewhere, after pondering for a moment. He responded, Here's what we shall do, Clive. You may issue another recruitment notice. Bring in individuals who can read to assist you. How many literate individuals can there be in the border town? Even if they can read, they lack any relevant experience. Bringing them in would only complicate matters for me, Clive scoffed. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to send his apprentice to read the announcements every time he posted one in the square. Learn as you go, Owen stated earnestly. No one starts out knowing how to do anything. You two learned from your teacher, did you not? Besides, your apprentice has been with you for quite some time now. Let them help you train the newcomers. It may be challenging at first, but as time passes, the burden will lighten. Until then, just manage. Well, very well then. Clive reluctantly acquiesced. As for the scarcity of literate individuals, I shall find a way. You may take your leave for now. Since the Lord had already issued the order, Clive and Viscount Jarvis did not linger and promptly took their leave. After the two departed the study, Owen propped his chin on one hand. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, it was time to initiate a universal education program. However, where could he find individuals to teach? Suddenly, a figure emerged in Owen's mind. Teresa. In the afternoon, Owen left the castle accompanied by Maple. Heading towards the small chapel where Teresa was located. The chapel, situated slightly south of the border town, was considerably smaller than the Grand Cathedral at Eastsun Fortress and bore a more modest architectural style. Yet it possessed all the necessary facilities. Upon entering the chapel hall, the apprentice priest, who was busy cleaning, gaped in astonishment before finally regaining his composure. Your Grace, what brings you here? Clearly unaccustomed to hosting a figure of the Lord's stature. The apprentice priest became flustered and momentarily forgot what to do next. Please summon Teresa for me. Owen reminded him patiently. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, Teresa hurriedly arrived, her gentle and sweet smile uplifting the spirits of those who beheld it. Lord Owen, you just finished your speech yesterday. What brings you to our humble abode so soon? I have important matters to discuss, Owen stated, presenting an exquisitely wrapped gift box. Teresa, welcome back to the border town. This is a gift for you. Ah, thank you, Lord Owen. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she graciously accepted the gift, showing no inclination to refuse it. Clearly, this was not her first time receiving a present from Owen. Maple stood nearby, watching the scene with evident envy, suddenly interjecting with a hint of sourness. How lovely. Hearing this, Owen turned in surprise to glance at Maple, feeling it was out of character for her to make such a remark. Maple, if you desire one, I shall prepare another when we return. Never mind. It would be too much trouble for you. Lord Owen. A fleeting expression of joy crossed Maple's face, but she ultimately shook her head. Unwilling to add to Owen's burdens, it was clear she desired one. Owen keenly picked up on this detail, resolving to prepare an additional gift upon his return. Teresa did not unwrap the gift in front of Maple. Instead, she inquired of Owen, I presume you have other matters to attend to, Lord Owen? Indeed. Owen nodded. I wish to speak with Bishop Flynn. Is he available at the moment? No problem. Bishop Flynn is currently in the prayer room reading the scriptures to the faithful and is nearing the end of his session. With that, Teresa turned to the aforementioned apprentice priest and instructed, OSI, please escort the Marquis to the guest room for a moment. Yes, OSI replied. Subsequently, Teresa smiled at Owen, saying, Lord Owen, please wait in the guest room for a moment. I will notify Bishop Flynn right away. Very well. After Teresa departed, OSI approached Owen with a degree of nervousness. Marquis, please follow me. Chapter 37. Establishing a school in a simple yet elegant guest room, furnished with a table and 4 chairs. The walls on either side were adorned with several oil paintings related to the church, while the innermost wall displayed the church's emblem, a yellow 4-pointed star. Owen sat comfortably in a chair, calmly sipping tea as he awaited the arrival of others, while Maple stood straight at his right rear. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and an elderly man, kindly and amiable, entered. clad in high-ranking clerical attire. It was none other than Bishop Flynn. "That I sincerely apologize for the wait, Marquis Eisen," Bishop Flynn said, wearing an apologetic expression. "No trouble at all, Bishop Flynn." Upon the bishop's arrival, Owen quickly rose to show his respect. Bishop Flynn gestured for him to be seated, stating, "Let us sit and converse." "Very well." Thus, the two sat across from one another, separated by an elegant mahogany table. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to discuss the speech from the previous day. Regarding the Lord's decision, Bishop Flynn expressed their unwavering support for the border town. With this promise, Owen felt reassured. As long as the church remained, it could stabilize the unease of many, particularly the faithful. They then delved into a more detailed discussion regarding winter relief efforts. Previously, Bishop Flynn had merely agreed to the matter, but specific implementation plans had yet to be devised. Once these matters were discussed, Owen steered the conversation towards the purpose of his visit. "Bishop Flynn, I have heard that your orphanage does more than simply raise the orphans. You also send individuals to teach them to read and write. Is that correct?" "Indeed, that is correct." After a brief pause, Bishop Flynn elaborated, "However, we only teach the children at the orphanage to recognize the text within the scriptures. This is because they are destined to become apprentice priests. A certainty. Without literacy, they would be unable to proclaim the greatness of the Lumigale faith. Additionally, those with magical potential would be sent for training to become high-ranking priests who could wield magic. Or even temple knights, Teresa being a prime example. I see." Owen responded, comprehending the situation and seizing the opportunity to make a request. "Bishop Flynn, I would like to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" "I would like to borrow a few priests proficient in teaching literacy, if that is permissible." "If it is merely a matter of borrowing individuals, then certainly." Subsequently, Bishop Flynn speculated, "Marquis Eisen, are you seeking to cultivate a literate populace?" "Indeed. I aspire to establish a school. At that time, you shall provide the personnel, while I shall supply the necessary teaching materials and equipment." To ensure Bishop Flynn comprehended his intentions, Owen elaborated on his universal education initiative. This winter, there would inevitably be many idle individuals in the border town. Owen planned to gather them, dividing them into classes for children and adults, to commence the most fundamental literacy education. As for the educational institution, a derelict noble residence could be repurposed. After all, its former inhabitants had fled, thus it would serve as a means of resourceful utilization. This was merely a pilot phase. When the time was ripe, Owen would advocate for the implementation of free compulsory education in the border town. All children under the age of 14 would be obligated to attend school, where they would not only learn literacy, but also arithmetic, basic sciences, physical education, history, and other subjects. Students completing the curriculum would need to pass academic examinations to obtain a primary degree certificate, marking their graduation. With primary degrees, there would undoubtedly be intermediate and advanced certificates. However, pursuing further studies would necessitate passing entrance examinations, as not everyone excels in academics. Mastering foundational knowledge would suffice. There was no need to compel them to delve deeper. For adults who needed to work during the day, evening classes would also be offered. Corresponding examinations would be administered, enabling those who passed to earn degree certificates as well. The aspirations of this plan were exceptionally noble, yet reality was harsh. The priests provided by Bishop Flynn might only be able to teach literacy. In other words, Owen would have to personally instruct them to develop into the first qualified teachers. Moreover, Winston had informed Owen that investing in education was a significant risk, yielding no immediate returns, requiring long-term commitment to see results. While the earlier points were relatively clear, certain aspects later left Bishop Flynn perplexed. For instance, he could not grasp what basic sciences entailed. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Bishop Flynn's understanding of the Universal Education Initiative. It was evident that this was a grand and time-consuming undertaking. However, he did not comprehend why the Lord would exert effort in such seemingly futile endeavors. "Marquis Eisen, your subjects hardly utilize written language in their daily lives. Will they be willing to learn? Although it is not currently necessary, it will be in the future." Owen asserted that starting next spring, he would construct numerous factories in the border town, necessitating a large number of highly skilled workers. Only those who had undergone basic education would be capable of undertaking these jobs. As for whether the subjects were willing to learn, once the monthly wages for workers were publicly announced, coupled with appropriate promotion, they would likely rush to acquire knowledge. What is a factory? The Lord frequently introduced inexplicable new terms. leaving Bishop Flynn bewildered. I apologize, I should explain. Under Winston's influence, Owen had learned many new words, nearly forgetting that others had yet to hear them. What is a factory? It is a type of large industrial building designed for the production of goods, typically featuring production lines composed of large machines or equipment. Naturally, Owen could not simply explain this to Bishop Flynn. He had to use concepts familiar in this world for illustration. You can understand a factory as a colossal workshop. A large group of individuals enters to work collectively, producing the same item on a massive scale. Oh, I see. Bishop Flynn stroked his beard. So, according to your explanation, it means promising to provide numerous well-paying jobs that require knowledge acquired in school. That is essentially the idea, Owen nodded. Finally grasping the Lord's intentions, which was no easy feat. Very well, Marquis Eisen, we shall provide you with 5 priests skilled in teaching. Bishop Flynn promised. Additionally, may I send the children from the orphanage to the children's classes you just mentioned? That is certainly feasible. Bishop Flynn, I appreciate your assistance. Ultimately, both parties engaged in detailed discussions regarding this matter. For instance, concerning remuneration, the church would not provide Owen with labor without compensation. Oh, by the way, Owen suddenly recalled another important matter. Bishop Flynn, I have issued a conscription order to form a militia. This force will undergo cultural training every evening. I kindly request you to send a priest to me to discuss the relevant teaching content personally. Does battling undead creatures necessitate literacy? Bishop Flynn, lacking knowledge of combat, felt that this endeavor would bear no relevance to fighting. Certainly, a valiant and formidable force must also be an educated one. This assertion was not Owen's, but rather a lesson imparted by Winston. Chapter 38. Out of control the following morning, in the castle's study, Owen, quill in hand, was diligently transcribing the detailed process of papermaking onto parchment. If he wished to implement the universal education plan, he needed to ensure the availability of inexpensive paper, as parchment was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. As for the most suitable materials for papermaking, Winston had advised Owen to experiment on his own. This approach was beneficial, as previously he had merely presented the optimal solutions without the experience of experimentation. At that moment, a personal guard knocked at the door, entering to announce, "My lord, there is a female priest claiming to be sent by Bishop Flynn who wishes to see you. Let her in." This had been agreed upon with Bishop Flynn the previous day. Owen did not lift his head. Continuing his transcription to his surprise, the visitor was a familiar and lovely young woman. She walked delicately into the study and leaned close to the desk, whispering, "Good morning, Lord Owen." The familiar and melodious voice was so close to him that Owen abruptly looked up to see a beautifully crafted face. "Teresa, what brings you here?" Stepping back to create some distance, Teresa smiled brightly. "Indeed, Lord Owen, are you not pleased to see me?" "Of course not," Owen quickly denied. "I am delighted to see you." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Are you one of the 5 teaching priests promised by Bishop Flynn?" As a high priest skilled in faith magic, Teresa could undoubtedly play a greater role in combating the undead during winter. Wasn't it somewhat of a waste for her to be teaching literacy? Not exactly," Teresa replied, placing a finger on her chin and tilting her head in thought, her dark, lustrous hair cascading down. "Because I do not occupy one of the 5 teaching priest positions." But did you not tell the gate guards that you were sent by Bishop Flynn?" Owen questioned, puzzled. "That was my request to Bishop Flynn, to send me here. After all, I have just returned and have nothing to occupy my time. Why not come early to assist Lord Owen? You may not know, but I am also skilled at teaching." As she concluded her statement, Teresa playfully blinked her bright eyes at Owen. Shaking his head with a smile, Owen assumed a demeanor of feigned exasperation. However, this arrangement was agreeable, as it meant Teresa would not have to remain confined to the church all day, and they could meet frequently. "Very well then, I entrust the cultural training to you." After tidying the desk, he opened a drawer and retrieved a bundle of parchment, standing up to spread it across the desk. "Teresa, come here. I will explain the content to be taught." Given the time constraints, Owen did not expect the militia members to master reading and writing within a month. He merely hoped they would grasp some basic words and numbers to comprehend orders. Once the winter passed safely, they would receive comprehensive literacy education, ensuring that everyone could read and write, which was the most fundamental requirement. Teresa responded affirmatively. Owen anticipated that Teresa would approach the desk, so he deliberately turned the parchment at an angle before unfolding it. To his surprise, She swiftly circled the desk and stood directly in front of him. Her body was very close to Owen, almost touching. Teresa was slightly shorter than Owen, and the fragrant strands of her hair brushed against his nose, allowing him to catch a faint hint of her delicate scent, stirring his heart. "Lord Owen, you may begin speaking," Teresa reminded him. "Oh, all right." Steadying his fluctuating emotions, Owen adjusted the parchment and began to explain to Teresa, "The purpose of this cultural training is in a guest room of the Eastern Fortress." Duke Eddie, rotund and seated in an oversized specially made chair, was rhythmically tapping his stout fingers on the armrest, his expression tinged with irritation. Why was he upset? This stemmed from several days prior, when Victor returned by boat from the border town. At that time, he brought back only fragmented intelligence, among which the most absurd news was that the northern wall had been repaired. What a ridiculous claim, without the assistance of the Eastern Fortress. The border town could not have restored its wall. Like Victor, Duke Eddie initially held the same belief. However, out of caution, he had specifically inquired whether Victor had personally verified this. The answer was no, which infuriated Duke Eddie to the point of wanting to slap Victor across the face. Why was Victor in such a hurry to return? It would not have taken much time to go and take a look. He could only assume that the border town prioritized speed over quality, thus raising concerns about the wall's defensive capabilities. Later, Duke Eddie received a young nobleman who had escaped from the border town and learned that the young Marquis Eisen was surprisingly prepared to remain and lead the people against the undead monstrosities. The unfolding events seemed to be slipping from his grasp, instilling in Duke Eddie a subtle sense of unease. What confidence did the Marquis Eisen possess to confront the undead? Was it merely based on that flawed wall? Or was it simply bravado? In any case, he needed to exercise caution. He ordered a thorough inspection of the correspondence sent from the border town and mandated detailed interrogations of any individuals arriving from that direction. As expected, Duke Eddie soon intercepted a letter addressed to the captain of the Temple Knights. The reinforcements of the Temple Knights were stationed in a relatively secluded military camp, diligently preparing for various combat scenarios. Thus, all letters arriving there had to pass through Duke Eddie's hands. Did they think to persuade the Temple Knights to intervene? Not a chance. Furthermore, the border town sought to issue a commission against the undead. At Duke Eddie's behest, the president of the Adventurers Guild concealed this commission. Subsequently, his subordinates gleaned from the refugees fleeing the border town that the Marquis Eisen appeared to wield a mysterious weapon as powerful as thunder. It was a fabrication, undoubtedly a fabrication. It was well known that the border town had previously recruited fire mages through the Adventurers Guild. Without a doubt, they were merely putting on a show before the populace, with mages secretly casting spells behind the scenes, creating the illusion of "we are strong" to retain the common folk, turning them into cannon fodder against the undead. Such a crude tactic was transparent to Duke Eddie. To prevent the refugees from spreading false information, he summoned them and exposed the Marquis Eisen's charade. Enlightened by the truth, the refugees were filled with relief for not having remained and expressed immense gratitude to Duke Eddie. With matters having reached this point, Duke Eddie was keen to observe how the Marquis Eisen intended to endure the approaching winter. Perhaps, as winter drew nearer, he would reluctantly abandon the border town and seek refuge here. Chapter 39. Deception. Despite all precautions, a slip occurred. The bishop from the border town sent a letter to the cathedral in East Rising Fortress, which inexplicably employed coded language that Duke Eddie's subordinates failed to detect. Allowing it to pass through, upon receiving the letter, the archbishop sought out Duke Eddie for clarification. Having barely managed to placate the archbishop, he did not anticipate that a certain divine officer named Onley would lie in wait for the captain of the Temple Knights to leave the camp, pursuing him to convey news from the border town. That wretched woman would pay dearly. Duke Eddie harbored deep resentment toward the divine officer, which was the root of his anger. Earlier that morning, the captain of the Temple Knights had already requested a meeting, but Duke Eddie postponed it until the following day. Now he pondered how to deceive the captain. "Come tomorrow to tea." That moment, a servant entered the room, announcing, "My Lord Duke, the Baron would you summoned has arrived." "Let him in," Duke Eddie replied. Shortly thereafter, the somewhat portly Baron Wood appeared at the door of the reception room. After surveying the surroundings cautiously, he stepped inside and respectfully performed a hand-over-heart salute. "Good afternoon, Duke Eddie. I wonder what business you have summoned me for." This Baron Wood was indeed the same small nobleman who had fled in front of Owen, managing to cling to a foothold in East Rising Fortress through dealings with some local nobles and years of exploitation. Pausing his finger-tapping, Duke Eddie slightly raised his drooping eyelids, regarding the Baron before him. Baron Wood, I recall you mentioned that your territory in the border town was confiscated by the Marquis Eisen, correct? Indeed, that is correct. Not only me, but all the nobles who departed from the border town faced the same fate, Baron Wood replied candidly. How tragic it is to be persecuted by an incompetent lord. Feeling uncomfortable, Duke Eddie shifted his posture, leaning against the back of the chair, propping his head with his right hand. Once he felt at ease, he continued, Baron Wood, I have a favor to ask of you. If you execute it well, I shall grant you a new piece of territory as a reward. A fleeting expression of wild joy crossed Baron Wood's face, which he quickly suppressed, decisively kneeling on one knee. Duke Eddie, what do you need me to do? I will do my utmost to cooperate. Splendid. Duke Eddie replied with a satisfied smile, slowly articulating. It is this. The captain of the Temple Knights has learned of the border town's intention to resist the undead independently. And I wish for you to serve as proof of this as a noble from the border town. Upon hearing the mention of the border town, Baron Wood abruptly lifted his head, his gaze turning sinister. No problem. What do you need me to verify? The fact that this involved the accursed Marquis Eisen instantly invigorated Baron Wood. He longed to see Owen suffer 1,000 deaths for daring to seize his land and even threatening his life at one point. The mere thought filled him with indignation. Tomorrow morning, I will be meeting with that captain of the Temple Knights, and you will. The next day, as per their prior agreement, Captain Bray Jejifer of the Temple Knights arrived at the gates of Duke Eddie's castle. He addressed the guards, stating, I am Captain Bray Jejifer of the 2nd Squad of the Temple Knights, here to meet Duke Eddie. The guard, clearly informed in advance, nodded and gestured for him to proceed. Very well. Please follow me. Following the guard through the courtyard and into the castle, he was then guided by a maid directly to the door of the reception room. The maid entered to announce his arrival before returning to invite Bray inside. Upon entering the reception room, Bray's eyes fell upon Duke Eddie, who was seated in an oversized chair, his figure excessively corpulent, flanked by a servant and 2 nobles. After casting a brief glance at the 2 nobles, he turned his attention back to Duke Eddie, bowing in greeting. Good morning, Duke Eddie. This time, Duke Eddie did not intend to remain seated in that specially designed chair for the entirety of the meeting. With the assistance of a servant, he struggled to rise, offering an apologetic look to Bray. Esteemed Captain Jejifer, I sincerely apologize for having to decline your meeting yesterday due to my health. No problem. Duke Eddie, your health takes precedence, Bray replied, unconcerned, merely wishing to ascertain the situation in the border town. So, Captain Jejifer, what brings you here to see me? Duke Eddie inquired. Oh, I have heard that the walls of the border town have been repaired. Is that true? If so, Bray intended to lead his men to garrison the northern wall, deeming it unnecessary to allow the undead to wreak havoc in the border town. Well, regarding that, Duke Eddie replied with an odd expression, to be honest, while they appear to be repaired on the surface, the actual condition is quite concerning. What do you mean? Bray asked, puzzled. From what I understand, the Marquis Eisen utilized a gray mud to pile up and construct the wall. However, such a wall possesses extremely poor defensive capabilities and would collapse upon even a slight impact. The gray mud was something Duke Eddie had heard about from the fleeing refugees. Yet, those refugees had only observed the northern wall from a distance and had not come into close contact. Nor did they even know that this so-called gray mud was actually called cement. If you don't believe me, you can ask Viscount Corrette. Duke Eddie gestured toward Victor with his eyes. He recently visited the border town as an envoy of East Rising. Indeed, receiving the signal, Victor promptly stood up, a mocking expression on his face. I personally inspected the northern wall, and that wall cobbled together with mud is utterly unreliable that I questioned the Marquis Eisen at the time, stating that it could not withstand the undead. You know what he said. What did he say? Bray inquired. He suggested that the Temple Knights could fend them off as they did last year. You see, he treats you all as mere tools, showing no regard for last year's tragedy whatsoever. After finishing, Victor shook his head and sighed, as if lamenting the actions of the Temple Knights last year. Is that so? Bray was already wavering. But I also heard that they possess a powerful weapon. That is a deceptive trick. Duke Eddie unveiled a prepared set of statements. The Marquis Eisen once recruited fire mages. You can verify this at the Adventurers Guild. To retain the populace, he deceived everyone into believing they had powerful weapons, when in fact it was magic secretly employed by the mages. Many were unaware of the truth and fell victim to his deception. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand and can attest to it. Another noble suddenly stepped forward. Confused, Bray turned to the noble, asking, "Who are you?" "Oh, allow me to introduce him." Stepping beside the noble, Duke Eddie elaborated, "This is Baron Wood from the border town." He angered the Marquis Eisen by urging him to seek refuge in East Rising, resulting in the confiscation of his territory. Left with no choice, he had to sail south to arrive here. His territory was confiscated. Bray was taken aback. He understood what territory meant to a noble. Indeed, the Marquis Eisen is far too selfish, a stark contrast to his father. Baron Wood lamented, not wanting to bear the losses from evacuating the border town. Upon learning that the Temple Knights would not come to their aid, he intends to push all the inhabitants toward the northern wall to confront the undead. This will result in massive casualties. We must stop him and compel him to evacuate the inhabitants from the border town. Bray exclaimed urgently to by this point. Bray had been thoroughly deceived, much to the satisfaction of Duke Eddie. Indeed, Captain Gajif. Let us handle this matter, Duke Eddie remarked with timely intervention. We have dispatched personnel to the border garrison town to persuade the civilians to evacuate that in fact, a considerable number of refugees from the garrison town have already sought refuge in the East Rising fortress. As for Marquis Eisen, he will inevitably withdraw once he notices the significant reduction in the town's population. He patted Bray's shoulder and continued, As for you, Knights of the Temple, please remain here and prepare to confront the undead monstrosities. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with other matters. Then I must trouble you. Duke Eddie. Bray nodded in agreement. Chapter 40. Training, Marquis Eisen. I find your proposed training regimen to be unfeasible. After reviewing the training plan provided by Owen, Viscount Jais shook his head in disapproval. The outline was filled with rudimentary exercises such as standing, walking, and running, and included some baffling cultural training in the evening. This method would not yield competent warriors. Given the time, Viscount Jais would prefer to have the militia practice wielding weapons instead. A qualified warrior must master various arms. For in the chaos of battle, the most reliable ally is the weapon in one's hand. The knights he trained were always armed with their swords, each possessing exceptional swordsmanship. Only in this way could they significantly increase their chances of survival against the undead. While there were currently insufficient weapons, wooden sticks could suffice as temporary substitutes for practice. Oh, Owen looked over with curiosity. Viscount Jais, how do you believe they should be trained? They should begin with how to grip a sword. Oh no. Rather how to wield a spear like this. Viscount Jais dramatically grasped an imaginary spear and demonstrated a thrusting motion for Owen. If we were merely training a singular powerful knight, your method might be appropriate. However, we are training a group of civilians who are not akin to knights who have been practicing weaponry since childhood. Until a serious discipline is instilled within the ranks, they should not touch weapons. Knights are inherently prepared for battle, while civilians are not. In comparison to the proficient use of arms, the establishment of strict discipline is far more critical. Father, Lord Owen is correct, chimed in Mapple from the side. Viscount Jais shot a glare at Mapple, annoyed that his daughter was not supporting him and was instead siding with him. Yet if we conduct training as per your plan, by winter, their combat effectiveness may be quite limited. I do not require them to possess extraordinary individual combat prowess. Rather, I seek collective strength, Owen clarified. A disciplined and well-trained unit, even if each individual is not particularly strong, will exhibit a level of combat effectiveness far superior to that of a group of knights acting independently. Reflecting upon this, it seemed that the Knights of the Morning Light Kingdom were rather fond of solitary combat, pursuing personal glory, each embodying what was termed, individual heroism, a phrase mentioned by Winston. Consequently, knight training typically occurred in isolation, with only occasional sparring with fellow knights. Viscount Jais also instructed those knights individually. How powerful could a collection of undistinguished yet disciplined individuals truly be? Hearing Owen's perspective, Viscount Jais suddenly felt intrigued. Very well then. I shall proceed with your training plan. Excellent. I appreciate your cooperation. After a pause, Owen added, Of course, I will participate fully in the first training session and provide guidance. Behind the northern city wall lay a camp that had originally been designated for the Knights of the Temple, but was now occupied by the militia. Kadir wearily entered the tent, greeted by a wave of warmth that instantly made him feel considerably more comfortable. In the center of the tent was a pile of blazing magical stones serving as a heat source. A privilege akin to that of the nobility. Of course, besides him, 9 others were enjoying the same benefits. 10 bedding mats surrounded the central pile of magical stones, and Kadir settled onto the mat furthest inside. He shed his outer garments and burrowed into the bedding, ready to sleep. Today had been exhausting, both physically and mentally draining, were it not for the militia's generous monthly pay, which was more than double what he earned working as a laborer in the cement workshop. He would have long since fled. The training during the day had already been tiring, and to his dismay, he learned they would also partake in some cultural training after dinner. Upon seeing the words inscribed on the slate, Kadir felt overwhelmed. Initially intending to coast through, he was informed that a test would follow the training, and those who failed would have to remain and continue learning, determined not to be left behind. He exerted himself to study diligently and barely managed to pass. Notably, the instructor was a stunningly beautiful priestess. However, it was clear that no one dared to pursue her. Anyone could see her relationship with the Lord was far from ordinary, and those who wished to keep their lives would be wise to steer clear. Turning onto his side, Kadir noticed the large fellow beside him sprawled on his mat, clutching a small twig. In the dim light, he practiced the words he had learned that evening, mumbling to himself. Kadir recalled that his name was Brew, someone he had previously encountered while mining magical stones in the celestial quarry. He appeared somewhat simple-minded, yet was surprisingly eager to learn. "Hey, Brew, are you still practicing your writing?" I'm afraid I'll forget by tomorrow." "Forget it, who cares?" Kadir replied nonchalantly. "We're going to be up on the walls fighting alongside the knights. What's the use of knowing how to read? Learning more can never be a bad thing." "Whatever," Kadir thought, rolling over to face the tense ceiling. His decision to join the militia was motivated not only by the lucrative pay, but also by the Lord's speech delivered a few days prior. The Lord's words rang true. Fleeing to East Rising Fortress without shelter or food security posed a dire challenge. Surviving the winter was uncertain. In contrast, in the garrison town, he at least had a roof over his head to shield him from the elements and provide warmth. As for food, the docks were piled high with wheat, being transported in batches to the castle. The Lord had indeed not deceived them. He would ensure no one went hungry this winter. The final explosive demonstration had profoundly impacted Kadir, filling him with confidence that with such powerful weaponry, the northern wall would be well defended. With that in mind, why not stay? Regardless of circumstances, the garrison town was his home, a place where he had lived since childhood. Moreover, the cement workshop had recently closed, so upon seeing the conscription notice, Kadir did not hesitate to enlist alongside his brother. Unfortunately, his brother was turned away due to his young age. However, it mattered little. As long as he could join the militia, his monthly pay would suffice to see his brother through the winter. What puzzled him was the content of the militia's training regimen. The first task was standing at attention, as the Lord had instructed. Initially, he thought it was merely a matter of standing, something anyone could do. However, he had not anticipated the numerous requirements for standing at attention. The feet had to be spaced at a specific angle, the legs straightened, the thumbs pressed against the index fingers, and the arms naturally hanging close to the thighs. They had to be pressed tightly. There would be inspections, and if even a finger was moved, it would be deemed unacceptable. That meant no reward for the day. Additionally, one had to draw in their abdomen, puff out their chest, lift their head, gaze forward, and pull their shoulders back. As a result, it wasn't long before Kadir began to struggle. Yet he did not give up. He persevered, not for any particular reason, but for the reward promised by the Lord. Those who managed to endure and meet the standards would receive a piece of jerky at lunchtime. It had been ages since he had tasted meat, and Kadir swallowed hard, determined to give it his all. Ultimately, including Kadir, less than a quarter of the participants earned the jerky reward. Those who did not meet the standards cast envious glances at their fortunate peers. Chapter 41. Midnight Assembly. After practicing standing at attention for several rounds. Aside from the first round where the Lord had promised individual rewards, the subsequent rounds now required that all participants must qualify to receive a collective reward of a piece of jerky. Each round saw some individuals unable to endure or failing to meet the standards, causing the tantalizing jerky to slip away from their grasp. Initially, Kadir thought the Lord was merely toying with them, believing that achieving universal qualification was an impossible task. However, with each round, the performance improved, indicating that everyone was eager for the jerky. If they persisted, perhaps one day they would all qualify, which seemed hopeful. At lunchtime, the knights brought several large barrels of wheat porridge and a platter of cut jerky from the castle. To be honest, Kadir had expected the jerky to be a mere thin slice. To his surprise, it was quite substantial, roughly the size of a clenched fist, an unexpected delight to enjoy lunch. They had to queue properly. Those who earned the reward formed one line, while the rest formed three. Anyone daring to cause a disturbance would be removed by the knights, forced to wait until everyone else had finished their meal. Ironically, a few individuals, emboldened by disbelief, attempted to sneak a piece of jerky, only to be escorted out by the knights. Squatting aside in the queued at that moment, Kadir spotted someone who had once bullied him due to their height, now squatting there, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. Moreover, one must commend the ample portions of lunch. He had never consumed such a hearty serving of wheat porridge. One bowl left him feeling full, and he could hardly suppress a belch. After saving the jerky for last, he savored it slowly, relishing every bite, filled with a profound sense of happiness. Upon reaching this thought, Kadir could not help but smack his lips, as if the savory taste of meat still lingered in his mouth. The ample time for a midday nap was indeed a welcome respite. In the afternoon, under the guidance of the one-eyed instructor, the militia engaged in a variety of peculiar drills, including marching in unison and executing turns. However, after this series of training sessions, Kadir gradually grasped what the Lord desired of them. It could be summed up in one word: unity. Regardless of the training, everything had to be executed in perfect synchrony. With this understanding, everyone became more invested in their training, for pleasing the Lord might just earn them another morsel of dried meat. Subsequently, the Lord instructed them to run laps around the perimeter of the garrison, with the requirement to finish before sunset. The enthusiasm among the group was palpable, as achieving the standard meant a reward of dried meat, and mutual assistance among team members was permitted. This instilled confidence that they would succeed. Although they ultimately failed to meet the challenge, it undeniably strengthened their camaraderie. Remarkably, all members reached the finish line without leaving anyone behind. Consequently, during dinner, the Lord graciously rewarded everyone with half a piece of dried meat, proclaiming it a token of their unity. After the meal, they faced the dreaded cultural training. Reflecting on the day, Kadir thought that although exhausting, it had been rather satisfactory. Just then, someone outside the tent shouted, "Lights out. Everyone extinguish your lamps and go to sleep." "I'm about to put it out, mates," announced the nearest teammate to the oil lamp, taking the initiative to snuff it out. "Much appreciated, mate," Kadir replied. "Wait a moment." Brew quickly gathered a small twig, sat up, removed his outer garment, and then burrowed into his bedding. All done. After extinguishing the flame of the oil lamp, the only light remaining in the tent emanated from a pile of glowing, red-hot magical stones in the center, their dim glow causing no disruption to anyone's slumber. That would suffice for the day. Kadir hoped for another chance at dried meat the following day. With this pleasant thought, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Before long, though he could not tell how much time had passed, the night remained pitch black at this moment. Most people in the camp had succumbed to a deep sleep. Suddenly, someone outside began to beat a gong in haste, shouting, "Assembly! Everyone assemble!" The sharp, resounding clang of the gong jolted many awake. Some even momentarily forgot they were part of the militia, cursing about being unable to sleep. However, they quickly realized it was the assembly gong mentioned by the one-eyed instructor. They hastily rolled out of bed, dressed, and rushed outside to gather. Only a small fraction remained too deep in slumber. Like Kadir, he was blissfully asleep until Brew shook him awake. "Hey mate, wake up, it's assembly time." "What?" Kadir opened his bleary eyes, finding the surroundings still shrouded in darkness. "Isn't it still night? Aren't we assembling in the morning?" Just as he uttered these words, another round of gong sounds echoed outside, marking the second assembly called go. It truly was the assembly gong. Alarmed, Kadir scrambled out of his bunk, donned his clothes and shoes, and hurried outside with Brus. They stepped out of the tent. The cold wind hit Kadir, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Outside the camp, in an open area, several torches and larger piles of firewood illuminated a vast space. This was precisely the assembly point the one-eyed instructor had mentioned, and many individuals had already formed ranks. "Come on, let's hurry over," Brew urged. "Right." The two jogged over, joining the formation they had previously practiced. Standing in line, Kadir peered forward. To his astonishment, not only was the one-eyed instructor present along with the training knights, but even the Lord was there. What urgent matter could this assembly entail? He pondered. After what felt like an eternity, the last of the stragglers finally lined up, standing at attention, that a few knights confirmed everyone was present before heading back to report to the one-eyed instructor and the Lord. Kadir noticed the Lord shake his head in dissatisfaction. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kadir thought it boded ill. This assembly could mean surprise drills, and given their lackluster performance, punishment was likely. Too slow. Baron Jarvis glared at those present. At this pace, if undead creatures were to ambush us in the dead of night, by the time you all dressed and armed yourselves, the undead would have already breached the walls. After a scathing reprimand, he announced the punishment. Everyone will stand at attention. You may not move until I say so. If anyone dares to budge, everyone will face an extension of this punishment. Oh no, another session of standing at attention. Kadir lamented internally. Many shared his sentiments, emitting a collective groan from within the ranks. Silence. Who allowed you to make noise? Everyone will face an extension. Baron Jarvis showed no mercy toward the militia, leaving everyone scrambling to silence themselves. If you don't want to be punished, next time move faster. Understand that such impromptu assemblies will occur at random. Listen closely. If next time you're as disorganized as this, the time spent standing at attention will double. Now, begin standing at attention. Everyone, heed the command. At ease, stand straight. With the command words for training now included, Baron Jarvis had already grasped their meanings and used them with ease. That night marked the longest Kadir had ever stood at attention. He vowed never to endure such an experience again, his legs feeling utterly numb. Chapter 42. The milling machine. Once the first steam engine was deployed across the mining district, Owen, inspired by the production system at Winston, reformed the existing production protocols in the mines. The fixed salary system was replaced with a variable salary model linked to the monthly or output that in other words, the higher the mineral yield, the greater the miner's wages. This significantly boosted the miner's productivity, leading to a steady increase in daily output. All the surplus iron ore was sent to the blacksmith shop, where Vani's fire magic made the process of smelting iron from ore remarkably straightforward. It is worth noting that Vani had finally mastered the art of high-temperature flame. Meanwhile, Garcia, through repeated welding practice, had honed his skills to the point of surpassing Owen. This meant that Vani was not yet required for welding tasks. Any such work could be entrusted to Garcia. On another front, the training of the militia had also fallen into a regular rhythm. Just then, a blacksmith named Jita arrived at the castle gates, his expression urgent as he sought an audience with the Lord. Could it be that he had completed an important component for crafting? Owen promptly granted him entry into the castle. My lord, I have crafted what you requested. Upon entering the study, Jita excitedly revealed a cloth-wrapped item in his hand. Placing it on the table, let me see. Owen eagerly unwrapped the cloth. Inside lay 3 cylindrical silver-white iron rods, each adorned with serrated edges spiraling along their upper halves, with each rod featuring a different number of teeth. All meticulously crafted. Thanks to Miss Vani's assistance, her flame magic produces extremely high temperatures, which made melting the iron a breeze, and refining steel became much simpler. Whenever the desired shape needed to be achieved, she could easily heat the steel blanks, saving a considerable amount of time. Under Owen's influence, Jita had come to appreciate the concept of temperature, fervently praising Vana's magic. Clearly, integrating magic into the blacksmithing process could drastically enhance efficiency. Jita was also experiencing the immense potential of magic in production for the first time, which left him particularly exhilarated. My lord, these 3 components have all undergone quenching. Their rigidity absolutely meets your specifications. Pausing, Jita inquired with curiosity. By the way, may I ask what these 3 components are intended for? What purpose do they serve? These are milling cutters, designed for machining workpieces with various applications. Owen picked up one of the milling cutters and examined it closely. However, I intend to use them for processing iron gears. Milling iron gears. Jita's mind raced, and he quickly pieced it together. I see. Utilizing the quenching steel's superior rigidity over cast iron, this milling cutter will gradually remove the excess material from the cast iron to achieve the desired shape. Correct? Indeed. This was an excellent method of processing. There would be no need to hammer the iron blank into shape with a heavy hammer, followed by polishing and other laborious processes to produce the required iron items. Exactly. You're quite perceptive, Owen praised. However, Jita still had one question. How would they use this milling cutter? Relying solely on human strength would be quite laborious. Suddenly, a thought struck him, recalling the steam engine he had previously helped to forge. If they could harness the immense power of that machine, milling cast iron would become a trivial task. The second steam engine was already in the works, with even more components than the first, likely intended to complement this milling cutter. With this in mind, Jita felt somewhat embarrassed to make a request. "My lord, may I observe the process of gear machining when the time comes?" "Of course," Owen nodded. "I plan to gather all the blacksmiths and their apprentices in the border town to observe and learn how to use the milling machine. You will frequently employ it in the future." "I will study diligently," Jita replied with eager anticipation. "Have all the other components been crafted as well?" "With the essential milling cutter completed, the other iron components should naturally pose no problem." Jita nodded affirmatively. "All have been crafted according to your specifications." "Excellent. Shortly, you can return to collect the components. The carpenter has also completed his work, and assembly can begin. Tomorrow, we shall commence with the gear machining." Owen paused for a moment. "Oh, by the way, please inform the other blacksmiths to bring all their apprentices and gather at the castle tomorrow morning." "Tomorrow? Is a second steam engine unnecessary?" Despite his confusion, Jita nodded in agreement. The next day, by the banks of the Weishui River, near the Tianxiong Mountains, stood a hastily constructed wooden shed, adjacent to which a massive wooden water wheel was in steady rotation. The Weishui River, originating from the Tianxiong Mountains, boasted a robust flow and velocity in this section, making it rich in hydraulic resources. This was precisely why the water wheel was erected here. Owen, accompanied by a group of blacksmiths and their apprentices, entered the wooden shed. The sudden influx of people made the room feel somewhat cramped, yet it did not dampen their eagerness to learn. Presenting a complex, large machine within the room, Owen declared, "This is the hydraulic milling machine." The onlookers observed the mill with curiosity. Its base was wooden, with critical components made of iron by their standards. This machine was well crafted. Jita's eyes sparkled with excitement. It utilized hydraulic power to mill cast iron blocks, an ample force indeed. Next, Owen prepared to demonstrate the milling process for gears himself. Having never attempted such work before, he had specifically summoned Winston to practice several times in his dreams to ensure a smooth demonstration today. Maple stood by, pouring oil extracted from a plant seed into the milling cutter, while a basin below caught any excess oil to prevent waste. Lubricating the cutter was essential to minimize wear. Otherwise, it would suffer significant damage. Taking an unprocessed gear blank, Owen etched the gear markings at the designated angles before securing it to the workbench. He then positioned the milling cutter above the gear blank, aligning it with the markings. "Maple," Owen called. Upon hearing her name, she nodded and pushed a wooden wheel to connect the power from the external water wheel. With the water wheel's momentum, the wooden wheel began to spin, transferring power to the milling cutter's spindle via a belt. Observing the rotational speed reach the required threshold, Owen steadied the cutter's handle and slowly pulled it down, allowing the spinning cutter to shave off the markings, with metal shavings flying to the side. The spectators watched intently, and as the gear blank took on the desired shape, a few apprentices gasped in astonishment. It turned out that components could be processed in such a manner, and the blacksmiths aside from Jita were greatly enlightened. Chapter 43. The Lizardmen. Once the demonstration concluded, Owen handed a set of gear design blueprints to several blacksmiths, instructing them to use the hydraulic milling machine to fabricate a complete set of gears. Each time a set was completed, they would rotate to the next blacksmith shop, taking turns to familiarize themselves with the milling machine's operation. Currently, the steam borer being manufactured relied on this set of gears to regulate and stabilize the steam engine's output. Without it, operations to bore gun barrels could not proceed. Furthermore, gear systems would be essential for the production of other machines in the future. For each set of gears produced, Owen would compensate the blacksmiths with a processing fee, while they were also accountable for the milling machine's usage fees. After all, the hydraulic milling machine was a costly investment that Owen had commissioned to be built and assembled. It would not be lent out for free. Additionally, Jita was entrusted with a significant responsibility. Owen handed him the key to the wooden shed, assigning him the management of the hydraulic milling machine. He would also instruct Jita on the daily maintenance required for the machine, which he could later teach the apprentices to perform on his behalf. After addressing these matters, Owen left the group of blacksmiths and apprentices to study the milling machine at their leisure, while he and Maple departed from the makeshift wooden structure. Not far from their departure, Owen spotted a knight rushing towards him with urgency. Was something amiss? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to quicken his pace. "My Lord Marquis." The approaching knight saluted correctly before speaking urgently. "There is trouble." An incident has occurred in the misty forest to the southwest. What exactly has happened? Explain it to me clearly. What is going on in the misty forest? Owen frowned slightly. What kind of trouble could arise in the misty forest at this time? Winter was fast approaching, and the border town had been vigilant regarding the situation in the north. He sincerely hoped they wouldn't have to divert their attention to resolve issues in the forest. It asked the beastmen. A group of lizard men has suddenly appeared at the forest perimeter and was discovered in time by hunters. They have occupied an area at the forest's edge and are currently in a standoff with our knights and patrolmen. The knight reported earnestly. Lizard men. You say? Lizard men typically inhabited the depths of the forest, preferring damp environments. The misty forest depths were traversed by the Wanshui River, originating from the Hungwan Mountains, where they predominantly resided, subsisting by fishing. Generally speaking, lizard men would not venture far from the Wanshui River. Why had they come to the forest's edge, so close to the border town? This was suspicious. Quickly, take me there. Owen instructed the reporting knight. My lord Owen, Maple interjected suddenly. Her expression filled with concern. The lizardman's sudden appearance is too strange. It would be safer for you to return to the castle and send others to engage with them, if they harbor ill intentions. We must immediately rally all the knights from the border town to encircle them. A glint of resolve crossed Maple's eyes as she spoke of encirclement. When it came to Owen's safety, she became exceedingly cautious and showed no mercy towards foes. Precisely because it is so strange, I must be present. Owen countered Maple's suggestion. Lizard men would not simply wander so close to humans without reason. Something must have occurred. But Maple attempted to argue further, but was interrupted by Owen's firm voice. You will protect me, right? I trust you. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Maple did not dwell on her reluctance for long and ultimately relented. Very well. But do ensure you do not stray too far from me, my lord. As they made their way towards the misty forest, Owen urgently summoned Winston, who, upon hearing of the lizardmen, expressed keen interest. After establishing contact with you for so long, I finally get to see intelligent beings beyond your humans. In a situation like this, I truly hope to avoid any conflict. Owen expressed his concerns. Then it will depend on whether you can gain their trust. Winston had previously heard Owen speak of the beastmen. Historically, humans and beastmen had harbored mutual distrust, leading to numerous wars. Ultimately, humans gained dominion over this world, while most beastmen were driven to the wilds or uncharted territories. Of course, there were some beastmen whose interests aligned closely with humans, leading to relatively peaceful coexistence, such as the dwarves that as they neared the site of the standoff. Owen noticed Viscount Jarvis arriving hastily. Marquis Eisen. The other party may not come in peace. You should not have come here. Viscount Jarvis immediately sought to dissuade Owen from proceeding. Since I am already here, let us first ascertain the situation, Owen replied. Unwilling to engage in a debate with Viscount Jarvis, he turned and strode towards the standoff, with Maple following closely behind. Seeing this, Viscount Jarvis could only shake his head in resignation and follow along. Upon reaching the border town's perimeter, Owen discovered that, in addition to the knights and patrolmen, several hunters were present, along with Vani and Teresa. Holding a fireball in her hand, Vani stood at the forefront alongside several knights, seemingly attempting to intimidate the lizard men across from them. Meanwhile, Teresa was tending to an injured individual lying on the ground, surrounded by several others. Observing the situation, Owen hurried over. What is happening? Did the lizard men strike first? Just then, Teresa had just finished her healing spell, and the long wound on the injured man's thigh had already begun to scab over. His leg was saved, and the grateful man repeatedly expressed his thanks. Thank you. Thank you, my lady priest. Teresa smiled at him, and then turned to Owen with a serious expression. Not quite. Rather, the lizard men saved him. It turned out that the individual Teresa had just healed was a hunter. This hunter had been injured by a magical beast while hunting in the misty forest. Though he had narrowly survived, his thigh was severely wounded. He had thought he would perish in the forest. But instead, he was discovered and carried away by the lizard men. The lizard men had not killed the hunter, but had transported him to the outskirts of the misty forest, where the knights had brought him back. On their way to seek help from the church, they had coincidentally encountered Teresa and Vani, prompting them to check the situation. Thus, what Owen witnessed upon his arrival unfolded. I see. It appears they do not intend to engage us in conflict. It would be premature to assert that the lizardmen's actions indicated goodwill. It was equally possible they were too weak or injured to escalate the situation. Nonetheless, The absence of conflict was a positive outcome that at the very least. There seemed to be no substantial animosity or hatred between the two parties, allowing for the potential of amicable interaction. Now, it was imperative to clarify the situation. He recalled the knight's report indicating that a hunter was the first to discover the presence of numerous lizard men. With this in mind, Owen turned to the nearby hunters. Which of you was the first to spot the lizard men? Chapter 44. Attempting contact. It was I, my lord Marquis. A burly hunter, armed with a crossbow, stepped forward. Looking at him, Owen inquired, "Tell me how you discovered the lizard men. What did you see?" "Yes, my lord Marquis." This hunter was a seasoned veteran from the border town, renowned for his exceptional hunting skills. That morning, he had intended to venture deep into the misty forest in search of game, a feat only someone as familiar with the forest as he would dare undertake. As the hunter delved deeper into the woods, he keenly discerned the presence of two lizard warriors ahead and promptly concealed himself. With long spears in hand, they parted the surrounding foliage as they advanced, although he was curious about why the lizard folk had ventured to the periphery of the forest. The hunter opted to avoid the situation and continued his journey into the depths of the woods. Consequently, he observed a substantial group of lizard folk slowly moving along the path forged by the two warriors, with several more lizard soldiers on guard, proceeding with utmost caution. Humans find it difficult to distinguish the gender of lizard folk, yet the variance in age is apparent. The hunter noted that among the migrating lizard folk, there were numerous lizard children. Additionally, some injured lizard folk were being carried by their it seemed as though the entire lizard tribe was being compelled to migrate toward the forest's edge. Realizing something was amiss, the hunter resolved to return immediately. After exiting the enigmatic forest, he reported his findings to the knight. "Wait, did you say there were children and injured among the lizard folk?" Upon hearing the hunter's account, Owen seized on this critical detail and sought confirmation. Indeed, the hunter nodded. They were shielded amid the lizard folk, which is why the overall pace of their movement was rather slow. It is highly likely that this group of lizard folk was forced to migrate due to the violent occupation of their original homeland by either their own kind or other subhuman races. Winston speculated. "I concur with that assessment." Having replied to Winston, Owen turned once more to the hunter and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am called Maddie, your grace." "Maddie, you performed admirably this time. I shall reward you upon our return." Owen was always generous in rewarding those who rendered service. As an encouragement for others to contribute to the defense of the town, upon hearing of the reward, Maddie could not conceal his surprise and quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, your grace." The question now was how to address the incident involving the lizard folk. With the hunters temporarily sidelined, Owen stroked his chin, lost in thought. That moment, Viscount Jarvis approached with a suggestion. "Marquis Eisen, given that there are few capable warriors among them, we should gather all the knights and launch an assault to easily eradicate them. Let us assemble the knights at once. I support my father's proposal." Marple surprisingly aligned herself with her father's stance, causing even Viscount Jarvis to cast a bewildered glance at his daughter. "Shouldn't we first send someone to inquire?" Teresa stepped forward, voicing her perspective. "If the lizard folk are merely resting temporarily in this location, they may leave of their own accord after some time. In that case, we need only to station someone nearby to keep watch. There is no necessity to eliminate them. Even if we have the upper hand, the process of extermination will undoubtedly provoke fierce resistance from them, resulting in casualties among our knights. The lizard folk are still a foreign race. Allowing them to remain here will perpetually unsettle the townspeople." Viscount Jarvis countered. One side advocated for a decisive strike against the alien race, while the other sought to avert bloodshed. Both perspectives held merit, leaving Owen to determine the course of action. Meanwhile, Winston remained silent, simply absorbing the discussion. While he could offer suggestions, the matter primarily rested with them, and Owen and his companions would handle it without excessive interference, providing technological assistance and witnessing the rapid development of the border town. Winston pondered what kind of upheaval this small town would eventually incite in a world dominated by magic. "I intend to recruit the warriors among the lizard folk, channeling their combat prowess toward the northern city walls to collectively resist the undead." Amid the heated debate, Owen unexpectedly articulated a notion that astonished all present. "Wait, Marquis Eisen." Viscount Jarvis was taken aback, nearly dropping his eye patch, as he had not anticipated Owen's desire to harness the power of subhuman races. We have sufficient strength to confront the undead without resorting to the lizard folk. The more forces we have to counter the undead, the better. I care not whether this strength originates from subhuman races. If there is a possibility to enlist their aid, I will pursue it personally." Observing Owen's eager demeanor, Viscount Jarvis suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "Marquis Eisen, are you truly planning to engage the lizard folk directly?" "Indeed." Anticipating opposition, Owen promptly elaborated. "Rest assured, we are aware that the lizard folk do not seek armed conflict with us. I approach them with goodwill, and there is no danger." Following this, a flurry of activity ensued. Despite the low likelihood of danger, preparations were essential. The boastful Vani was summoned back, upon learning that Owen intended to converse with the lizard folk in the forest. She exhibited surprise. After deliberation, Vani was also assigned to the protective detail. Should any unforeseen events arise, she could swiftly conjure a wall of fire between Owen and the lizard folk, facilitating a safe retreat. Although Owen could cast this spell as well, it required time to execute. Vani would preemptively harness her magic, ready to deploy it when necessary. It would be impractical for Owen to prepare a spell while simultaneously conversing with the lizard folk. Such a task would be exhausting and could draw their suspicion. Once preparations were complete, Owen, accompanied by a cadre of guards, made his way toward the area occupied by the lizard folk. The entrance to the enigmatic forest. Two lizard folk stationed as sentinels took note of the approaching figures and immediately heightened their vigilance. As they drew nearer, Winston could clearly discern the lizard folk's appearance, resembling upright lizards. Their jaws, chests, and tails were adorned with large white scales, while the rest of their bodies showcased deep green, serrated scales. They donned beast pelts and wore necklaces fashioned from animal teeth. Holding long spears in their hands, when the two parties were within a certain proximity, the lizard folk simultaneously thrust their spears, directing them at Owen and his entourage. "Do not advance any further, humans," one lizard folk warned sternly. Owen halted his steps, meeting the gaze of the two lizard folk with poise. "Bring forth your leader. I wish to speak with him." Chapter 45. Dialogue. The leader. The two lizard folk exchanged glances. The one who had just issued the warning to halt the humans addressed his companion. That individual must be an envoy sent by the human leader. Return to the clan and inform the new chieftain to come. Understood. The companion nodded. Retracting his spear and retreating into the forest. Before entering, he glanced back and then hastened away. The remaining lizard folk also sheathed his weapon, standing vigilant as he continued to observe the humans and issued a warning. "I have sent someone to summon the chieftain. It would be prudent for you to refrain from any untoward actions. Many of my comrades in the forest have their arrows trained on your heads." Though he spoke thus, he was well aware that it was merely a bluff. Behind him in the forest were only a handful of comrades, and there were no arrows drawn. The clan was still in search of a new stable location, with most lizard warriors guarding the perimeter to ensure the safety of their kin. They were but a vanguard, probing the situation and monitoring human movements. "Rest assured, we shall not engage in any strange behavior. We will patiently await your leader's arrival." Owen replied calmly. Before long, commotion echoed from the forest, and 4 lizard folk emerged, including the one who had gone to relay the message. Leading the group was a notably robust lizard folk, bearing numerous scars and darker green scales, wielding a massive and heavy axe upon his back, exuding an air of authority. Wow, if this character were in a game, he could serve as an early boss to challenge players. Winston suddenly interjected. "This is no game. I am about to engage in dialogue with that lizard chieftain. So please refrain from speaking and disrupting my thoughts. Rest assured, I will be silent." The lizard chieftain stepped forward, casting a glance at the humans before fixing his gaze upon Owen. "You are the envoy sent by the humans." "Sent by?" Well, after a moment's reflection, Owen decided to clarify his identity. "To be precise, not quite. I am Owen Eisen, the lord of the border town." Lord. The chieftain was unfamiliar with the human hierarchy, but understood that a lord likely represented the highest authority over a particular territory. "A human lord dares to come here, unafraid of our potential hostility." The lizard chieftain held no malice. He simply found it strange that a human leader would personally approach them. However, this remark caused Owen's guards to grow tense, gripping their weapons tightly, particularly Marple, who would have charged and had Owen not instructed her to refrain from taking action. Vani swallowed hard, her hands trembling slightly. At a moment's notice, she would unleash a wall of fire if commanded. "I am not concerned. Your decision to send the injured hunter to us indicates that you do not wish to engage in conflict. As a lord, my purpose in approaching you is to extend the utmost goodwill and to engage in a meaningful dialogue." Owen made it clear that he bore no ill intent, leaving it to the lizard folk to decide whether to believe him. After a brief silence, the lizard chieftain turned and called out into the forest. "Please, come out." At the command, sounds stirred in the forest, and 3 tall, slender lizard folk emerged from their concealment. They were lizard assassins. Agile and vigilant, having hidden in the shadows to guard against humans. Disarming their hidden weapons was a gesture of goodwill from the lizard folk chieftain towards humanity. In response, Owen instructed his guards to sheath their weapons as well. Otherwise, the tension in the air suggested that conflict could erupt at any moment. Both parties found themselves in a cordial atmosphere as the lizard chieftain introduced himself. "I am Lusha, the newly appointed leader of the Shunsha tribe in the mysterious forest. A pleasure to meet you. Chieftain Lusha, you may call me Lord Ison." After exchanging pleasantries, Owen swiftly addressed the crux of the matter. "As I understand it, you have brought children and the injured with you, suggesting you were forced from your dwelling by force, and thus compelled to relocate your entire tribe. Oh, I did not expect you humans to be so well informed." Lusha's gaze suddenly turned icy. The safety of his tribe was at stake, and he found it difficult to maintain his composure if humanity dared to employ any treacherous tactics. He would not hesitate to seize Owen, this human lord. "Rest assured, Chieftain Lusha, I have no intention of attacking your tribe. That if I truly wished to annihilate you, I would not need to come in person to parley." This reasoning calmed Lusha somewhat. Since the other party was already aware of their migration, there was no need for him to continue concealing the truth. "You are correct, Lord Ison, that we were defeated during a tribal conflict and lost our home. Currently, I have dispatched scouts to seek a new dwelling place, but until then, we will remain here for a time." Lusha did not seek Owen's permission to stay, as he believed that the mysterious forest belonged to no one. It was sufficient to inform the humans of their temporary presence. "I see." Owen showed little concern for this, then inquired further. "Will you be able to find a new dwelling? When do you expect to locate one?" "I will refrain from asking those questions. Instead, Chieftain Lusha, how do you plan to endure this winter?" "Why do you ask this?" The matter of winter survival was entirely an internal affair for the Shunsha tribe, and Lusha could not comprehend the significance of the inquiry. Was it possible that the humans wished to offer assistance? If so, such unprovoked aid would surely come at a cost. Yet Lusha could not fathom what the humans might require from them. "You have only recently lost your home, and regardless of whether you find a new one, preparations for winter have long since vanished. The cold season is fast approaching, and many in your tribe will suffer from hunger and frost. We, on the other hand, possess ample provisions, and it is likely that some among you may resort to raiding for sustenance," Owen explained. "I will instruct my kin to exercise restraint." This winter indeed posed a significant challenge, and Lusha had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of starvation or freezing among his people. However, he was not entirely indifferent to their plight. Before the winter set in, he would lead the capable members of his tribe to hunt magical beasts for food. Under conditions of hunger, humans are capable of desperate acts, and I trust there will be those among your tribe who cannot hold back. Lusha's voice was cool as he questioned, "What do you propose we do? What if we engage in a trade? I can provide the food necessary for winter and even offer warm shelter," Owen proposed, presenting a compelling offer that displayed his sincerity. Chapter 46. Distrust, food, and shelter, such favorable terms. What do you require from us in return? This was a trade, and Lusha was not foolish. If humans were willing to provide such resources, the price they would demand must be considerable. Quite simple. Owen smiled. The fact that Lusha did not immediately refuse indicated potential for agreement. "You will send a contingent of lizard warriors to join our soldiers in defending the northern wall against the undead." Undead. Lusha hesitated momentarily, but soon recalled a tale his father, the former chieftain, had shared in the past. During a certain winter, a horde of undead creatures would invade the mysterious forest from the west. During that time, all the subhuman races united to form a mutual aid alliance against this common enemy. It was a period of unparalleled solidarity among the subhuman races of the mysterious forest. Later, humans constructed a wall in the north, keeping the undead at bay, with the loss of a shared external threat. Internal conflicts soon emerged within the alliance, culminating in a great clash. The various subhuman races returned to their former adversarial states if humans were now soliciting lizard-folk assistance to defend the wall. Did it imply that they were currently unable to withstand the undead? With this thought, Lusha scoffed. Humph, I never expected humans would seek our aid. Not aid, but trade. In fact, even without your assistance, I am confident in my ability to defend the northern wall. Though it would be a more arduous endeavor, Owen corrected him. After a pause, he added, Moreover, do not take pride in this. Should we fail to hold the wall, it is your tribe that will suffer next. Do not assume those undead will spare you. The human lord's words rang true. This was not the time for mockery. In the matter of confronting the undead, cooperation would be mutually beneficial. Thus, deploying lizard warriors to assist the humans was a prudent course of action. Furthermore, with the promise of food and shelter, the tribe could safely weather the winter. The advantages for the tribe were substantial. And Lusha found himself tempted to agree to Owen's proposal without delay. Chieftain, at that moment, a lizard folk behind Lusha stepped forward, grasping his shoulder and speaking in a hushed tone only they could hear. You cannot trust the humans. Glancing back at his companion, Lusha felt a wave of inner conflict. But, my friend Keeman, they are willing to provide us with what we currently need. Refusing their offer will make this winter exceedingly difficult, and many of our kin may perish. I understand, Keeman replied gravely. The trade proposed by the humans was indeed suspicious. He articulated the worst-case scenario he could envision. Chieftain, do not forget that humans excel at using sweet words to deceive others. Once we send our kin to assist, they may throw them into the fray as mere cannon fodder. When we have lost our remaining fighting strength, they could effortlessly annihilate our entire tribe. It was uncertain whether Keeman had been deceived in the past, but he harbored deep mistrust towards humans. The scenario he described was precisely what Lusha wished to avoid. This left him in a state of indecision. After much contemplation, Lusha resolved to convene a tribal council to seek the opinions of his people before making a decision. He turned back to Owen and said, Lord Ison, I cannot provide you with an answer regarding the trade at this moment. Please allow me some time to consider. No problem. Owen did not expect an immediate response. Given that the two parties had not interacted before, it was entirely normal for there to be some trepidation. There is still some time before winter arrives. You may deliberate carefully. When you have reached a decision, send someone to inform us, and I will position my men nearby. Awaiting a response was one aspect. More importantly, it was about monitoring the lizard folk's movements. Should anything arise, he would be promptly informed. Then this meeting concludes here. I must return, Lusha said, turning to lead his companions back to the mysterious forest. One moment, Owen called out, stopping him. Turning back, Lusha asked, Is there something else? I understand you have injured among you. Out of humanitarian concern, I will send some herbs your way shortly. I hope you will accept them. What is humanitarianism? Regardless, since the humans were kindly offering herbs, it would be wise to accept them. Of course, once the items were returned, they would need to be examined by a knowledgeable member of the tribe to ensure their safety. Thank you, Lusha replied, expressing his gratitude before departing with his followers, leaving a few members of his tribe to continue their vigil. Owen, accompanied by his guards, also made his way back on the return journey. Mapple inquired, My Lord Owen, do you believe those lizard folk will truly agree? I sense they harbor great distrust towards us. I am uncertain at present. There is no foundation of mutual trust between us. It may require a catalyst. Catalyst? Mapple tilted his head, clearly puzzled. If trust could be established, why not? Just as she trusted Lord Owen, what need was there for a catalyst? I believe the likelihood of their agreement is quite high, Winster speculated. Why do you say that? Owen inquired. The chieftain named Lusha is deeply concerned for the welfare of his tribe. For the sake of their survival, he is likely to propose additional conditions before consenting to your trade. Let us hope so. Upon returning to the territory of the border town, Owen immediately issued various orders, including how many men to leave as a garrison and dispatching someone to procure herbs for delivery. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, since the meeting of the two leaders, aside from the singular exchange of herbs, there had been no further contact, and both sides were merely observing each other's movements. The temporary encampment of the Shinsha tribe near the outskirts of the mysterious forest, Chieftain Lusha sat upon a large rock, his massive axe resting beside him, occasionally letting out a sigh. It was only in the solitude of his surroundings that he allowed himself to display his helplessness and indecision before his kin. He had always maintained the formidable image of a brave and skilled warrior, approaching every task with assertiveness and decisiveness. However, in the current predicament, it was exceedingly challenging for him to embody the expectations of his tribe. The tribal council had convened, and Lusha had meticulously informed everyone about the state of their clan and the matters concerning humanity. His astonishment when it came to the question of whether to agree to the human's trade. The tribe was sharply divided, with two completely opposing viewpoints, leading to an almost violent confrontation. Now was not the time for internal strife, and Lusha promptly dissolved the meeting. Nevertheless, disputes still erupted among the tribe members in private. Sighing and lamenting, "This is not like you, our chieftain," spoke Keeman, who had attempted to dissuade Lusha 3 days prior, as he approached, leaning against a massive stone. "Keeman, do you think I'm unfit to be the chieftain of the Chunsha tribe?" Upon hearing this, Keeman abruptly turned his head, glaring at Lusha in anger. "Lusha, you are the strongest among us in the Chunsha tribe. If you're unfit to lead, then no one is." Chapter 47, Crisis in Combat. I am indeed formidable. Yet I am utterly inexperienced in governing a tribe and lack the mental preparation for it. Perhaps it should have been me left behind to hold the rear, rather than my father. Reflecting on the recent unfortunate events, Lusha couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. It was unexpected for the once powerful and confident Lusha to find himself in such a state, and Keeman did not wish to see him continue to wallow in despair. "Lusha, your father has grown old. He places his hopes on the younger generation, and you are among the finest of them. By uttering such words, you betray the expectations of our former chieftain." "Oh, I did not mean it that way." Lusha had always held great respect for his father, viewing him as a role model. How could he ever disappoint such an example? I simply do not know what to do next. The thought that my decision affects the survival of the entire tribe overwhelms me. I wish I could sprout 10 more heads to bear this burden. Cradling his head in his hands, Lusha displayed a pained expression. He truly wished his mind was filled with knowledge of governance rather than the brutal experiences of battle. "Lusha, choose the option that you believe is most advantageous for the Chunsha tribe," Keeman said softly to alleviate Lusha's burden. "Although I have stated that humans are untrustworthy, should you choose to engage in trade with them, I will support your decision. No one in the tribe will oppose you. After all, you are our chosen chieftain." "Keeman, thank you." Lusha felt a swell of emotion at his words. Having such a friend to share in his burdens and sorrows was a stroke of fortune. These considerations were once solely my father's responsibility. I can now understand some of the compromises he made were all for the continuation of the tribe. Back then, I even thought my father's actions were too weak. I am truly ashamed of my arrogance. Did you know? You are now troubled by the survival of the tribe, and I have heard that your father was similarly distressed in his youth. Is that so? Lusha's eyes widened in disbelief. His father had always been able to think calmly and make choices beneficial to the tribe, never considering that he too might have faced worries. "Indeed," Keeman affirmed. "I heard from the elders that your father revered martial prowess in his youth, also being the strongest of the Chunsha tribe. Upon becoming chieftain, he found himself incapable of governing the tribe, often wearing a troubled expression. Then how did he? You wish to know how he managed to govern the tribe methodically later on? Correct?" Lusha nodded. "By learning. He sought counsel from the elders of the tribe whenever he was uncertain, exploring and reflecting step by step. So, you need not feel overly guilty. Your father began just as you have." "Is that so?" After Keeman's guidance, Lusha felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders, and his negative emotions began to dissipate. Perhaps due to this newfound perspective, he suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, quickly formulating a beneficial plan for the Chunsha tribe. To ensure the tribe could weather the winter peacefully, agreeing to trade with the humans was imperative. However, he could not acquiesce outright. He must attach conditions that ensured the safety of his kin. Though uncertain whether the humans would accept their terms, it was worth attempting. With this in mind, Lusha intended to consult Keeman about what conditions to propose. "Keeman, a monstrous creature. Where? Quickly slay it. Everyone, step aside. Upon hearing the commotion from the direction of the tribe, Lusha and Keeman exchanged glances and hurriedly armed themselves to return. The temporary encampment of the Chunsha tribe was merely a relatively flat area within an ordinary forest, with most of the tribe gathered in the central zone, while lizard warriors guarded the perimeter. Given the need for vigilance on all sides and the insufficient number of lizard warriors, it was easy for a cunning monster to find an opportunity to infiltrate. "Where's the monster?" As Lusha appeared, wielding his axe, the panicked tribe members seemed to find their anchor, quickly settling down. "Chieftain, over here, the monster has been slain," a tribe member shouted, raising his hand. Lusha promptly approached him, with Keeman following closely, as the tribe members parted to create a path. After securing his massive axe on his back, Lusha inquired, "Is anyone injured?" The tribe member shook his head and replied, "Report to the chieftain. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. No one was harmed, just a few were startled." That was a relief. Lusha exhaled deeply. He then gazed down at the creature that had attacked the tribe. It was a wolf with deep crimson fur, bearing sharp teeth and claws. A spear was lodged in its head, giving it a fearsome appearance as it lay slain. Its viscous blood pooling on the ground, occasionally bubbling. Upon seeing this, Keeman's expression turned tense. "Chieftain, this is a bloodthirsty wolf." At that moment, Lusha also wore a serious countenance, having hunted numerous monsters in the mystic forest. He was well aware of the bloodthirsty wolf. This creature was exceedingly dangerous. With an acute sensitivity to the scent of blood, they often hunted in packs, typically numbering 30 to 40 once they set their sights on a target. They would stop at nothing to attack in mass. Repelling a pack of bloodthirsty wolves was exceedingly difficult. The best strategy was to eliminate the alpha wolf. However, the alpha typically stayed hidden, directing from the rear, sometimes not even revealing itself before its prey, making it quite cunning. Nearby, a tribe member exclaimed in terror, "How could bloodthirsty wolves appear here? This is the outskirts of the mystic forest." Indeed, bloodthirsty wolves generally roam deep within the mystic forest. It must be the scent of blood from the wounded that attracted them, Lusha speculated. "I never anticipated they would relentlessly pursue us all the way here. If only we had abandoned those wounded. They not only hinder us, but have also brought about a grave crisis." "Exactly. We should have left them behind long ago. Oh, they truly are a calamity." It was unclear who first voiced this sentiment, but many in the tribe began to express their agreement, condemning the wounded. "Silence!" Lusha bellowed in fury. Seeing the chieftain enraged, the tribe members immediately fell silent. Looking around at his kin, Lusha declared loudly, "The Chunsha tribe will never abandon our members, not even if they are wounded." "Chieftain, please prepare swiftly," Keeman urgently reminded him. "This bloodthirsty wolf is merely a scout. The main pack will likely arrive shortly. Everyone, heed my commands." In light of the urgent situation, Lusha issued a series of orders, and the entire Chunsha tribe entered a state of readiness for battle. The defenseless children, the wounded, and the elders were gathered in the central area, while the youthful lizard folk, regardless of gender, stepped forward to form a protective circle around these vulnerable groups. The most experienced lizard warriors positioned themselves at the outermost perimeter, gripping their weapons and maintaining a vigilant stance. Ever watchful of their surroundings, it was too late to flee now. They could only prepare to confront the impending threat. Chapter 48. Seeking Aid, Shilong. After the tribe entered a heightened state of alert, Lusha called out the name of a companion. The leaves above rustled, and a tall, slender lizard folk leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully on one knee before Lusha. "Chieftain, what is your command? You were present during the discussion with the human lord. Go inform them that we are under attack by a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and request their assistance." Though uncertain whether the humans would intervene, Lusha felt compelled to send someone to inquire. Simultaneously, this served as a test to gauge the sincerity of the humans' intentions. If they remained indifferent, it would indicate that the proposed trade harbored ulterior motives, and it would be prudent to refuse. The contrary would hold true as well. But, with a major battle imminent, leaving felt akin to fleeing, which was a source of great shame for Shilong. "There is no but, while you are there. Also summon back our comrades stationed at the border of the mystic forest. If the humans agree to assist us, you will need to guide them. Go quickly," Lusha urged, not permitting Shilong further contemplation. With a heavy heart, Shilong nodded. "Understood." Once Shilong departed, Lusha retrieved his massive axe from his back, slamming the blade heavily into the ground, gripping the handle with one hand as he awaited the enemy's arrival. All he could do now was pray that the pack of bloodthirsty wolves was not too large. The lizard warriors entrusted with the protection of their kin number scarcely 30. It is solely they who possessed the capability to confront the bloodthirsty wolves. The combat prowess of the other tribesmen pales in comparison to that of a single bloodthirsty wolf, requiring multiple members of the tribe to ensnare just one. Moreover, the armament of the tribe is far from optimistic. While the lizard warriors are adequately equipped, the rest of the tribe wield nothing more than wooden sticks. or, at best, a stout branch. A chilling howl echoed in the distance, revealing just how swiftly the pack of bloodthirsty wolves pursued their quarry. Many tribesmen, upon hearing this sound, swallowed hard, gripping their makeshift weapons tightly. As an atmosphere of dread quietly spread throughout the group, before long, a lizard man suddenly leaped down from a tree, raising an arm to indicate a direction to Lusha. "Chief, I have spotted a large number of bloodthirsty wolves approaching from that direction. Attention, everyone. The enemy is coming." Turning to face the direction indicated by the tribesman, Lusha gripped the axe handle firmly with both hands, exerting strength to lift the heavy weapon. In a short while, pairs of crimson eyes glimmered from the shadowy depths of the forest. And soon, figures of bloodthirsty wolves sprung forth. Rather than charging directly into the tribe to wreak havoc, they spread out to the sides, encircling all present lizard folk. Good heavens, the size of this pack must be around 200, far exceeding Lusha's expectations. Today, the Shunsha tribe truly faced a grave crisis. The tribesmen fixated on the bloodthirsty wolves before them, while only Lusha cast his gaze beyond them, for there loomed a larger figure. Shortly thereafter, a towering alpha wolf, approximately 1.7 meters in height, oozing saliva, emerged from the shadows of the forest, brazenly revealing itself before the lizard folk. That Lusha's expression sharpened as his eyes locked with those of the wolf leader. And both parties simultaneously issued commands to their respective groups. "Drive them back." A cacophony of howls erupted as the bloodthirsty wolves and lizard warriors surged forward, plunging into the throes of battle. At the gates of the Lord's castle in Bienju town, Owen departed with Mapple, preparing to head toward the northern walls to inspect the training of the militia. "Lord Owen, please be cautious." As they stepped outside, Mapple swiftly positioned herself before Owen, drawing her sword with a vigilant gaze directed ahead. Observing this, the two guards stationed at the gate quickly raised their spears, moving to flank Mapple. What danger could possibly lurk at their own doorstep? Owen pondered. Following Mapple's line of sight, he observed a rapidly approaching figure darting toward them. The figure was tall and slender, unmistakably a nimble lizard man. This lizard man was none other than Shilong, sent by Lusha to seek human assistance. On his way to the castle, many townsfolk were startled by the swift-moving Shilong, mistaking him for a creature from the mysterious forest, prompting them to hastily take cover. Could it be that the lizard folk have reached a decision? No. Owen promptly dismissed this notion. If they had a response, there would be no need for such urgency. Something must have gone awry on their end. "Halt!" Mapple shouted. At the same time, she raised her sword. Should the figure fail to decelerate, she would not hesitate to strike. Fortunately, Shilong began to slow as he approached, ultimately coming to a complete stop a few meters before Mapple. Upon halting, he fixed his intense gaze upon Owen and spoke. "It is you, the human lord from that time. We require your assistance." "Assistance?" Owen's expression immediately turned grave. "What has transpired on your side?" "Bloodthirsty wolves. Our tribe is under attack by a pack of them." "Bloodthirsty wolves?" Owen exclaimed in shock. Bienju town lies adjacent to the mysterious forest, where hunters frequently venture, thus possessing considerable knowledge of the area. As the Lord, Owen was well aware of the notorious dangerous creatures dwelling deep within the forest. And bloodthirsty wolves were among them. A saying circulated among the hunters of Bienju town. If you see a bloodthirsty wolf, run, and run fast, or face certain death. This illustrates the peril posed by bloodthirsty wolves, necessitating immediate action to aid the lizard folk. Without a moment's hesitation, Owen commanded, "Mapple, take the knights stationed at the edge of the mysterious forest and accompany this lizard man to provide assistance. Remember to leave markers along the way. I will gather all the knights at the northern walls and follow shortly." "Yes," Mapple affirmed. Accepting the task, she sheathed her sword and urged Shilong, "Lead me there quickly." Shilong nodded. Just as the two prepared to depart, a knight responsible for monitoring the movements of the lizard folk rushed over. Breathless, "Apologies, my lord. The cursed lizard folk are too swift. I could not intercept them." "Understood. You shall accompany Mapple to support the lizard folk." Owen ordered. "As you command." Without lingering, the three set off toward the mysterious forest. Turning to one of the guards, Owen instructed, "I command you to go to the church at once and request Bishop Flynn to dispatch several clerics skilled in faith magic to await at the entrance of the mysterious forest." "Yes, my lord." The guard immediately set off. "Hurry and prepare my horse." At once, the final guard turned and dashed into the castle, racing toward the stables. For the time being, the only means to confront the bloodthirsty wolves lies in the strength of the knights. The militia had only recently acquired their weapons, well, wooden sticks, and thus lacked substantial combat capability as for explosives. Those were reserved for dealing with undead creatures. Chapter 49, Fierce Battle Die. With a swing of his massive axe, Lusha severed the head of a bloodthirsty wolf. The blood that spurted forth splashed against his scales, hissing audibly. When attacking their prey, the blood of the bloodthirsty wolves turns scalding and possesses a degree of corrosiveness. Fortunately, the scales of the lizard folk can withstand such effects. Merely slaying one is insufficient, as at least 15 more bloodthirsty wolves encircled Lusha, poised to launch surprise attacks from behind at any given moment. Additionally, the agility of the bloodthirsty wolves often resulted in Lusha's swings missing their mark, which was exceedingly frustrating, were it not for Keeman and another lizard warrior assisting him from behind. Lusha likely would not have advanced this far. Indeed, Lusha and his companions had already breached the defensive perimeter of their tribe. Their singular objective was to infiltrate the enemy's rear and slay the wolf leader. Once the wolf leader is vanquished, the pack of bloodthirsty wolves would undoubtedly scatter. Lusha and his companions desperately sought to close in on the wolf leader. The tribe had already engaged in a tense stalemate with the pack of bloodthirsty wolves. To better withstand the assault of the wolves, the commanders designated by Lusha opted to tighten their defensive formation, reducing the combat radius. Those stationed at the boundary of the mysterious forest had long returned to the fray. Fighting valiantly at the forefront of the defensive formation, from time to time, tribesmen fell victim to the fangs and claws of the bloodthirsty wolves, their anguished cries echoing in the air. Hearing these sounds only heightened Lusha's anxiety, causing him to swing his axe with increasing ferocity as time progressed. His attacking style became increasingly wild, nearly forsaking defense. At this point, numerous new wounds had appeared upon Lusha's body. Thankfully, they were mere scratches and posed no significant threat. With a mighty roar, Lusha swung his axe toward the back of a bloodthirsty wolf. However, it narrowly evaded, leading to an inadvertent strike against a nearby tree, which promptly toppled with a resounding crash. Curse it, he could not help but curse. Meanwhile, Keeman thrust his spear to repel one bloodthirsty wolf, seizing the opportunity to shout to Lusha, "Chief, you push ahead. We'll handle these foul wolves. Take down that large wolf, Chief." Another companion echoed their urging. Lusha raised his gaze toward the wolf leader ahead, assessing the distance between them, which was not too far. He believed he could reach it with a swift charge. "Very well, I entrust the rest to you." Choosing to place his faith in his comrades, Lusha hoisted his massive axe and advanced, swinging his weapon to drive back the bloodthirsty wolves in his path. Successfully breaking through the encirclement, he surged toward the wolf leader with all his might. The bloodthirsty wolves, naturally, would not let this opportunity slip by. 5 wolves leaped in unison, baring their fangs at Lusha's back. Keeman and another companion would not allow the enemy to approach Lusha. With a powerful leap, Keeman aimed his spear at the head of one wolf, striking it fiercely. He then pushed off a nearby tree, executing a mid-air rotation, and skillfully dispatched 2 more wolves with his spear. The other companion matched his prowess, successfully bringing down 2 additional bloodthirsty wolves. Thus, the duo effectively halted the advance of the bloodthirsty wolves, allowing Lusha to engage the wolf leader in a one-on-one confrontation. Upon reaching the wolf leader's vicinity, Lusha noted that his opponent was already prepared. He refrained from recklessly charging in, instead opting to swiftly circle to the side before launching his attack. The wolf leader, no novice himself, adeptly adjusted its stance and swiftly swiped with its claws. With a clang, the claws met the axe blade, producing sparks as they scraped against the edge. Lusha's strike was effectively thwarted. The impact from the collision caused Lusha to stagger back 2 or 3 steps, his grip on the axe handle trembling. In just one exchange, he had gauged the wolf leader's strength, which was evidently equal to his own. Having deflected the attack, the wolf leader turned to face Lusha, lowering its front half and assuming an aggressive posture, baring its sharp teeth and dripping saliva from its maw, steadying his grip on the axe handle. Lusha lifted his massive axe once more, charging directly toward the wolf leader to initiate a new wave of attacks. The ensuing clash saw both combatants exchanging blows several times. It was evident that Lusha was at a disadvantage, forced to defend against the wolf leader's relentless assaults. Since a frontal assault proved futile, one would attempt a rear approach. Keeping a safe distance from the wolf leader, Russia quickened his pace to circle behind it, subsequently charging forward with his axe in hand that he intended to exploit the inherent difficulty the massive creature faced in maneuvering through the forest to launch an attack against the wolf leader. However, he was unprepared for the sudden sweep of the wolf's tail, which struck him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing against a sturdy tree before collapsing to the ground. The impact was brutal, forcing Russia to spit out a copious amount of blood. The giant axe slipped from his grasp upon hitting the tree, falling to the side. Sensing an opportunity, the wolf leader wasted no time in pursuing Russia. Pivoting swiftly to launch a powerful strike with its claw, the speed of the enemy's movement left Russia with no time to evade. He could only seize the nearby axe and raise it defensively. With a resounding thud, he managed to parry the attack, but the force of the blow caused him to cough up more blood. Straining to hold the axe aloft, Russia found himself pinned beneath the wolf leader, utterly immobilized. Chieftain, observing the dire situation, Keeman and another companion wore expressions of deep concern. Distracted by his worry for Russia, Keeman inadvertently revealed an opening, allowing a bloodthirsty wolf to launch a successful ambush. Leaving a long gash across his back, it was a prime opportunity, as several wolves swiftly followed suit, launching a simultaneous attack on Keeman. Keeman, be careful. Another companion rushed to assist, averting imminent danger. However, the relentless onslaught of bloodthirsty wolves soon ensnared the two men, leaving them struggling to fend off their attackers, unable to extricate themselves to aid their chieftain. The situation was dire. The wolf leader bared its fangs, intent on crushing Russia's skull, while the latter desperately twisted his head to evade the lethal bite. If this continued, Russia would inevitably succumb to the wolf leader's savage jaws. At that critical moment, a blade of water surged from the distance, striking the right side of the wolf leader's waist, causing its claw to lose balance and lift away from Russia. Seizing the moment, Russia rolled away and sprang to his feet, summoning all his strength to swing the axe towards the beast. Though he lacked the time to properly adjust his swing, the axe still connected with the wolf leader, sending it staggering back several meters. Finally afforded a moment to breathe, Russia glanced towards the origin of the water blade, discovering a blue-haired knight standing there. The water blade had been her magic, and human reinforcements had finally arrived. Russia recognized the knight from earlier discussions with the human lord. She was Maple. Accompanied by 3 knights and 6 patrollers to join the defensive battle, the dispatched Hilren also swiftly returned to assist their kin in combat. Chapter 50. The Kill Maple engaged in the fray between Russia and the wolf leader, transforming the confrontation into a 2-on-1 scenario. Among the 9 she brought, 1 knight chose to aid Keeman and his companion against the bloodthirsty wolves, while the remaining 8 rushed to support the besieged lizard folk. With the humans joining the fray, the advance of the bloodthirsty wolves faltered, alleviating the lizard folk's precarious situation. "Are you all right, esteemed leader of the lizard folk?" Maple inquired as she positioned herself beside Russia, raising her sword in readiness against the oncoming bloodthirsty wolf leader. "Why are there only so few of you?" Russia expressed his dissatisfaction with the scant reinforcements, which did little to alter their current predicament. Gathering the knights required time. "We are merely an advance party," Maple replied, focusing her attention entirely on the wolf leader. "Humph, such a large wolf. Is this truly the enemy's leader?" "Indeed," Russia nodded. "If we can eliminate it, the remaining wolves will scatter, and the battle will conclude." "Is that so? Then we must dispatch that wolf leader swiftly. Do not hinder my efforts." With the wolf leader recovering from the previous assault, Maple swung her sword once more, unleashing another water blade before charging forward. "I would never impede your progress." Russia followed her lead, determined to prove himself to Maple, unwilling to let the strength of the Chunsha tribe be belittled. Despite his grievous injuries, Maple cast a sidelong glance at Russia. In unison, they launched their assault on the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Although it skillfully evaded the water blade, it swiftly defended against the dual attacks from both sides, resulting in a fierce stalemate. However, compared to being previously overwhelmed, the current battle was markedly more favorable. As they clashed, Russia increasingly recognized Maple's formidable prowess. Her combat techniques were executed with remarkable finesse. Akin to a seasoned warrior, no wonder she had exuded such confidence earlier. Her strength was indeed formidable. After numerous exchanges, they remained locked in a deadlock, desperately needing a decisive strike to alter the course of the conflict. Keeman's group was still embroiled in turmoil, With the knight's arrival, there was little to fear for the three of them. In contrast, the situation among their kin was growing dire, even with human support. They could only briefly catch their breath. As the pack of bloodthirsty wolves recalibrated their assault, the tides turned against them once more. Many lizardfolk sustained injuries, and even 2 humans bore scratches. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the arriving humans had to integrate into the lizardfolk's defensive formation to counter the ferocious onslaught of the bloodthirsty wolves. Indeed, such a meager reinforcement was insufficient to shift the overall tide. Uncertain of when further human support would arrive, Russia pondered this dire predicament when a command rang out from the distant woods. All units mobilize, drive back the bloodthirsty wolves. A cadre of fully armed knights burst forth from the tree-line, immediately advancing towards the lizard folk, swords raised against the pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Ambushed from behind, over a dozen wolves fell in an instant. With the knight's assistance, the pressure on the lizard folk diminished significantly as long as the leader remained standing. The bloodthirsty wolves showed no inclination to retreat. They quickly dispatched a portion of their number to charge at the reinforcements. However, against this formidable assembly of knights, the separated wolves encountered disastrous consequences. Suffering unilateral slaughter, the overall situation shifted dramatically, with the scales of victory tilting swiftly towards the humans and lizard folk. Furious at the emergence of so many human knights, the bloodthirsty wolf leader vowed to slay everyone present. With a swift turn, it lashed out with its tailed Maple, and Russia evaded the attack. The wolf leader distanced itself, retreating from the fight. That a howl erupted from the wolf leader, signaling a transformation among the bloodthirsty wolves. Their eyes gleamed a deeper crimson, and their fur bristled, plunging the entire pack into a frenzied state. All units, be alert, they are going all out, Russia shouted. The tribe quickly reformed their ranks, replacing injured members to bolster their defenses. The alerted knights gathered closely, adopting a defensive formation akin to that of the lizard folk. On Keeman's side, the 3 men stood shoulder to shoulder, their expressions tense in the face of the aberrant bloodthirsty wolves. As everyone prepared, the enraged pack commenced their relentless assault. In their frenzied state, they seemed devoid of rationality, charging forward without evasion, solely intent on attack. This reckless aggression rekindled the balance of power in the conflict. At that moment, Owen emerged from the rear of the woods, brandishing his staff. A massive fireball materialized above the wolf leader, plummeting towards it. Upon witnessing this, Maple swiftly raised her sword, halting Russia, who was poised to charge forward. With a thunderous explosion, the wolf leader could not evade the fiery onslaught, sustaining severe injuries and singeing patches of its fur. The surrounding flora was reduced to ash, leaving charred marks upon the ground. With a pained growl, the wolf leader glared with fury at Owen, revealing a menacing visage. "Behold my newly learned spell, Inferno." Vanny arrived at Owen's side, launching a prepared spell in the form of a small fireball towards the wolf leader. Although it effortlessly dodged the diminutive spell, the fireball detonated nearby, causing it to stagger several steps, momentarily disoriented. Just as the wolf leader regained its composure, Viscount Javis approached, wielding a magical longsword adorned with a high-quality frost gemstone. He slashed forward, unleashing a sky-blue ice blade that struck the wolf leader's foreleg, instantly encasing it in ice and rendering it immobile. Realizing it could not escape, the wolf leader panicked, contemplating retreat. Unfortunately for it, the opportunity had long since slipped away. Seizing the moment, Maple and Russia charged forward, raising their weapons to strike the beast. Vanny joined the fray as well, employing simple magic to unleash flames upon it. The acrid scent of charred flesh soon permeating the air. With several feeble howls, the wolf leader succumbed to silence. It lay dead as the wolf leader fell. The bloodthirsty wolves simultaneously exited their frenzied state. Recognizing the shift, they swiftly turned and fled into the depths of the forest with remarkable decisiveness. Thus, the battle finally came to an end. Chapter 51. The vote upon witnessing the bloodthirsty wolf pack in retreat. Rusa set down his massive axe, gasping for breath, with a lingering ache in his chest, though it was nothing serious. Although the battle had concluded, a multitude of matters awaited his attention. There was no time for respite. Rusa hurried back to the tribe to attend to the aftermath. Under Owen's direction, Viscount Javis commanded the knights to lend their assistance. The clerics from Bienju town also arrived to tend to the wounded, distributing surplus herbs to the knowledgeable lizard folk that moment. A female lizard folk approached Keeman, cradling an injured lizard child in her arms, her face etched with despair. "My dear, our child," sob. Keeman was taken aback and rushed over to assess the child's condition. To his horror, he found the child gravely wounded, with multiple bite and scratch marks adorning his small body, and his tail severed. It was evident that no amount of herbs could save him. How could this happen? Wasn't he supposed to be protected in the center of the formation? Keeman's wife wept as she explained. "I heard that he wanted to help everyone and, disregarding the warnings, ran outside, wielding a branch to fight the bloodthirsty wolves, only to end up in this state." Keeman's heart ached as he gently stroked the child's head. This was his firstborn, who had been so lively not long ago, now reduced to this tragic condition. Hearing of the gravely injured child, Teresa hurried over, sincerely introducing herself to Keeman and his wife. "Dear ones, I am a cleric and can perform healing magic. If you trust me, please allow me to save this critically injured child. I will do my utmost." Upon hearing this, Keeman turned to glance at Teresa. To be honest, even though humans had sent reinforcements to help drive away the bloodthirsty wolves, he still harbored deep-seated reservations about them. However, in order to save the child's life, he had no choice but to rely on this human cleric. "Then I must trouble you, human cleric." Following Teresa's guidance, Keeman's wife carefully laid the child on the ground, anxiously watching over him. The usual procedures commenced, after a prayer to the divine. Teresa extended her hands to cast the healing spell. A gentle, soothing white light emanated from the ground, enveloping the ailing lizard child completely. At this moment, Teresa, having undergone comprehensive training in the Caliph Holy Kingdom, wielded a healing spell far superior to the one she had cast for Owen in her childhood. Beneath the holy light, the wounds visibly healed at an astonishing pace, soon leaving behind scabs. Once the spell was complete, the previously gravely injured lizard child was no longer in peril, now peacefully resting on the ground. "I cannot express my gratitude enough. Thank you, human cleric, thank you." Keeman's wife, initially believing her child to be doomed, now wept tears of joy as she cradled him. While surveying the situation within the tribe, Rusa happened upon this scene. He quietly approached and placed a reassuring hand on Keeman's shoulder. "You ought to show your gratitude to this human cleric." "Indeed. I understand," Keeman replied. It was evident that his distrust of humans had significantly diminished, and with time, it could very well be eradicated entirely. Following a flurry of activity, the casualties among the lizard folk were tallied. The lizard folk tribe consisted of 361 members, with 23 fatalities and over half suffering varying degrees of injury. This was the outcome even with the cleric's involvement in the healing efforts. As most of the deceased lizard folk had perished on the spot, fortunately, those who were gravely injured but still clinging to life had their lives preserved by Teresa's exceptional healing abilities. Among the clerics present, hers was the only healing magic potent enough to yield such results. On the human side, 6 were injured, but thankfully their wounds were not severe. Overall, the outcome of the battle against the bloodthirsty wolves was devastating for the lizard folk. As evening approached, the necessary assistance had been rendered, and Owen prepared to return to Bienju town with everyone. Before departing, Rusa held another discussion with Owen as the tribe leader. Rusa felt compelled to express his gratitude on behalf of his people. "We are immensely grateful for your support. Without it, our Chun Sha tribe might have faced annihilation at the hands of the bloodthirsty wolves. My decision to assist you is also based on my considerations. The trade proposal I previously mentioned was made in earnest, and I hope you can provide a favorable response." Owen implied clearly, and Rusa could not have missed the subtlety in his words. "Rest assured, I will convene a tribal meeting tonight for a vote. I believe I will be able to provide you with a definitive answer by tomorrow. I shall await your response with anticipation." Owen smiled. With the meeting concluded, Owen deliberately left 6 knights to ensure the safety of the lizard folk, while the remaining knights began to transport the majority of the corpses of the bloodthirsty wolves, including that of their alpha, before departing the Enigma Forest. The reason for taking the wolf corpses was not only because they were valuable materials that could fetch a good price, but also because Owen intended to transfer some to Winston for further study. He mentioned that the monsters in this world underwent mutations due to magical influences, and he was keen to investigate this phenomenon thoroughly. By nightfall, all the lizard warriors who had been on missions returned. Upon hearing about the bloodthirsty wolves, each was filled with regret for not returning sooner. They then learned of the knights sent by humans to assist their tribe, which significantly improved their perception of humanity. After all the children had fallen asleep, Rusa called upon all able-bodied adult tribesmen to gather around a large bonfire in a circle. The knights from Bienju town could not participate in the lizard folk tribal meeting. They set up camp at a distance. Standing beside the bonfire, Rusa surveyed the gathered tribesmen, took a deep breath, and began to speak. Today has undoubtedly been a sorrowful day. The bloodthirsty wolves launched a frenzied assault upon us, resulting in injuries and even loss of life among our kin. Fortunately, the humans dispatched knights to our aid, and their cleric healed many of our people. I understand that many within our tribe harbor distrust towards humans, as we have had little interaction with them and often hear various unfavorable rumors. However, considering today's events, I believe there are indeed trustworthy individuals among them, such as the human lord who aided us. I have previously mentioned the trade proposal at our last tribal meeting, and I acknowledge my own immaturity as a leader. Thus, I wish to leave this decision in your hands. We shall now proceed to a vote. Those in favor of engaging in trade with the humans, please raise your hands. The tribesmen unanimously raised their hands, with some even raising both. At a glance around revealed nearly everyone in favor, including Keeman, who had previously expressed significant distrust towards humans. Observing this, Rusa nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I have noted your decision. Tomorrow, I shall convey this to the human lord. Now, let us discuss other matters. Since the decision to engage in trade with the humans had been made, Rusa intended to impose certain conditions to ensure the safety of his kin, which would be the subject of their discussion. Additionally, there were other issues to address. Following this battle, Owen had finally earned the trust of the Chinsha tribe. Chapter 52, Tribal War. The following day, Rusa, accompanied by 2 elder tribesmen, approached the border of the Enigma forest and expressed his intentions to the knights stationed nearby. I am Rusa, leader of the Chinsha tribe, requesting an audience with your Lord Ison. The knight nodded in acknowledgement. Responding, the Marquis has already informed us. Please follow me. As they followed the knight toward the Lord's castle, numerous townsfolk cast curious glances at Rusa and his companions. The presence of a knight escorting them indicated that they were indeed here to meet someone of importance. Thus, the townspeople were not overly apprehensive of Rusa and speculated whether the lizard folk had been subdued by the Lord. Being regarded with such peculiar eyes by humans was an uncomfortable experience. Yet Rusa had no choice but to ignore them as best as he could. Eventually, Rusa and his companions arrived at the grand entrance of the castle. Looking up at the imposing structure, he thought to himself, is this truly the dwelling of a human lord? What a magnificent edifice! Unbeknownst to him, Owen's castle paled in comparison to those of many grand nobles. After explaining their purpose to the guards at the gate, one of the sentinels hurried inside to announce the arrival of the lizard folk. Shortly thereafter, Rusa and the 2 tribesmen were granted entry. Once inside, they were escorted by a personal attendant to the reception room, where Rusa met Owen. Upon seeing Rusa, Owen greeted him with a smile and rose to welcome him. Welcome, Leader Rusa. I am grateful for your hospitality, Lord Ison. As they settled in for a conversation, an awkward moment ensued. The chairs in the reception room all had backs, but the lizard folk possessed tails that occupied some of the available seating space. Moreover, Rusa was a particularly unique individual, with a notably robust tail, leaving less than half of his posterior able to touch the seat. Observing Rusa's tail lacking a suitable resting place, Owen found himself both amused and exasperated. My apologies, Leader Rusa. I failed to consider your comfort. Allow me to find you a more suitable seat. Removing the original chair, several maids hurriedly procured a bench, cleaning it before replacing it as Rusa's seat. Once they were reseated, a maid promptly prepared tea for Rusa. Though uncertain whether lizard folk partook in tea, the proper protocols of hospitality were to be upheld, and they adhered to the standards befitting a distinguished guest. Casting a fleeting glance at the tea upon the table, Rusa understood it was a customary gesture of hospitality from humankind. However, he found it merely intriguing and did not perceive it as a slight. The 2 parties engaged in no pleasantries, but rather delved straight into the matter at hand. Rusa took the initiative and spoke. Lord Ison, I am now prepared to give you a formal response regarding the trade. And what is your decision? Owen inquired. The Chinsha tribe is willing to enter into an agreement with you. Splendid. We can commence with a short-term contract. Owen gestured discreetly to the side, and the steward, Ryan, promptly produced 2 pre-drafted contracts and placed them upon the table, along with the necessary tools for signing. Wait a moment. Lord Ison, Russia did not examine the contracts on the table. Instead, he presented a new request. We shall provide lizard warriors to assist you in combating the undead, but there are additional conditions. What conditions? Owen replied. Unperturbed. As the chieftain of his tribe, Russia was undoubtedly intent on ensuring the safety of his people, even though Owen had gained their trust. It did not imply that he could be entirely confident in entrusting the entire tribe to human oversight. A degree of agency must be maintained. Seeing Owen's lack of surprise, Russia felt somewhat reassured and articulated the additional conditions. For instance, the temporary residence provided by Owen would be managed autonomously by the Shinsha tribe, with humans barred from any arbitrary interference. Naturally, Russia would dispatch individuals to report on the tribe's status to Owen periodically. Moreover, the lizard warriors must not be treated as expendable fodder, among other stipulations. All of these conditions are reasonable, and I do not oppose them. Owen exhibited no signs of discontent, but instead seized the opportunity to present his own new demand. However, since you have put forth so many conditions, I would like to add another element to our agreement. What element? Russia's expression tightened, uncertain of what further demands Owen might make. During the winter, the lizard folk capable of movement in your tribe must perform tasks for me. After a brief pause, Owen added, Of course, these tasks will not be perilous. I will notify you in advance of what needs to be done, and should you deem it dangerous, you retain the right to refuse. Reflecting on the situation, Russia concluded that merely providing lizard warriors would be insufficiently beneficial for them. They needed to make effective use of the available labor, as lizard folk were generally far stronger than humans. Agreed. Nodding, Russia felt there was nothing inappropriate about having his people assist Owen with certain tasks. With both parties in accord, Owen picked up a quill and inscribed the new terms onto the contract. Fortunately, he had anticipated that the other party might propose conditions and had left ample space for additions. Once both contracts were finalized, Russia handed them to two elder tribe members behind him for review, as they were familiar with human script. After confirming there were no issues, the two parties formally signed the contract. As Russia was unable to write, he merely pressed his handprint onto the document. Following this, they discussed the implementation of the contract. Owen intended to designate an area to the north of the border guard town as the temporary wintering ground for the lizard folk. This area had been ravaged by undead last winter, rendering many houses abandoned, and the townsfolk dared not reside there. After extensive discussion, both parties finalized the plan for execution. By the way, what exactly transpired with your Shinsha tribe that led to such a forced migration? After sipping his tea, Owen suddenly inquired about the Shinsha tribe's plight. This matter was connected to the enigmatic forest, and given that the border guard town was adjacent to it, it was prudent to gain some understanding of the events unfolding within the forest. In response, Russia had no intention of concealing anything from Owen and began to recount. It was a tribal war instigated by the Black Wind tribe. It turned out that within the enigmatic forest, 5 lizard folk tribes existed in a delicate balance: Shinsha, Bloodfang, Blackwind, Rending Claw, and Witchwood. 2 years prior, the Blackwind tribe had appointed a new chieftain who was both powerful and ambitious. This new leader summoned nearly all the young lizard folk of the tribe and trained them as lizard warriors. Then, 4 months ago, the Blackwind tribe commenced its expansion, employing force to conquer the other 4 tribes in an attempt to unify all lizardfolk tribes. The Witchwood, Bloodfang, and Rending Claw tribes were successively defeated and chose to submit, with Shinsha being the last to fall to their might. Did you not surrender? Owen asked. In fact, my father, the previous chieftain, had intended to surrender for the sake of the tribe's continuity, Russia replied, revealing a sorrowful expression at the mention of his father. Oh, and why was that? Because the chieftain of the Blackwind tribe refused to accept our surrender. The new leader of the Blackwind tribe harbored a grudge against Russia's father and, feeling unsatisfied with merely defeating the Shinsha tribe, resolved to annihilate all lizard folk within it. This blatant act of genocide incited fierce resistance among the tribesmen. Unfortunately, the Shinsha tribe was unable to contend with the formidable Blackwind tribe, and Russia's father was compelled to make the decision to migrate. Many lizard warriors, including Russia's father, chose to stay behind and sacrifice themselves to buy time for the migration. During the subsequent migration, Russia's tribe faced numerous pursuers from the Blackwind tribe. Along the way, many tribesmen lost their lives. Ultimately, upon reaching the outskirts of the enigmatic forest, only a little over 300 tribesmen remained. The losses had been grievous, and to their dismay, they later encountered attacks from bloodthirsty wolf packs. Chapter 53. Firearms. I see. Such calamities have befallen you. Owen nodded in understanding, finally grasping the circumstances behind the Shunsha tribe's migration. With such deep-seated enmity, have you considered seeking vengeance against the Blackwind tribe to reclaim your homeland? Indeed. We have considered it. Russia clenched his fists in anger. But the Shunsha tribe is now left with so few members. The path to vengeance is long. The most pressing matter at hand is to survive the winter, followed closely by finding a new place to reside. Despite his profound rage towards the Blackwind tribe's actions, Russia did not allow hatred to cloud his judgment, for the sake of his tribe's survival. He prioritized their immediate needs over thoughts of revenge. What if I could assist you in defeating the Blackwind tribe next year and reclaiming your lost homeland? Owen interlaced his fingers before his mouth, feigning an air of mystery. The condition is that you must pledge allegiance to me. Chieftain Russia, would you be willing to do so? As soon as he finished speaking, an elder tribesman behind Russia could no longer contain himself and stood up. Do not jest. Even if the Shunsha tribe seeks vengeance. Before he could finish, Russia raised his hand to interrupt him. He turned back to cast a glance, signaling the tribesman to be silent and step aside. In this matter, Russia wished to avoid displeasing Owen, as they would need to rely on human provisions and shelter to survive the winter. My apologies. My tribesmen tend to be rather straightforward. Not at all, Owen replied, unfazed. As for your proposition to help us vanquish the Blackwind tribe, I appreciate your goodwill, but we cannot pledge allegiance to you. Returning to the previous topic, Russia patiently elucidated the rationale behind their decision. With the assistance of your knights, we might stand a chance against the Blackwind tribe. However, this would not be a true reflection of the Shunsha tribe's own strength. Reclaiming our homeland through reliance on outsiders would not only be humiliating for us, but would also draw scorn from other tribes. Furthermore, should the knights depart, we would be unable to defend our homeland with our current strength. No, it is not like that. Owen shook his head, explaining, I will not send knights to aid you. I will simply provide weapons, allowing you to reclaim your homeland yourselves. Weapons, for us? Russia questioned, puzzled. Would these be swords intended for knights? While human weaponry was indeed masterfully crafted, it was ill-suited for the tribesmen, who were far more accustomed to wielding spears. Looking at Owen with skepticism, Russia felt he might be boasting, yet the confidence in Owen's smile suggested otherwise. Rest assured, I will not compel you to pledge allegiance to me, Owen smiled. In due time, you will witness the formidable weapons at my disposal. Upon Russia's return, Owen instructed Clive to announce in the square the welcoming of the lizard folk and the joint effort to combat the undead, so that when the lizard folk began to arrive, the townspeople would not panic at the sight of a multitude of them. 2 days later, the lizard folk commenced their relocation to the designated wintering area established by Owen. Many curious onlookers came to witness the migration, intrigued by the spectacle. The relationship between humans and lizard folk was unfamiliar. Thus, how to facilitate a harmonious coexistence during the winter was a matter both Owen and Russia needed to contemplate carefully. After completing the arrangements for the tribe's settlement, the Shunsha tribe dispatched a contingent of 50 lizard warriors, led by Russia, to join the militia at the northern city wall to combat the undead. This unique unit was stationed adjacent to the militia's camp, training alongside them to strengthen the bonds of friendship. Additionally, observing the militia's commendable training results, Viscount Jais instructed the knights to train alongside the militia as well. Days later, Owen unexpectedly called for the recruitment of a group of hunters skilled in archery to form a 10-member shooting team. He informed them that they would not only be responsible for eliminating enemies from the northern city wall, but would also learn to use a new type of weapon. Furthermore, Owen sent invitations to Viscount Jais and Russia. The testing grounds for the new weapon were located on a spacious open area behind the northern city wall, which had previously served as a training ground for the militia. At present, the militia was jogging laps around the area. It was noteworthy that their running had become increasingly synchronized of late. Upon reaching the testing site, Viscount Jais noticed that Owen and Maple each held a peculiar iron rod. While Owen was explaining something to her and the hunters, however, just by observing Maple's expression, it was evident that she had failed to comprehend. Upon the arrival of Lusha, Owen ceased his explanation, beckoning him over with a concerned inquiry. Chief Lusha, have you settled in comfortably these past few days? Are you finding the fish from the Weishui River to your liking? It's quite satisfactory. The taste of the fish is rather pleasant, Lusha replied. In truth, the lizard folk could consume human food, yet they preferred fish, hence Owen prioritized providing them with it. That's good to hear. Subsequently, Owen gathered everyone around, as Lusha and Viscount Jarvis had only just arrived and required a fresh explanation. This device is called a firearm. Allow me to demonstrate its usage. He first opened the powder chamber, poured in gunpowder, sealed it, then poured gunpowder into the barrel, inserted a lead bullet, pushed it down with a ramrod, and finally aimed at the target before pulling the trigger. After several rounds of simulated demonstrations, Owen handed 2 firearms to Viscount Jarvis and Lusha, allowing them to familiarize themselves with their operation. Unfortunately, there were only these 2 firearms available at the moment. Once the 2 had grasped the basics of using the firearm, Owen instructed them to engage in live-fire shooting. The target was already prepared, consisting of a square iron plate held in place by wooden sticks, adorned with several concentric circles. Following Owen's demonstration, Viscount Jarvis and Lusha readied themselves for shooting. Leveled the firearms, aimed at the iron plate, and squeezed the triggers. Bang! Bang! The resounding blast startled everyone present. Initially, many did not perceive the new weapon as particularly impressive due to the loud noise alone. However, upon approaching the iron plate, astonishment spread across their faces. 2 holes were unmistakably left in the plate, evidence of the lead bullets having penetrated it. In disbelief, Viscount Jarvis even examined the iron plate, noting its thickness to be comparable to the armor worn by knights. Furthermore, he tested the plate's hardness, clearly recognizing it as steel that had undergone multiple reforgings, a material commonly used for knightly armor. This indicated that the power of the firearm was sufficient to pierce through a knight's armor. Moreover, it was accessible to ordinary individuals. While the use of explosives had its limitations, firearms effectively bridged the gap between commoners and knights, as well as mages. That a skilled ordinary person could easily slay a knight with years of martial training from a distance. Even if the knight was clad in heavy armor, the advantage of mages was also diminished, as the speed of a lead projectile far surpassed that of a fireball. With sufficient speed, one could strike down an opponent before their magic could take effect. Additionally, fireballs lacked the range of firearms. As for magical shields, while they might deflect arrows, they would certainly not withstand lead bullets, given the immense power behind them. Witnessing the might of the firearm, Lusha suddenly understood why Owen had previously exuded such confidence. Provided that his kin were equipped with firearms, the Shunsha tribe could indeed stand a chance against the Black Wind tribe. Chapter 54. Population Census. Lord Eisen, how many of these weapons do you possess? Lusha inquired eagerly. Currently, there are only these 2, Owen replied. Considering the speed at which the blacksmith can craft them by hand, I estimate that before winter arrives, we might manage to produce 3 more at most. Lusha shook his head in disappointment at this response. That's far too few. If we could assemble a force armed with firearms, it would be no challenge to sweep through the Black Wind tribe or defend the city walls. Be grateful. The mere fact that such a powerful weapon can be crafted is already an impressive feat. After the test firing, Viscount Jarvis regarded the firearm in his hands with newfound admiration, reluctant to part with it. Hearing their conversation, Owen smiled and said, "Rest assured, once the steam-powered lathe is operational, the production of firearms will increase dramatically. By the end of winter, we should be able to arm a force of over 100 men." Are you serious? What? Lusha and Viscount Jarvis exclaimed in shock, gazing at Owen. Over 100 firearms. A regiment of firearm-wielding soldiers was to be born in Bienju town. The thought alone was terrifying, especially for Lusha. He found himself wavering as long as he pledged allegiance to Owen, he could obtain firearms, making the prospect of revenge no longer a distant dream. However, he resolved to observe for a while longer, needing to ascertain whether Owen was a worthy leader for the Shunsha tribe to follow. Among those present, only Owen understood that the emergence of firearms signified the dawn of an era of gunpowder warfare. With winter drawing near, the weather in Bienju town had turned cold enough to send shivers down one's spine. The castle had long been heated with blazing magic stones, prompting Owen to relocate his office from the study to a room with a fireplace. Judging that the time was ripe, Owen summoned Clive. Upon entering the castle and feeling the warmth, Clive first removed his fur coat before bowing respectfully to Owen. "Good morning, Your Grace. What can I do for you?" Placing the documents aside, Owen looked up at Clive. At this moment, the population of Bienju town has stabilized, and it is unlikely that anyone will flee to the Dongxing fortress. I command you to organize a population census. A population census? Clive appeared perplexed, realizing that Clive likely did not comprehend. Owen patiently explained. It involves sending individuals to each household to conduct a survey, inquiring about the number of residents, names, genders, occupations, and so forth. then recording the information and providing me with a summary that I wish to understand the demographic situation in Bienju town. After speaking, he handed Clive a piece of parchment. Here, take this. It contains the questions to be asked and recorded. Receiving the parchment, Clive glanced over its contents and furrowed his brow. Is such detail truly necessary? This will take quite some time. It is necessary, Owen affirmed with a nod. Once the statistics are completed, it will facilitate future tasks, such as allocating human resources and distributing compensation to avoid fraudulent claims. With this rationale, Clive ceased to voice further objections and accepted the task. Very well, I shall attend to it. But what about the lizard folk? Owen shook his head and replied, there is no need to assess their situation. I will have Lusha handle that. Understood. After assigning the task, Owen suddenly inquired about Clive's subordinates. By the way, how has the recruitment of literate individuals been progressing under your supervision? Clive could not help but express his frustrations regarding the commoners. Initially, it was quite chaotic. Mistakes were made in every endeavor. Even after prior warnings, IT left me and my apprentices in a frenzy, nearly prompting me to dismiss them. As he continued, his tone softened. However, things have improved significantly now. I have delegated much of my workload, relieving me of considerable pressure. That is good to hear. This population census will also serve as an opportunity for them to gain more experience, Owen remarked. Hee, Clive grinned slyly. I intended to do just that. Even without your prompting. All right, then you may proceed with your duties. After Clive departed, he swiftly devised a plan for the population census. 2 days later, Clive's subordinates could be seen carrying several bundles of parchment, knocking on doors to conduct the survey. Due to a significant number of people having left, Bienju town's current population was not large. Just before winter set in, the census was successfully completed, this time. Bienju town had a population of just over 3,000, and with the inclusion of the lizardfolk data, the total rounded to approximately 3,500. Observing the population census summary, Owen shook his head in resignation. He had not anticipated that Bienju town had dwindled to such a degree. During the height of the Eisen family's governance, its population had reached around 20,000, while he had never conducted a detailed count. He could estimate roughly, since the curse inflicted by Kastu, the land had become increasingly barren, and the population of Bienju town had been on a steady decline. Moreover, this year, the abandonment of Bienju town by the Temple Knights had caused panic, prompting many to seek refuge in the Dongsheng fortress. Nevertheless, starting from the spring of the following year, Bienju town would undergo tremendous changes. For those willing to remain, Owen would ensure they gradually enjoyed a better life. Prepare, thrust. At the command, Kadir thrust forward with the wooden spear in hand, executing the movement almost identically to before, with equal force, showing no signs of slackening. At this point, the militia had long since transitioned to training with real weapons rather than the earlier wooden sticks. His arms were already sore and numb. Despite believing each time that he could not endure, he ultimately persevered. Perhaps it was the results of a month's worth of training. Upon hearing the command, he instinctively performed the action, even when his body felt utterly fatigued. Retract, all rest. Upon hearing the rest command, Kadir realized that a complete training session had concluded. Around him, relieved sighs filled the air as he exhaled softly, setting down the spear and sitting directly on the ground to rest. Turning his gaze to the other side, he observed the training unit composed of lizard folk and knights. Due to their superior physical capabilities, this unit's training sessions lasted longer than those of the militia. Kadir felt that it was truly remarkable how Lord Owen had managed to persuade those immensely strong beings to assist in combating the undead creatures at the northern wall. During his rest, Kadir had interacted with some lizard folk and found their dispositions to be quite amiable. Indeed, some even expressed gratitude towards Lord Owen, reflecting on the tragedy that had unfolded last year. Kadir began to believe that Lord Owen was a savior sent by the heavens to rescue Bienju town. Since the onset of the curse, he could feel the town's decline, with fewer and fewer inhabitants. However, for reasons unknown, he firmly believed that the esteemed lord would undoubtedly possess the means to restore the prosperity of the border town. Chapter 55, Mobilization. Out of the corner of his eye, Kadir caught sight of his comrade Brew, who was engaged in conversation with the knight responsible for training the militia that day. How enviable! Due to his outstanding performance, Brew had been promoted to one of the vice-captains and had even received praise from the Lord in person. A commendation that would serve as a source of pride for a lifetime. This event deeply inspired Kadir. He too aspired to be promoted. not merely for the sake of increased remuneration, but to prove his own capabilities. If someone as seemingly simple-minded as Brew could earn the Lord's recognition, Kadir had no reason to believe he could not achieve the same. Consequently, Kadir became even more dedicated to the training. Often practicing alongside Brew for a while after the sessions concluded that he attentively engaged in the cultural training, mastering the basic skills of reading and writing directives. Furthermore, during the training sessions, Teresa would expound on the significance of defending their homeland, instilling a sense of pride in everyone for the noble cause they were undertaking. Influenced by this, Kadir came to regard his enlistment in the militia as the wisest decision of his life. Feeling a sense of shame for those who had fled their homes, bang, 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 the sharp sounds of gunfire echoed nearby. It was the shooting team practicing their marksmanship. Currently, the shooting team possessed only 5 firearms. Yet there were 10 members. Thus, they would rotate their practice, with 5 individuals using the muskets while the other 5 trained with crossbows. Of course, this was a significant improvement compared to the initial situation, which had only 2 firearms. In the beginning, the loud reports would startle everyone, but they had grown accustomed to it over time. Nevertheless, what excited Kadir the most was the muskets in the hands of the shooting team. He had witnessed hunters using firearms to pierce iron plates, a truly formidable weapon. Much like the explosive displays from before, it left an indelible impression on Kadir that he longed to wield a musket, to aim it at the enemy, and fire to vanquish them. How magnificent that would be! And with such a weapon in hand, who would dare to underestimate him due to his stature? Did they wish to experience the power of lead bullets firsthand? More importantly, the Lord had mentioned that once the production of firearms increased, a select group of outstanding individuals from the militia would be chosen to form a musket squad. This was another reason for Kadir's fervent training and diligent study. He yearned to be selected. Stand up. The Lord is coming. Even before the break was over, the one-eyed instructor abruptly approached, clapping his hands and shouting to everyone. Upon hearing this, Kadir hastily picked up his spear and stood at attention. Absolute obedience to orders was the duty of a soldier, a principle emphasized in their cultural training. Meanwhile, the lizardmen and the knights ceased their training, and the shooting team quickly assembled. Owen and his companions walked past the right side of the line and soon stood before the assembled crowd. Observing the orderly ranks before him, Owen felt a wave of emotion. It was remarkable how, from a disorganized formation at the outset, they had now developed into a formidable military force. Clearing his throat, he summoned his magical energy and proclaimed loudly, "Thank you all for your hard training." Not at all. The militia's response was resounding, unified, and full of vigor. It was evident that they had fully grasped the essence of military training. And such a reply to their highest commander was expected. The lizardmen nearby were taken aback. Having only recently joined the training, they did not understand why humans shouted so loudly. "What is our purpose?" Owen inquired. "To defend our homeland." Although everyone had been informed in advance of how to respond, the collective shout of "to defend our homeland" would surely resonate deeply within their hearts over time. Excellent. Owen prepared to deliver a mobilization speech to bolster everyone's confidence. In just a few days, winter will officially arrive, and the undead creatures from the north are stirring, intent on breaching our northern walls, slaughtering our kin, and ravaging our homeland. For years, they have never relented. Winter is always their time for a grand southern invasion. Many suddenly realized that winter was indeed fast approaching. With their rigorous training consuming their daily lives, few had paid attention to the passage of time. In the past, we relied on the strength of the Temple Knights to endure the winter. This year is different, for Duke Eddie has detained the Temple Knights at the East Rising Fortress, seeking to force us to abandon the border town. I have gathered you here for training to prepare for this critical moment. At this point, Owen opened his arms wide. Look, we have repaired the breaches in the walls, acquired explosive materials akin to thunder, and obtained muskets capable of penetrating armor, not to mention the full support of the lizardmen. Answer me. Do you have confidence in holding the northern wall and keeping the undead at bay? Yes. Another resounding response echoed through the air. Indeed, with such powerful weapons and the assistance of the lizardmen, the border town would not even require the support of the Temple Knights. No one doubted the Lord's words. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm as Owen continued to rally their spirits. Our homeland must be safeguarded by our own strength. Correct? Correct. As the Lord of the border town, I shall stand with you through thick and thin. Will you follow me? We will. Excellent. Tonight, each of you shall receive 2 pieces of jerky. Upon hearing about the jerky, many swallowed hard. It seemed they were quite tempted by the savory aroma of the meat. Enjoy the deliciousness of the jerky, but remember, only by protecting the border town can we continue to enjoy such delicacies in the future. Finally, the crowd raised their weapons and shouted, "We shall fight for our lord." The mobilization had achieved its intended effect. Subsequently, Owen departed from the training grounds under the watchful eyes of all. After his departure, everyone resumed their training, maintaining an orderly progression. However, following the mobilization, many trained with renewed diligence. Upon returning to the castle, Owen discovered Clive awaiting him in the hall. "Oh, Clive, do you have something to report?" "Indeed, my lord." Clive presented a document, along with a small bag of cement powder and a small quantity of gunpowder. "According to the information provided by the townsfolk, we have captured another spy who has been executed by hanging. The information in this document was obtained from the spy, and these 2 bags were confiscated from him." "Oh, acquiring cement is one thing, but I never expected he could get his hands on black powder as well." After the cement workshop was temporarily shuttered, there had been no one to guard it, and Owen speculated that the residue materials had been sourced from there. Gunpowder, however, was stored in a warehouse under strict surveillance, making it unlikely that the spy could have acquired it from there. "My lord, this gunpowder was purchased from someone in the shooting team at D.O. We need to address this matter." So that was it. The shooting team required gunpowder for their practice, and spending some money could indeed procure it. "No need. I will inform Viscount Jarvis shortly to handle this." "Understood. You may leave now. And do not forget to distribute rewards to the informants." "I won't forget, my lord." After Clive departed, Owen casually took a seat and began reading the document that it indeed contained information about Duke Eddie sending someone to gather intelligence, likely prompted by Owen's refusal to withdraw, causing the opposition to become somewhat flustered. The Temple Knights would eventually discover Duke Eddie's deceit, at which point his plans would unravel. Among the documents was a letter, and upon opening it, Owen found that the spy had meticulously recorded the situation in the border town, including details about the lizardmen. Chapter 56. The Arrival of Winter. On the first day of winter, the weather was indeed quite cold, though not yet at the point of snowfall. Based on past years, it would typically snow within half a month of winter's onset. Of course, this was merely a reference. The precise timing of snowfall was entirely up to the whims of nature. Standing atop the northern wall, Owen donned a thick fur coat, exhaling clouds of vapor as he gazed toward the north. Numerous guiding obstacles had been set up beyond the wall, according to Viscount Jarvis. The majority of the undead lacked intelligence and would simply charge forward relentlessly. With these guiding barriers, they could be directed toward the midsection of the wall, allowing concentrated forces to annihilate them. In addition to the northern front, Owen was also attentive to the condition of the wall itself. Vilu was meticulous in his work, having not only repaired the 2 breaches, but also taken considerable time to inspect the entire stretch of the wall, promptly mending any damaged areas with cement. Now, the wall's defensive capabilities were significantly stronger than they had been during the previous winter, and such tragedies should not be repeated. The border town had transitioned from a state of readiness to one of war. Every so often along the wall, a scout was stationed to monitor the situation in the north, with rotations occurring every 4 hours to prevent complacency from prolonged guard duty. Even before the militia was fully assembled, Owen had thoroughly discussed with Viscount Jarvis how to best defend the northern wall during this winter, and had devised a series of plans that in the past, they had collaborated with the Temple Knights in battle. Now, they would rely on the strength of the border town itself, necessitating different strategies than those previously employed. Behind the wall, the militia was engaged in moderate training as a form of warm-up, having significantly reduced their training volume. After all, when faced with a large-scale attack from the undead, they would need to ascend the wall with their pikes to combat the enemy, serving as the backbone of the defense, and must conserve their strength accordingly. The lizardmen's forces were similarly diligent in this regard. Additionally, there was a cavalry unit. They have previously engaged in battles against the undead, possessing considerable experience, and constitute a vital force. In addition to their own swords, the knights wield crossbows, proficient in various weapons. This is the hallmark of a competent knight. When the undead are still at a distance, this knightly force typically initiates the attack. Once the enemy draws near, they transition to melee weapons to combat alongside the militia and the lizardmen. Finally, there is the shooting team, composed of 9 hunters. Their expertise in marksmanship far surpasses that of the knights, which is precisely why Owen chose them to practice with firearms. Do not inquire about the absence of one member. That individual irresponsibly sold the training gunpowder and has since been dealt with by Viscount Jais. The role of the shooting team is to deliver the finishing blow. Certain undead that cannot be dealt with by crossbows require their firearms for elimination. Consequently, the positioning of the shooting team members is highly flexible, maneuvering along the central section of the city wall, assisting wherever needed. Although there are currently only 5 firearms, it will not be long before all team members are equipped with them. According to Jita's report, the manufacturing process of the steam lathe has reached its final stages, and it will soon be utilized for drilling gun barrels. Viscount Jais harbors great envy towards the hunters and their firearms. If circumstances permitted, he would wish to join the shooting team. Alas, his primary duty is to command the operation, while the task of slaying enemies falls to the soldiers. However, Owen has promised that once firearms are mass-produced, he will present one to Viscount Jais, filling him with renewed vigor. It can be said that Viscount Jais is perhaps the gun enthusiast referred to by Winston. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that the paper-making experiment has long been completed, and suitable materials for paper production have been identified. Coupled with the oil paper technique provided by Winston, Owen urgently recruited laborers to produce a batch of oil paper. This oil paper serves to encase lead projectiles along with a specific quantity of gunpowder. During use, one tears open the tail of the paper with their mouth, pours some gunpowder into the powder chamber, and then loads the lead projectile along with the remaining gunpowder through the gun's muzzle. This significantly enhances loading efficiency and mitigates the risk of mismanaging gunpowder quantities due to anxiety during battle. Thus, when the shooting team finds themselves with idle time, one often sees them seated on the ground crafting paper-wrapped lead projectiles. As for explosive packages, several are stored in each bastion along the city wall, though not too many, for in the event of an accident, the damage caused by explosives might surpass that inflicted by the undead. 4 trebuchets have also been prepared, each operated by 5 soldiers. Upon sighting the undead, stones are prioritized for attack. Only when the enemy numbers are overwhelming, and with Viscount Jais's permission, will explosives be utilized. At last, the day has come. This time, we are thoroughly prepared, suddenly interjected Maple. Even without the support of the Temple Knights, we can defend the walls. Standing beside Owen, she is acutely aware of the immense effort Owen has invested in the border town and is filled with confidence. Indeed, Owen responded, turning to face Maple, inadvertently noticing that she had replaced the sword at her waist. The hilt of the long sword was adorned with a high-quality frost magic stone, a family heirloom of the Jais lineage. Typically, it is carried by Viscount Jais. Has it now been passed to his daughter? Viscount Jais has finally deemed it appropriate to pass down this sword. You must be quite pleased, Owen remarked. Mentioning the magical sword, Maple grasped the hilt, her expression peculiar. I was indeed quite happy, but now it feels more like receiving something unwanted from my father. What do you mean? He said that it is now the era of firearms, no longer the age of swords and magic. Upon hearing this, Owen nearly burst into laughter. It seems Viscount Jais has grown weary of this magical sword, passing it to Maple, even before having obtained the promised firearm. Casting his gaze back to the north, Owen found himself deep in thought. It is not difficult to imagine the tremendous impact the advent of firearms will have on this world. I wonder if we will encounter the undead today. The voice of Winston echoed in his mind. Not so soon. It is likely to be several days before the first wave of undead appears. Owen replied, Well, I can't believe I was so eager to contact you. Upon learning that the undead would not appear for the time being, Winston's interest waned significantly. Then I shall. Just as Winston was about to sever the connection to return to his research, Owen suddenly called out to him, Winston, what is it? I am grateful for all the assistance you have provided. Otherwise, I would lack the confidence to make the decision to remain in the border town. Owen finally articulated the sentiments that had lingered in his heart, whether it was the alkaline-resistant wheat seeds or the various technologies provided subsequently. They were all desperately needed by the border town. Thus, Owen is profoundly appreciative of Winston.